of conservations, and some of these have been published. So I have the opportunity to welcome Professor Camelia Okopot to present her presentation. Over to you, Camelia.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I wish I was there in present, but I'm there in spirit. So I would like to introduce myself. My name is Camelia Moses Okpodu. I know you noticed the last name is Nigerian. I like to tease people and tell people I'm Nigerian by choice. I married someone with that last name, and after it didn't work out, I kept the name. So I am Nigerian. I recently had my DNA done, so I can now claim that. My journey as a biochemist and climate advocate. I don't know what just happened to my presentation. Okay. Can you see the presentation? Are you able to see the presentation and hear me?
So we can hear you. Let's cross check with the ICT team.
Can you see the PowerPoint?
No, we cannot see it.
We cannot see the PowerPoint yet.
Okay. Well, I'll keep talking, and it'll be okay. Our ancestors are with us. We'll be okay. So my whole life I've been doing higher education now for 40 years. And my commitment has been to scientific inquiry and to right-size social inequities. And today I want to frame climate change not merely as an environmental crisis, but as a profound societal opportunity. So the title of my presentation, The Impact of Climate Change on Society, was one that actually Charles gave to me. My central thesis for this presentation is climate change reshapes the way we live, govern, and care for each other. And most specifically, we need to think, how does the environmental shifts affect our human communities worldwide? We're still waiting to see the slides.
Yes, can you share the screen, please? Are you able to share the screen?
Okay,
are you able to show
I'll
the
try it
screen?
again. I had shared it before. I'll share it again. Let me try it again. Share screen. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay. So before I start, I'd like to have honor, recognition, and celebration. First, I would like to honor the founders of Bogo University there in Kampala, Uganda, for providing leadership, academic excellence, social change, and economic impact. And to Professor Charles, I'd like to thank you for this invitation to share my thoughts on this topic. I would like to also acknowledge the ancestral and traditional lands of the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Crow, and Shoshone indigenous people, along with other native tribes who call the Great Basin and Rocky Mountain region home here at the University of Wyoming in the United States. And as I alluded to previously, I like to give honor to my own ancestry. I just realized and rediscovered that we're Afro-Mesoamerican. And I recognize the importance of honoring those who have stewarded this land for generations and acknowledge the land is rooted in indigenous practices. So I honor the heritage and of indigenous caretakers of this land by humbly seeking knowledge of their histories and committing to respectful stewardship of the land. I like to give honor to people who were people before we the people. So I'd like to start off this talk by acknowledging that climate change affects food security, public health, housing, and the very fabric of our communities. So in my work with Dr. Bernadette Holmes, she's a sociologist from Norfolk State University, a historically Black college and university in Norfolk, Virginia. We explored how African American women in particular, because they're often overlooked in the mainstream environmental narratives, specifically in the United States, how they have been at the forefront of climate resilience and activism, particularly through education, health, policy, and community outreach. So to frame this, conversation of how does climate change and reshape the way we live and grow and care for one another, we looked at the sociology literature. And I put on this slide information from the work of Dietz et al., as well as the work of Dr. Holmes and myself. But in Dietz's work and his colleagues in the annual review of sociology, they often analyze social phenomena through three distinct lenses. They talked about the micro level, which is focusing on the individuals and their interactions, such as personal identity or one-on-one relationships and small group dynamics. They talked about the meso level. The meso level shifts our attention to organizations, institutions, and communities. And this is where we examine how groups function and how networks form and how collective action emerges. And finally, the macro level, which encompasses large-scale societal structures, national policies, global systems, institutional frameworks that shape the broader context in which individuals and groups operate. Now, in our work, we focused our work navigating the climate justice space, and we looked at it at the meso level. We took a meso level analysis because our work highlights the life work of African American women climate champions at historically Black colleges and universities. And these women are not just individuals acting in isolation. They're embedded in the institutions and communities and driving change through either risk reduction and emergency preparedness, curriculum, education, and health policy, outreach, and environmental capacity. Rather than focus solely on the personal narratives at the micro level or national policy debates at the macro level, our work centered on analyzing groups of women working with educational institutions and community networks. And this meso level perspective allows us to understand how collective leadership, institutional engagement, and community-based activism shape the climate justice movement, especially within marginalized communities and populations here, specifically in the United States. So in this way, our work bridges the gap between individual experience and systemic transformation, offering a nuanced layer to understand how African American women at historically Black colleges and universities are reshaping the discourse from within their institutions and community. This meso-level analysis not only highlights their leadership and resilience, but also provides transferable framework that can be applied across the diaspora, empowering other communities to develop strategically, locally grounded approaches such as this gathering we're having today to drive meaningful change in a broader society. So climate change is not just about rising temperatures or melting ice caps. Sometimes we try to boil it down to those things, but it's a more profound societal challenge that is an intersection of social justice, governance, and ethics. And its core climate change amplifies existing vulnerabilities and inequities. Communities already burdened by poverty, systemic racism, and limited access to healthcare are disproportionately affected by climate-related disasters, from floods and heat waves to food insecurity and displacement. So as Nancy Krieger argues that climate change must be addressed in tandem with governance and healthcare policy in particular. She emphasizes that civil engagement, such as voting rights, census participation, and coalition building, is essential to counter the political forces that undermine equitable climate action. Her framing reveals that climate change is not only a biophysical phenomena, but also a deeply political one, shaped by who holds power and whose voices are heard. However, I advocate for inclusive and representative governance, systems that promote fair political participation and accountability, regardless of whether a country operates under a democratic framework. This approach respects the diversity of political systems globally while affirming the universal need for equity, transparency, community voice, and climate decision making. In the United States, for example, environmental justice scholars like Dr. Robert Bullard and Dr. Beverly Wright have long documented how pollution and environmental degradation are concentrated in communities of color, turning these areas into what they call, quote unquote, sacrifice zones. These injustices are not accidental. They argue that they're the result of historical and ongoing policy decisions that prioritize profit over people. Even the criminal justice system in the United States is not immune to climate change. It's beginning to reshape legal frameworks, infrastructure, and defense strategies, particularly in vulnerable communities. This underscores the ethical imperative to view climate change through a lens of equity and care, recognizing that our response must be as intersectional and inclusive as the challenge we face. Climate justice is not confined to national borders. It is a global imperative. The international community is increasingly recognizing that climate change disproportionately affects vulnerable nations, particularly those least responsible for greenhouse gas emissions. In a landmark 2025 advisory opinion, the International Court of Justice ruled that states have a legal obligation to curb emissions and protect the climate, citing both environmental and human rights treaties. This decision was hailed as a victory for climate justice, especially for small island nations like Vanuatu, which initiated the case with support from the youth-led movements. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, has also emphasized that international cooperation is essential to achieving equitable climate mitigation, noting that agreements like the Paris Accord must be strengthened to support emerging economy countries through finances, technology transfer, and capacity building. These developments underscore a key truth. Climate justice demands not only scientific action, but also legal, ethical, and diplomatic accountability across borders. So what I thought I'd do now is to share with you some case studies, because climate change is not a distant abstraction. Is lived, felt, and navigated daily by communities across the globe. In order for us to understand it better, we have to educate our students to understand what's going on. And I like the fact that you're doing this two-day conference, and kudos to the organizers. So I'm going to share with you 4 case studies that reflect how environmental challenges intersect identity, governance, and resilience, and how I, as an educator, have embraced making materials accessible in the teaching of both biology and geosciences, and given an opportunity to make it attractive and supportive to a cadre of students from many backgrounds. So in this slide, I show you my work that I did from a poster to 2021 at the ACUE meeting, and I call this Earth, Wind, and Fire, using the African diaspora to teach and support a diverse, equitable, and inclusive environment to enhance interest in geosciences. So this centers lived experiences as a pedagogical tool to enhance interest in the geosciences, more specifically. So if there's anyone in the audience who's interested in pursuing a degree in geoscience, the University of Wyoming has an amazing program, And you just need to email me or get in touch with Professor Charles. He knows how to do that. And Charles, perhaps we can establish a more formal relationship. Especially, I stayed up last night at 4 o'clock in the morning and I listened to a talk about cow genomics. And I was like, oh my gosh, University of Wyoming, that's what we do. So we have a lot of synergy between our interests in climate, but also our university's interest. So if anyone wants to come here, we have a lot of students, international students, a lot of them from West Africa, but we welcome everyone who wants to pursue, and you would have a contact with me. So, because if we're going to make societal impacts, then education is where it starts. So here's an example of another case that I share with you from that EWF. This was an X-Corps exponential class at Xavier University when I was the dean there. I taught a class called Perspectives in the Environment, and this was for one of my students. And what I was trying to get the students to do is to choose a region of the world that they had not heard about, that they wanted to learn more about, and use the EWF, Earth, Wind, and Fire model to illustrate how historical and cultural narratives can inform environmental understanding and empower the students to connect globally. And to also use this global connection to what they were experiencing in the environment in the United States. We were in this particular class, I was in New Orleans, so we experienced a lot of water quality issues. So the students wrote papers on their respective country. This student in this example chose Mali. She talked about the earth and land degradation by soil erosion and mining, or the use of earth in industry construction issues. She looked at water issues as diverse and complex as the histories, the cultures, the economies, geography of the diaspora itself. And I asked the students to look for interdisciplinary work on understanding current emerging water and water-related issues for their respective country. And we also looked at fire. And recently, I just had the Climate Conversations 2024, and our focus was on the fires. And as you know, here in the Western United States, we've been having a lot of problems with fires here. But the students learned about insights to the long-term interactions of fire and humans, such as the ecology and archaeological, biogeographical. They learned to model and use the fire history and related sciences to explain a better understanding of natural resources use and their influence on long-term ecosystem dynamics to help them assess whether current and future conditions will diverge from previously experienced ecosystem states. So this was the way to widen their horizon. As you notice, the student added extra information. She learned about aquifers, something that was a side benefit for them. And most of these students were not science majors who were doing this. So they were social science majors. And so it allowed them to integrate their knowledge in a way that they had never approached before, and to make the world smaller, to realize that we all have these concerns, and it's not just in New Orleans. And then we come to Uganda, a country facing urgent climate challenges that threatens its ecosystem, economy, and public health. Uganda's response, rooted in climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy, and sustainable development, demonstrates how inclusive and representative government can guide adaptation, even outside of traditional democratic frameworks. Uganda faces significant and growing climate challenges that affects its environment, economy, and society. According to the National Environment Management Authority, and I thought I saw somebody on program from NEMA, the country is highly vulnerable due to its reliance on rain-fed agriculture, natural resources, and limited adaptive capacity. Shifting rainfall patterns, rising temperatures, and extreme weather events such as floods and droughts are disrupting food production, water availability, and public health. These impacts are especially severe in rural communities where livelihoods depend directly on natural ecosystems. The National State of the Environment Report of 2024 highlights that climate change is one of the key drivers of environmental degradation in Uganda, alongside urbanization and economic development. It contributes to deforestation, loss of biodiversity, and land degradation while exacerbating poverty and inequality. The report also notes that climate change is altering ecosystem services and making agriculture planning more difficult due to unpredictable weather patterns. In response, however, Uganda has adapted a range of mitigation and adaptation strategies, including climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy initiatives, and improved water resource management. The government is working towards increasing forest coverage, transitioning to solar and hydropower, and promoting sustainable tourism. These efforts align with Uganda's Vision 2024, the National Development Plan, and the UN's commitment under Sustainable Development Goals. So finally, let's focus on Haiti, which was our climate conversation of 2023. So Haiti is a Caribbean nation located on the island of Hispaniola, approximately 800 miles southeast of the United States. In 2023, I had the students focus on Haiti, a nation currently facing significant political turmoil. So we had a one-day virtual event featured 3 expert panels that delve into multifaceted strategies encompassing agriculture, healthcare, political advocacy, social dynamics, and entrepreneurship. And these discussions were aimed to equip Haiti to navigate the impacts of climate change more effectively. In partnership with the Haiti Development Initiative, we engaged in a dynamic brainstorming session to generate innovative approaches for cultivating a resilient and sustainable economy. Our guiding mantra was the Haitian Creole phrase, changer atmosphere, which reflects a change and a commitment to transforming the environmental landscape by shifting the atmosphere. So as part of this, the highlight of the event was I had my students who were computational biology students from the University of Wyoming work on a project that we entitled Using R Software to Compare Climate Data. So it showcased an innovative pedagogical approach to analyzing climate data using statistical software. So their presentation demonstrated the practical application of computational tools and understanding and addressing climate change, providing valuable insight and methodologies that can be applied to environmental research in Haiti and beyond. So in the graph that I'm showing, the average temperature for Haiti is shown here with this blue line, and we compare that with Wyoming from the years 1980 to 2023. Now, the interesting thing with Haiti, we could not find weather data from Haiti. So what we did was we used the island of Hispaniola, who has a weather station. So we were able to get this data set from the weather station that was placed in Hispaniola, which is the DR, which is the other part of the island. So what it shows you, we compared that to Yellowstone in Wyoming. And we asked the question, what was the average daily temperature comparisons between the two? So you notice that it's a natural fluctuation in the weather, in the temperature. Notice that this goes from 25 to 35 when we're talking about Haiti, okay, with the mean being in this light blue line. And for Wyoming, it goes from minus 40 to 20 with the average around 0. The thing to note is that when we statistically analyzed the average temperature for Haiti, red circles indicated years where the average temperature was 1 standard deviation above the average. So red circles, as you can see, they were down in the 1980 up into 2010. We didn't have any red circles. So we didn't have any temperatures that were on average 1 standard deviation above the average temperature. Okay. Now, if you contrast that with Wyoming, we don't see any red circles indicating that we didn't have any average temperatures above 1 standard deviation above the average temperature. However, the blue circles marks the coldest days. So it used to be early on in between 1980 and 2000, we had a lot of blue days where we had a lot colder. So this was colder. In Haiti, this was also, we saw a trend, a few days that were much colder than average, 1 standard deviation from the average. So even though we don't have a lot of red circles here, we concluded that in Wyoming, over time, we are actually getting warmer, which was kind of surprising to the students. So together, these cases underscore the importance of centering lived experience, culture, context, and inclusive governance and climate action. They remind us that effective solutions must be locally grounded, socially just, and globally informed. So, legal and ethical dimensions, international human rights laws is increasingly being used to address climate change impacts, especially those affecting vulnerable communities. Scholars argue for a shift from territorial jurisdiction to a common concern of humankind approach, enabling global cooperation and burden sharing. Climate change affects the rights such as life, health, housing, and food, making it a human rights issue under international law. In order to effectively use legal systems to fight for environmental justice, we must first build our legal knowledge. That means creating opportunities for our communities to be educated in law, not just our domestic law, but international frameworks that shape environmental governance. Participation in cooperative agreements like the Paris Accord is important, but even more critical is understanding the legal tools available to address our environmental concerns. So, for example, PM 2.5 and airborne dust are major health threats, especially in regions affected by transboundary pollution. So how do we hold accountable the countries generating these pollutants when the trade winds carry them across borders? This raises urgent questions about our ethical and legal responsibility, not just to our own populations, but to the global community. So one way we can do this to equip ourselves for legal understanding and arguments, we can look to our institutions who can provide us the foundation. So here in the United States, we have 6 historically Black college and university law schools that represent powerful spaces where students can engage with legal education that is rooted in justice, equity, and community engagement. They also offer opportunities to explore international legal frameworks such as environmental law, human rights law, and climate justice. They are essential for addressing global challenges. But this conversation doesn't just stop at the US borders. Across the African continent, law schools are also preparing the next generation of legal scholars and advocates to tackle environmental issues from a regional and a global perspective. And we can take a look at this list from South Africa to Uganda. So we do have what's necessary to equip the next generation to understand how to use the law to apply it effectively to help the most vulnerable. So one of the most powerful ways to address climate and environmental challenges is through our interdisciplinary lens, bringing together scientific data and community narratives. In our work with Dr. Holmes, as I reminded you, she's a sociologist and I'm a biochemist. We collaborated on a Department of Homeland Security grant to bridge these two worlds by combining rigorous scientific analysis with lived experience and social context. We were able to develop more relevant, inclusive, and actionable insights. This approach matters because it enhances policy relevance, strengthens public engagement, and fosters a holistic understanding of environmental issues. When science is paired with the voices of those most effective, it becomes not just informative, but transformative. So climate change is not just an environmental issue, it's a societal challenge deeply rooted in questions of justice, governance, and ethics. Marginalized communities bear the brunt of its impact, making equity and inclusion essential to any meaningful response. Addressing this crisis requires more than science alone. It demands interdisciplinary collaboration, community engagement, and policy innovation. We must bring together diverse voices from biochemists to sociologists, from local leaders to global institutions, to co-create solutions that are both effective and just. The time for action is now. Let us now move forward with urgency and compassion, a commitment to advocacy, education, and equitable climate solutions that uplift all communities, especially those most affected. As we look to the future, it is essential that we invest in educating the next generation, not only in the science of climate change, but also in the legal, ethical, and social dimensions that shapes its impact. Courses, workshops, and convenings like this one, leveraging science, technology, and innovation for social economic development, are critical spaces for dialogue, learning, and collaboration. They empower students, scholars, and communities to engage with the big question and co-create solutions that are just, inclusive, and sustainable. Here's a list of the references that I made, that I used. And I'd like to thank you to the organizers for the 15th edition of the Science, Technology, and Innovation Conference. I have a disclaimer. This research findings and the presentation in this talk are solely my work and do not necessarily reflect the position of the University of Wyoming or the United States government. This presentation is made under the principles of academic freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Camelia, for that most exciting talk. So before I give a chance to people in the audience to ask a few questions, I would like to add that I had to cut short the introduction. So briefly let the colleagues here know that the following are your accolades, which include a study award at Oxford University, a Gordon Research Conference Travel Award, the Intelligence Community, Faculty Scholar Award, and multiple recognitions from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. In 2013, she was inducted into the History Makers as a science maker, and her biography is archived in the National Library of Congress. She was featured on the Oprah Winfrey Show in 1999 and named one of the top 10 Black biologists of the past 30 years by Academic Influence in 2022. So that is our keynote speaker on climate change. So we shall allow for about 3 questions, but as I mentioned, we have all her details, the biography and what she has done, and all these will be published in the book of abstracts, and you can read more, and you can even contact her, as she has mentioned to you. So can we have the first question? If there is no question, then we shall be moving to another speaker. I have climate experts here. Yeah, it appears your explanation was very well understood. So we do thank you very much, Camelia, for accepting to join this conference. And as you know, whenever you invite us to join your climate change conversation, we are always able to join. Thank you so much, Professor Camelia.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So the next speaker is from Buko. I have been in touch with him. You should be joining in
Check
anytime.
1 2. Check 1 2.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me? I'm already online.
Oh, yes, we can hear you. So now I can introduce you.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you clearly. And then please, I can allow me to share my screen also to them.
Please share your screen, and before you start, I will introduce you, Andreas.
Yeah, no, the host should allow me, should give me the rights to share the screen. Until now, I don't have it.
ICT, any problem? They're working on it, yeah, Andrea.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
Okay. Try to share, Andreas.
Yes, I will try. Yes, it's possible. It's possible to share, and then I see this one. This one should be the right one. Could you see it?
It is coming.
It is coming.
Yes, you can see it now. Yeah, so now I can take this opportunity to introduce you to the participants. Professor Andreas Melcher is from Boco University in Austria. We have had the opportunity to collaborate in a research on the Lake Victoria Basin with my colleague, Dr. Sanyu Grace. Andreas, we are with Sanyu Grace here attending, and Nandu is going to listen to you. I know you have done a lot of work with her.
As far as I know, she will attend online, or she's attending.
No,
online.
she's here physically.
Warm
Grace,
greetings to Grace. Yes.
Yeah, is she here physically? So we have done work on the Lake Victoria with Professor Andreas, and we have had several exchanges when they have conferences at his university, invites us. He's a very distinguished scholar, and is going to talk about integrative food system management for a sustainable social ecological transition in Africa. He has been doing a lot of research in Burkina Faso, here in Africa, so we are privileged to have him give us a talk. And again, as I mentioned, he has a very long biography, which we shall publish in our book of abstracts. And if you want to get in touch with him, you are most welcome. So over to you, Andreas.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning. It's really a pleasure to give you some insights from our work and to my feeling, what is important for me for this international cooperation and collaboration, working together and partnership. I want to talk about integrative food system, but also about ecosystem management. And I think my presentation is a good additional input after the presentation we heard before about climate change and international cooperations from our colleague, Professor Okpodo from Wyoming. And even here in Europe, I've seen the same things with these temperature changes and even unfortunately, what we have seen is that some data, especially on climate change impact in Africa, is missing on a lower scale level. My co-authors are my colleague here in the Institute, Andreas Bauer, but also I want to mention Raymond Ouedraogo from Burkina Faso, and of course Grace from Kiambogo University. I will give some examples. I'm a director of the Cluster for Development Research at Boku University. It's the former agricultural university. It's the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences in Austria. And here I have some facts and figures about our university. If you are interested in some cooperations, we have about 11,000 students. We have 7 bachelor and 35 master programs and 13 doctoral programs. Annually, we have about 1,200 graduates from our university. But what is interesting to see is that the number of international students is very much increasing. We have now nearly 30% of all our students which are international, and we have quite a high and huge number of students from Africa. In total, we have also 3,000 employees, whereas we have 2,000 of them are scientific staff and 1,000 are in the administration. What is unique in Austria and maybe also unique in Europe is that we have what we call a platform, the Cluster of Development Research. And this cluster of development research is this cluster of development research is an interdisciplinary partnership at our university where 40 scientists meet 4 times a year to exchange on our work in Africa, but also in Asia and in Latin America. Yes, but as mentioned before, the most successful cooperations we have here starts very often with students. And I will start here this red line, the story with Raymond Ouedraogo. He came about 20 years ago to our university as one of my doctoral students. And he had the idea to discuss about fish migration and fish paths. And then I said to him, Raymond, is this the real problem you have in the country? Isn't it about food security? Isn't it about food sovereignty also? And he said, yes. And I say, okay, we should design your PhD not only looking on fish migration, but also to the impact of fisheries to the society, to the farmers. And yeah, so it started with Raymond. We had a series of cooperation over 20 years, and this is also something I want really to emphasize. And what I also emphasize to the donors here in Austria and to the NGOs, that we need projects on a long-term perspective. So not only projects for 2 years, we need really these long-term cooperations to see an impact on society and cooperation. And I also want to emphasize what I like very much is this teamwork, this co-working and co-educating between students from Austria and students in Burkina, students in Uganda, in Kiambogo, and students here in Austria. Andreas Bauer, I want to mention, he was nearly half a year working at the lab of Grace and Charles in Kiambogo University and working in the field there. A helpful tool to understand this complexity of university challenges in research, in education, and also what we call the third mission, to bring the results from science into the public, could be a little bit streamlined with the concept of adaptive management. Adaptive management means that this is a circular process, starting first in the first step to understand the problems, to understand what we want to work on, what we can work on. Then in the step 2, we have to define priorities. In step 3 is to setting some goals, then to integrate and to implement the results. Finally, there is always evaluation and reporting, a validation necessary, and then again adapt to the problem and start the process again. As I said before, this needs long time experiences. So first, I will give some examples here of projects, and one is AgriAqua and this Susfish project. It's a partnership in 2 projects where we started to integrate agriculture and aquaculture systems for food security and poverty reduction in Eastern and Western Africa. It was also a cooperation with the university in Egerton, with the Laikipia University in Kenya, with the Gulu University in Uganda, but also then with your university in Kiambogo. The Ethiopians have been involved also in that project, and also other colleagues from Burkina Faso, from the university in Ouagadougou, key survey. And you see what we have done is field work, field cooperations, collecting data, doing analysis, and a lot of discussions, and what has to be done and what has to been understood wrong. And this is the project Charles mentioned in the beginning, it's the strengthening community-based river research held on climate change mitigation in Eastern Africa. It was in the Mandjara catchment in the center of Uganda. And there have been a lot of challenges on this river ecosystems management, especially on the ecosystem, the river ecosystem and the river basin management. And I will give then some examples on this impact and the findings we have done and why this is so important for agriculture and food security. In the first step to understand the problem is we have to go back to some conceptual frameworks, to the literature, to the evidence, what is available. And I have here a huge graph on the conceptual framework of food systems activities and the natural resources, the ecosystem management in here. So when we talk about food systems, on the right side, you see this graph here. It's also a circular thing. Food systems is very often, especially here in our country, and I have in other talks in Europe, a little bit misunderstood. Food systems, people think on agricultural production only, but it's not only the agricultural production, it's the process of the product, it's the distribution of the product, the consumption as well, and finally the waste management. And so you see this also here in the center of this graph. It has to do with the production, the input from industry, the farmers, the fishermen, the food industry, but also subsistence farming, the consumers, and the waste management. And all of this is based on, let's say, some socio-economic drivers, but also on the impact of the environment and the natural resourcing. So this is very closely linked together, and we need this understanding. I have also here this analogy why waters are so important. And here is this analogy of a human person. And a human person only will work when a lot of parameters are in a good shape. And the same is if the rivers are in a good shape, then also the ecosystem around and their total catchment is in a good shape. You see here a river in Africa with a very bad water quality. Unfortunately, it's below a brewery, but there is no fish inside. And this is my message then to the local farmers and to the people. Say, be careful. If you don't have any fish, if you don't have any animals in your waters, please don't drink it. Don't use it for irrigation and don't use it for construction and so on. Also a background from the scientific perspective in agricultural sciences and water management, it's always very important to understand the socio-demographic and also the cultural background of the country, of the study area itself. Here is just an example from Burkina Faso, but this will work in every other African country. What we have faced here is a really population growth. You see here in Burkina Faso from the 1960s up to today, up to 20 million people. So this is a huge impact on the food sovereignty, on the food systems and the food production, and even the consumption and the waste management. And what in Burkina Faso, what the people have done, they build a lot of reservoirs. So we looked at what water is available and where is it available. In the last decades, as shown before, since the 1980s, we have this uncertainty because of increasing extreme weather events based on climate change. We face extreme droughts on the one hand, but also extreme flood, which are accompanied with erosion and a lot of loss of habitat in here. And this is the situation we face very often in African countries. You know this graph, we have the agriculture along the riverside. The community along the riverside, you use the riverside for irrigation methods, for patterns, and also for the production, especially for vegetables in here, but also grain and tree fruits and others. You see here the dam. Here is the water impoundment. So when the water goes back, the agriculture is following the situation. And in here, some example from Burkina Faso. Farmers in the rainy season, they go farming. In the dry season, when the water goes back, they go fishing. And you see here this picture, I like it very much. It's a farmhouse in Burkina. You have the firewood, of course, you have the hay here in the barn. You see the donkey and the cow in here, so it's like in a little bit in the Bible. But you see also the canoe and the motorbike for transportation, and the canoe for transportation on water and for fishing. And why fish are so important, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, is you know it from Uganda also very well. It's the same. They are a very important source of protein. I will not go into detail in here. It's very important for subsistence farming, especially in the dry season when they don't have the proteins available. And you see here some pictures on the right side where they smoke the fish and export even the smoked fish to the northern countries, to Mali or Tunisia. And the smoked fish can then put into rice and couscous and other sauces and something like that. Yeah, and when we formulate projects, I like it very much to have different types of partners. On the one hand, the universities here in the north, then we have NGOs in here like the IUCN, International Union Conservation of Nature, and also universities and ministries, especially in African countries. The ministries are very important to have them as partners from the beginning in scientific projects, to steer and to bring in and discuss policy recommendations from the beginning. So what is needed in governance and what can be the help and the conclusions from science to support these policy decisions and policy making. So when we look at ecosystems and farmers, we also look, it's very important to look at the society, to look at food security, but also to look at the governance, the traditional one as well, but also the Republican. Gets a little bit complex, but we need to have to assess this. And then when we take the priority and see, okay, what are the land use? What is the land use in our study area? What are the anthropogenic pressures? And what is the problems in aquatic management, water management? You see, one here is water abstraction. Sometimes could be very difficult if there's not enough water, but a lot to irrigate. You see it here, this irrigation of sugarcane in industrial agriculture. This is maybe missing water, missing drinking water to other people. And you see, this is not a very good solution to spray the water during the hot period, during midday, because we have a lot of evaporation. But we also should think about the fishing, let's say the problems in fishing, the problems especially on overfishing, and also the animals, the cattle management in different countries. Especially in Ethiopia, we see a lot of problems because of a high density of cattle and livestock, and with the consequences of overgrazing and loss of habitat. And what we saw here, that even in Burkina Faso and in different sampling sites, we have a different impact of these pressures on the waters. Here it's a kind of a reference site where we have nearly no pressures, but others which are close to the cities, we have very high pressures. And this was meant to be proven. And how to prove this? We tried and started to assess the water quality, as I said before. If there is a fish, then it's good or not. And we started with fishing. We set a modern fishing method with electric fishing. So we do a standardized sampling with electric fishing, so the fish lose their consciousness and you can catch them easily. But we used also the traditional cast net fishing with the local fishermen. They have been integrated into our scientific project to sample in the standardized way with the number of throws with their cast net. And finally, we get really clear results. The higher the pressures here, the left side graph, the higher the pressures are, the less number of species we have in the sampling site. The same with the biomass. When we have a lot of pressures, then also the fish stock goes very rapidly down. So this is let's say this is the technical part. And then in the integration part, we did a lot of interviews, a lot of discussion with the people in semi-structured interviews and others. You see here our students interviewing one of the traditional chiefs. Here is our Raymond interviewing the fishermen on the ground. Here we have the discussion with stakeholders, with ministers and traditional kings. And in this discussion, we faced something which was really interesting. We asked the people, what do you think, has the highest impact on the decline of the fish resources in the waters, and the impact, is there an impact also from agriculture? And they say, yes, we have a high impact on a fish decline because of water abstraction, but also climate change. So this came in the last 10 years, that climate change is considered by the African colleagues, by the local fishermen, by the stakeholders as a very high impact, and even regulations with overfishing and human settlements. Yeah, and what we did then, try to conceptualize this in an analytical framework to shape our research results. They are published by one of my PhD students in 2020. We make a driver pressure state impact response model, a conceptual model to explain what are the drivers and what could be the response, what could be for example, promoting the agriculture, improving of the infrastructure, restoration, the monitoring, but also very important, education and training. Here is a similar evidence-based conceptual cause-effect model from Uganda. You see also here the drivers for, let's say, problems in food security is here the urban development, the forestry, the industry, but also the agriculture itself. It has an impact on nutrient pollution, organic pollution, as you see here. This is evidence from literature, but also evidence from workshops and discussion. And this has a clear impact then on riparian vegetation, on the soil, erosion, what we have, loss of habitat, nutrients, and eutrophication in many waters where you cannot use them. So this is what we tried, and also to integrate and to synthesize all this data, the field data from the field sampling, the interviews, the workshops. We have something what we call a social simulation or political simulation, where we discuss in groups with different stakeholders. First, what was in the past, what is the current situation, and which river do you want in the future? And we did this also in Uganda very successfully. We did this in Kenya. We did this also in Burkina Faso. And finally, we end with an action plan. And this is a concept for fisheries management, but it's very, very complex. I want to not go into detail, but this should help then to understand the problems. And in addition to this discussion, we do then also some validation, some case studies, like we did in the River Mayanja catchment in Uganda, where we sampled 114 different sampling sites. And even here we saw the impact, the very clear impact of car washing, the industry and the agriculture as main drivers identified before by the stakeholder discussion and the workshops. And we measured the microsiemens, so the water conductivity. And you see the water conductivity, the higher the impact is, the higher the human pressure is, the higher also this conductivity is in the water as a physical parameter of water. Why agriculture? I said before, we very often have a very overpollution and a high level of nutrients which are used, and they are directly washed into the waters. Finally, take action. Take action is very important to bring these transdisciplinary things together. This is just an example, like in the beginning. Everything starts to understand the governance. Is the countryside or is the study area more under Republican, let's say, governmental governance, or is there also an additional impact from the traditional governance from the traditional chiefs and from the traditional priests and the traditional community. And this has clearly impacts on the water management, the land management, and also the fisheries management, which finally should end in a food security which support and also the health security of peoples. And to support these complex things, we develop then or try to develop what we call fact sheets. This is an example from Uganda, where we summarize with pictures the different impacts on different sites. This should be a supporting tool to understand the pressures on different sites and say, okay, here, people, politicians, let's have a look. Here's something going wrong. We have scientific evidence for that. Here is action needed. And finally, we need here some examples is sustainable fish farming, for example, not to make too big fish farms to make this sustainable, but also afforestation, stone walls to protect agricultural land from erosion, and then partnership, education, and training, very much important. And also biological data could be, looking at the biodiversity, could be under in this red list of species, and some areas could be under protection in protected areas. And finally, here one example is here with Raymond Ouedraogo talking to the president of Burkina Faso and explaining to him why this lake in the center of Burkina Faso needs restoration, as I explained before, from our results. And here's the example of fish, but also vegetables, to explain to the Prime Minister, say, yes, we need action here. We have to protect our environment. When we protect the environment, we also protect our food, and we increase the food production and the healthy things of peoples. And here again, also very important is the publication. So we wrote popular books about this, 120 pages. This is one example of sustainable fisheries and water management transformation pathways for Burkina Faso. In here, it's written in English, but also in French, so that we also can use this in Burkina Faso at schools. But we also have podcasts in the traditional language of Burkina Faso in More, where our scientific partners from Africa explain in the traditional languages the importance of water, the water management, and the importance of safety, food safety in general. Yeah, and here coming to the end with my nearly last slide, I'm very proud to have this teamwork, as mentioned in the beginning. And what we have signed is, we don't have a lot of money. We cannot construct huge infrastructure. And but what we can do is that we can spread knowledge, and that we can share our knowledge with the young generation, with the students, and also mentoring them to achieve a career. And here are some examples. Some of my students are professors now, even some are deans of universities. And this is what I like to support, and that I really like and emphasize you in this cooperation between, let's say, black and white students, a mix of them. We have your students from Germany, but also from France is one here, and then the African students. Together with me and Raymond, now we are the senior scientists, but this is now my job, really, to mentor these young people and to help them to make a proper scientific career with a broad and wide trans and interdisciplinary understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andreas, for that very relevant presentation to the Ugandan situation. And I'm also happy to report that we have a product of Buko, who got his PhD recently from Buko.
Yeah.
He presented yesterday on genomics. You attended?
No, I was
Great.
not there, but I know I was one of the co-authors also. Yeah, it was Gerald. Yeah.
Okay, and we are very happy to note that the connection between Boko and Uganda is very excellent, and almost everyone you talked was heard. And to me, that is a very big plus. So, as I mentioned, we have had research with Andreas on issues for Uganda, and you realize that his presentation is very relevant to our situation. So it is now time that those of you who have questions to ask, you do ask them quickly, because we still have another 3 online presenters. So please move around for anybody who has a question.
Thank you, the presenters and thank you once again, the presenters and the organizers of the workshop. I'm Abesime James, the acting president of the Association of Plant Directors of Uganda, and most importantly, I'm doing Master of Science in Climate Change and Food Security, Uganda Master. So, the professor has presented. Indeed, like I said, the presentation was very important and spot on. He has mentioned somewhere which was very key to me, that if there is no fish, don't drink that water, don't irrigate, and indeed don't construct house using the water. That are very sufficient. For understanding of those of us who are attending. And most importantly, my question to him is, does his university offer programs for those who are doing climate change? Because like I've said, I'm doing Masters of Science, but I would pursue a PhD in climate. His university has those Masters PhD programs for climate change. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't get everything very clearly, but I well noted this. This is because, you know, in the rural area we have a very high analphabetic rate, so people will not really read a lot, and but the message should be clear. And this is a kind of easy explanation. Say, okay, be careful if there is no fish. I hope that people understand this. Even here in Europe, people understand this, that there is something wrong as an indicator for water quality. And about the climate change master programs, I have not talked about the Africa UniNet. We have this exchange possibility in scientific partnerships. Yes, we have a new master in our university. I'm also teaching in this master. It's climate change and societal transformation. We started last year with this master program, and we expected 25 students, but now we have nearly 100. So there's really a huge interest on the young generation on these climate change aspects also here. And I really engage your universities, the African universities, also to rethink the curricula or install new master programs. We also will have a new bachelor program in English, which will be future food farming. Future food farming. This goes really a little bit back away from the technical agricultural studies, which goes really on this society transformation. And the PhD is also individual. The PhD is also individual. It depends on the topic, and it very much depends on the supervisor of a PhD. Unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have a lot of scholars, but there are some exchanges possible with Erasmus, at least for one semester, to join and to come to our university. I'm working with the Ministry of Science here very directly to create new possibilities for PhD and also for master scholarships in hopefully coming next year. But during Erasmus Plus exchange, there is something possible. I have now a student from Burkina Faso. I will have another one also in summer term here and host him here at the university. I had one last year and the year before, I had two actually from Nigeria. So we also tried for Uganda, but if we have application, directly contact me and I will try to get something. Thank you.
So any other question?
There is one online, I guess.
Yeah, it's me here,
The
Justus
mic.
Massa.
Who is moving the mic?
Okay, Andreas, thanks very much for the nice presentation. I like your conceptual framework of cause effect, and you've made a very detailed analysis of the key drivers of water pollution and the impact on fish. Now, looking at some of the drivers, for example, you alluded to population growth and the many consequences that it may have. Do you see hope that there are interventions that can work in the short term to address some of these aggravating effects on water health and therefore fish? Could you maybe pinpoint a few of these from your broad experience that you have learned over these so many years?
Yeah, thank you for this question. This is not so easy to answer, but all these solutions, I gave two examples. They're mostly tailor-made. There is a general concept. There is a general knowledge from the evidence, from the literature. There is even literature. What we have seen, we have a database on that in Africa available. What we did with the colleagues in Uganda with Grace. This is true. Population growth is something which is not very often discussed. We discuss about the industry and about, I don't know, climate change a lot nowadays and sustainability, but not about the population growth and even not about refugees. You know, northern Burkina Faso has nearly 1 million refugees. You know how many refugees are in the northern part of Kenya and in this huge refugee camps, and even they are spread. So these are really these multiple crises that we face. So I suggest to make it catchment on a catchment level to understand. If we do it on a catchment level, they are differently. The catchment level, see, what is the population? What is the population density? What is the need of the population and the society and the communities? And to discuss directly with the communities could be different, very much different from one catchment to the other. Catchments were closer to the urban areas. They have a higher density, and of course there's huge problems. We have seen in this high density concentrations, especially in Nairobi, in these huge camps, that we have not the problem of not having enough food, but of food malnutrition. So people have no variety in food. So they mainly feed on maize or ugali, and they have no vegetables, no vitamins, and which finally we have seen in another master thesis and cooperation that this will end then in diabetes and blood vascular impacts, medical impacts. So because of malnutrition is a very, very, very strong thing. So I recommend to do this on catchment or sub-catchment level, to do this assessment, say, yes, here, what is possible here, and what is the quality of food, but also the diversity of food is very important. Therefore, I brought in the very beginning, I was not going into detail, this circular of food systems, understanding with the production, the quality, the production, the processing, but then also the consumption. And the consumption means then also diversity of food and not malnutrition and which cause then heavy impacts. Yeah. I hope to answer this question to you a little bit.
Yes, I think you very well, very nicely. It's a complex problem, like you mentioned, because I think this goes directed to overfishing and the impacts, and also the industry growth and agricultural intensification, all these problems. And so it's
of course, overfishing is one problem. I've seen this in the lake Tana in Ethiopia. There's this huge lake. It's one of the origins of the Nile. You know, they constructed the big dam downstream of the lake. And in Lake Tana, it's a very huge lake, and they have endemic fish species and a very huge decline. So the spawning grounds, so the fish migrate into the rivers for spawning. The spawning grounds are okay. And then they say, yes, we don't have fish on the riverside for 2 kilometers because of overfishing. They have 2,500 fishermen. Okay, but they cannot really do the overfishing because they go with these boats, with the papyrus, with these reed boats. So they cannot do, because they only can carry 20 kilogram of fish maximum. Otherwise, they will sink. But as they started with industrial boats, then it started with the overfishing, and even in the agricultural land, they completely destroyed all the wetlands, which are so important for the reproduction of the small fish. So this is a missing gap, and we saw this with these conceptual models. Say, the spawning grounds are fine, even the habitat for the adult fish is fine, but for the juvenile fish, for the small one, the fingerlings, it's missing, and also the birds are missing there. So it's also integrating with the ornithology, what we have found, because they have no fish to eat then, so they also missed a lot of. And then due to climate change and overnutrition, they have, with this invasive species, with the water hyacinth, now huge problems in this lake. They are growing very rapidly and very fast, and they don't know how to stop this. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
big problem.
Okay. Somebody had a question? So go ahead and ask your question, please.
Thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity. Protocol observed. I'm Henry Olweni by names.
Just go straight to your question. We have limited time, please.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much, the presenter, for the wonderful presentation, which has been actually fantastic. Now, my question basically goes to our dear presenter, which happened to be in line with his findings or their findings. You talked of establishing protected area as one of the mitigation measures as per handling water pollution. But now I'm looking at it at also this angle of now harvesting fish, which can cater for the population. Because now I can be open and I mention this, that apparently now for us in our country, Uganda, yes, there are issues concerning harvesting fish, that the fish that we are catching happen not to be worthy of the population, implying that there is need. Now, my humble question to you is that, what are some of the innovative interventions which can be done on site to handle the issue of mainly water pollution in a way that we can ensure, or we can make sure that we happen to harvest or produce fish which can cater for the entire population? As per your presentation, you actually gave us some of the significance or importance of fish, which happen to be more than fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very important question. I only slightly touched it in the beginning, and there is something what we know in a fish ecology. It's called carrying capacity. So a lake or a river can only have a specific amount of fish, and this amount will definitely not feed the growing population. There will be never enough fish, in wild fish in the nature, to feed the growing population and the demand for population. So therefore, we need innovative fish farming systems. Fish farming systems like this integration, this water cycle, using the water for the fish, but also using the water for tomato irrigation and some others. There are very good examples on that worldwide, and this is something what I recommend. But it's not only to say by law or something like this. There are these concepts of aquaponics, or how you call it, or integrated fish farming, small scale fish farming by the farmers itself. We can train the farmers, and this is the point. We need some extension services. We need people to be trained and to train the farmers that they can run this fishing. There's not in every area in Africa, even not in every area in Uganda, there is enough knowledge, practical knowledge, how to implement these fish farms. And what we recommend is something what we call living labs. So some fish farms as state of the art, where farmers can go and see how this works and say, this might be an idea, additional economic income on one hand, but also for subsistence. So, but this needs extension services and training on the ground, which cannot be done directly by the universities, but the university can train the extension services, can be invited for talks. So this is needed. Law and governance is not enough. We need these extension services. We saw it in many other countries. In a long-term discussion, we're asking, why is this alternative fish farming, this sustainable fish farming, the subsistence fish farming not working? It was not working because there was no one who could explain the farmers which fish species, how much water, how to run this, how to feed the fish, and so on and so on. So we need this extension service, this practical education on the ground. What we can provide this university is a kind of living lab, these farms of state of the art to explain new methods and practices.
Okay, thank you, Andreas. This is the only time we have for the questions. And I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation to attend our conference.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wish you a very successful conference today. Unfortunately, I couldn't come. I would love to come the next time.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello.
So we now have two more online presenters. I would have loved us to go straight for today. We have both break tea and lunch. But we have to have two online presenters before we can go for our break. Sorry for that slight inconvenience. The presenter is from Kenya and he has another meeting to attend. So if we don't allow him now, it will not be possible to have him. Thank you for your understanding. So Zachary, share your...
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good morning. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
You're speaking, you're hearing Julius Echodu, and thank you very much for the presentation. I'm glad.
We are expecting Professor Zachary Gateng to be presenting.
Okay.
Yeah. Professor Gateng, are you online? If he's not, then we can have maybe the next presenter. Yeah, I think I am advised by my colleague that we can have working tea so that we don't lose much time. I think that's acceptable to all of you as we wait for Professor Gateng. And I'm happy to report that our keynote speakers are here. We have Dr. Brian.
Hello.
And Professor Thomas.
Hello.
Yes, is that Zachary?
Yes, you can hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead and share your...
Yeah, I'm trying to share. If I'm not able to make it, then I shared it on the wall of this conference. You can also check the presentation there.
But they have allowed you to share, Prof.
Yes, let me see. If, okay, share. Are you able to see now?
Yes, you can see your screen.
Okay, great. So what you the topic you gave me was on the green economy.
Could you kindly put it in presentation mode, Prof?
Okay. Shape. Oh shit. Can you do it from there, please?
Okay, let us try and see whether we can
Yeah,
do from.
please. I'm trying to get the
Let him
the
pray.
pattern for that. I'm not able to.
Let him-
If you can do it from there, I will really appreciate.
Put it in presentation mode. Yeah.
That's where I'm trying to get the right key, but I can't
Share
get
the
it.
slide online.
Okay, let me see. Let me see.
Share
Yes,
Let's just hold on
slide
for the
show.
key break. We're still setting. Thank you.
Beginning. Is that okay now?
Yeah, fine. But
It's
just-
okay?
It's okay now, Prof.
Okay, so we really want to look at the issue of development, which every economy aspires to do, and what it results in. We already saw the first speaker ably explain the consequences of climate change, and therefore I really want to show how these issues can be mitigated against by taking a step further in trying to generate green energy or to utilize green energy in order to mitigate against the current issues we are grappling. So with the development, we are looking at the aspect of economic, environmental, and social progress. But then, unless we make use of our resources responsibly, then climate change becomes a reality. You know, every economy now depends on fossil sources of energy. And this has actually emitted a lot of greenhouse gases. These greenhouse gases are responsible for ozone depletion and at the same time increase in temperature. So let's see how this really has come about. The greenhouse gases we have in mind is CO2. You know, this is the most abundantly produced gas because every activity that utilizes fossil fuels emits carbon dioxide. Then we have methane, we have NOx, we have water vapor. All these contribute towards what we refer to as greenhouse gases. In order to mitigate this, what we are now looking to is to utilize the renewable energy sources, which you all know are wind, hydro, geothermal. Sorry, I have to remove these. Yes, all these are the new renewable energy sources that we can use in order to replace the fossil fuels, which you know currently are the source of our problem, which we are grappling with. Now then, the so-called green economy will normally lead to reduced carbon emissions. And then in green economy, we must also look at the efficient use of resources, which will lead to social inclusion, and this will indeed lead to enhanced natural capital resources. Now, what is it that we need to do? The strategy has been, and I think this is what every economy is aspiring to embrace, the use of renewable sources to generate hydrogen. Hydrogen has been touted as a fuel that can be used without without causing climate change. Because what will really happen is simply when you burn hydrogen, which of course you can make hydrogen batteries, you can also use hydrogen as a fuel. We are also going to use, for production of green fertilizer, we can begin with hydrogen. So these are the issues that we really need to embrace in order for us to abate the so-called greenhouse gases. So how do we go about this? We utilize renewable energy as a source of energy to electrolyze water, to convert it into oxygen and hydrogen. Oxygen can be used in the hospitals. You know, oxygen is used in the hospitals. Then hydrogen can be used both as a fuel and a battery in automobiles. It can be a source of energy for industrial production. Now, when we get the hydrogen, we can use it as a raw material for the production of green nitrogenous fertilizers. We are going to see briefly how this is done. And then this way, we can actually completely eliminate any emissions associated with fossil fuels. But the issue is also political, in that those who are the main suppliers of fossil fuels, what happens to them? How do you compensate them? I think that is what the green economy will need to look at. Now, we undertook a study in 2023 where the idea was to map the entire Africa, but I was basically involved with the East African region to see how possible it is to generate green hydrogen. Green hydrogen meaning we are harnessing renewable energy sources, which, as you all know, especially in Africa, renewable resources are quite plenty, and these are the ones we need to harness to generate green hydrogen. Now, what are the factors or the parameters we were looking at when we wanted to see how possible it is for any given country to generate green hydrogen? We had to look at the socio-economic impact assessment. We had also to look at land, availability of land and its eligibility, water resources, and of course, transport infrastructure, in order for us to produce hydrogen which will be affordable. So, in line with this, the Kenyan government actually developed a strategy in 2023 with their ambition to install 100 megawatt electrolyzer. The purpose of the electrolyzer is to generate hydrogen, green hydrogen from water. And it is green because the energy will come from a renewable source, right? Geothermal. Kenya is very well endowed with a lot of geothermal energy in Olkaria. And then Kenya, with its strategy, is also to upscale the 100 megawatt electrolyzers to 200 megawatt electrolyzers by 2032. The focus here is for production of fertilizer, which is a green fertilizer, and for export. So we all know Sub-Saharan Africa is a promising region for green hydrogen production due to the enormous renewable energy sources. Now, the other raw material we require is water. And the focus is basically groundwater, which is considered to be the primary source. Now, with regions, of course, there are regions which do not have sustainable groundwater. The option for them is to do desalination. Of course, this will mean a more expensive process, but then it's a better alternative than still sticking with fossil fuels. So for land eligibility assessment, we had to look at the open field photovoltaics and onshore wind turbines. These are the ones which we will harness as our sources of renewable energy. So in terms of land, then that's what we refer to as local preferences when it comes to land eligibility. So we will really have to look at these two aspects, whether you are dealing with the groundwater or desalination of seawater. Of course, the cost of production of green hydrogen from desalinated water will be higher than that from groundwater, because you will have to require extra energy to pump your water, as well as move it to a longer distance where you will be considering the production of green hydrogen. So actually, green hydrogen now, strategies are on the rise in the African continent. For example, in West African states, ECOWAS has launched her regional green hydrogen policy and a strategy framework in which green hydrogen will play a role in aiding transition to green economy as a mitigating climate change. In Southern Africa, South Africa has been in the forefront of green hydrogen development through Hydrogen South Africa. As I've said earlier, Kenya has already launched her green hydrogen strategy, which happened in 2023, with that ambition to install 100 megawatts, which of course will rise to 250 megawatts 2032. And for your information, through this study, we already see some investors have shown interest, especially to invest in Olkaria, where geothermal energy is. The investors are looking at establishing plants to generate green hydrogen. And then from green hydrogen, as I said, can be used locally as well as for export. So generally we can say Sub-Saharan Africa is a very promising region for green hydrogen. So this can create a market for itself to those countries which are not endowed with enough renewable energy sources. But then, with all this, we still have limitations, especially in terms of electrolysis. And therefore, this really has to be considered, especially the sustainable water supply. This is the major variable that can be a constraint. For example, when you want to produce 1 kilogram of green hydrogen, then you require, for example, 9 kilograms of water. And this indeed is a substantial supply of water resource which is required. But then the large water storage capacity certifies, for example, for the continent, as a status for the most abundant water resource in Africa. Now, through this assessment, which we undertook, groundwater availability in Africa is considered to foster beneficial hydrogen production. Now, we saw a first comprehensive long-term groundwater recharge map covering the entirety of Africa was produced in 1970. If you can refer to this reference, then you can see how the groundwater recharge map is just, how the groundwater recharge is distributed in the African continent. Now, regarding on the socioeconomic dimension, renewable energy holds potential for positive impacts, especially in those areas which are underdeveloped. Then we can expect energy security and social equity. Now, a study should be, which is undertaken in evaluating these variables, should incorporate actually the participation and the preferences of local stakeholders to elucidate the green hydrogen production potentials. In any part, any such study has to be undertaken. So we really need to have a comprehensive assessment of renewable energy resources, taking into account local context and the preference from socioeconomic, techno-economic, ecological, and local stakeholders' engagement. Now, I just want you to look at this diagram, which tries to explain the major difference between fertilizer which is generated from non-renewable energy source like fossil fuels, and then in the other one, I'll show you where we are using renewable energy source, where the big difference is. So the first thing, you are dealing with natural gas, which is a non-renewable source and is normally associated with the CO2, which is also a greenhouse gas. So you can have your hydrogen, you generate ammonia, and then once you generate ammonia, you can get nitric acid. Then from there, you can go to generate some of the mineral fertilizers, which we know. We also have from phosphate rock, with sulfuric acid, you can get your phosphoric acid, and then from there you can get this fertilizer. The problem with this approach of manufacturing fertilizer, which is the current way, is that there is the emission of CO2, which we have seen is a greenhouse gas, responsible for what we are now complaining of, the climate change. Now let us see what happens when we embrace the renewable hydrogen, or green hydrogen as we put it. So first you will have clean energy coming either from solar energy, geothermal, wind, and then from here you can apply it to energy. You can apply that energy to do the desalination of seawater, because first of all you must remove salt from salt water, and then you carry out electrolysis. You carry out electrolysis of water. That gives you hydrogen.
I now announce breakfast is ready, or break tea, so you can go one by one.
Yeah, you from water, you generate green hydrogen. From this green hydrogen, then you can combine with
you can
nitrogen
take for tea.
From air through fractional distillation of air, you get nitrogen, you combine it, it gives you ammonia. Then from ammonia, you can go convert it to other chemical reactions where you can generate nitric acid, you get your ammonium nitrate. That is indeed green fertilizer. That is where we need to go. We also said this same green hydrogen, it can be used in transport to transport your product, to transport your fertilizer. Green hydrogen here, you can use it as a battery as well as a fuel. And then finally, you can have your fertilizer taken wherever you want it taken. So in all this, we are likely to mitigate against the current issue of climate change. So that is what I had for you today. Thank you.
So thank you, Prof. Gateng, for that very interesting presentation. And we are rushing because I know you are also going for another meeting, so I did not introduce you. Please allow me to introduce you to the conference participants.
Just go ahead, please.
So Professor Zachary Gateng, we have known each other since 2003.
During Vicres.
Through Vicres, we implemented a very successful project funded by CEDA, and we had a number of publications. One of the most cited publications was published in 2011. It has been cited by scholars from all over the world. It's available, you can freely download it. It focused on the Lake Victoria issues because that project was about protecting the wetlands in the Lake Victoria Basin. And we have done so many things together. During that project, we had opportunity to travel throughout East Africa because for the project to be funded, it had to show a regional balance. So we had Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and it is one of the most successful projects that was implemented under the section of pollution. Now I can see he has turned mainly into green energy, which is most interesting. And Zachary, as I told you, we have these resources in Western Uganda, thermal, and we are very ready to be your partners in that venture. And thank you very much. As he's a full professor of chemistry, and you can see he was very particular. And I think, Zachary, are you a teacher?
I'm a professor at Machakos University.
Yes, I know that. But did you train as a teacher? You are so perfect.
No, I teach chemistry.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we can allow time for anybody to ask a question to Zachary. Please take a mic to Brian.
Professor, thank you so much for your presentation. I just wanted to ask a question about the definition of climate change. Because when you talk about climate change, how do we quantify it? Would we be talking about the rate of climate change or level of climate change? How would we quantify it? Because it seems like an abstract concept. Thank you.
In terms, first of all, let me acknowledge what the first presenter did and articulated so well the consequences of climate change. Now, in terms of quantifying, when we look at greenhouse gases, in fact, as a chemist, carbon dioxide is not one of the most efficient greenhouse gas. In terms of being efficient is how it can deplete ozone and how it can absorb energy to increase the temperature. So what really happens is that because carbon dioxide in terms of how much is produced is the highest of all those greenhouse gases. And therefore, because of the quantity, it turns out to be one of the worst factors that promote climate change. So we saw some of the speakers give in terms of the effect of climate change, what it is bringing about is rising in the temperatures. I think the second speaker did that so well. So that's how we are looking at the impact of climate change. And even the first speaker articulately talked about what are the effects, diseases and hunger and all these floods and all these kind of things. So the magnitude is measured in terms of the impact of the greenhouse gases. And sometimes some of you may have wondered, now I've introduced the term greenhouse gas. The same time we are talking of green economy. What is the difference? The greenhouse gases are more associated with the effects we are now grappling. Now, when we talk of green economy is when we try to eliminate these greenhouse gases so that we have minimum negative impact on climate. Thank you, if I've answered you correctly.
Any other question?
Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Asinguza Bubak, pursuing Bachelor's of Science, Technology, and Chemistry, and I'm in year 2. My question is...
Can you try to be louder, be louder? Just make use of the mic.
Yes. My question...
Yeah, be louder.
Given Africa's abundant solar and wind resources, how can we best leverage them to make green hydrogen production viable here? Thank you.
Thank you so much. In the study which we undertook in 2023, this was actually supported by German government. What we were doing, as I said, we were trying to find out areas that are favorable for green hydrogen production. So when we talk of green hydrogen production, we are actually harnessing renewable energy sources, which are more abundant in the tropics. For example, solar energy. How many hours of sunshine do we enjoy? The chairman here said they have geothermal energy sources. As in Kenya, we have already harnessed geothermal energy. Right now, there is an investor who is coming on the ground to generate green hydrogen. The geothermal energy, the resource we have is so much, and Uganda has the same. So if we can now embrace the renewable energy sources, which are abundantly available, then we will minimize the use of fossil fuels, which we are currently embracing, and therefore cut down greenhouse gases and therefore mitigate against climate change. I don't know if that answers you, but you are still free to seek further clarifications. Did the young man understand my answer? Please, if not, you are free to
take the mic.
Further clarifications.
Okay, thank you very much, dear Professor, for the wonderful presentation. It has been actually wonderful. Now, my question is direct. As per your schematic diagram for production of the green hydrogen, you have even already talked about the issue of other emissions, how they affect as per climate change related. How do you intend to manage those emissions as you synthesize the green hydrogen? Thank you.
During the synthesis of green hydrogen, as you can see, the hydrogen is obtained from water during electrolysis of water. Remember, during electrolysis of water, the source of energy is renewable energy. It can be geothermal, it can be solar, it can be wind. None of those emits any of those gases we saw are promoting the rise in temperature, which we have now come to dub as climate change. There will be no emissions when we are harnessing renewable energy. Because if you saw the first diagram, when we were getting our in the formation of ammonia, we had to start from the fossil fuel where you saw there is carbon dioxide. So first of all, you must eliminate this carbon dioxide. But when we are now trying to get our energy from renewable energy, you saw there was no carbon dioxide there. So that is one of those are the emissions we really want to eliminate. Yes, Chair, I hope I'm clear. If not, share with the young man my email address. I can address more of those issues if it's not satisfied.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for your answering those questions. I know you are heading for another meeting.
Yes.
We are very grateful that you have given us this time to talk to our participants. Now we have somebody. There is what?
Hi, Professor Charles. Professor Charles.
Yes, please.
Professor Kwesije.
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is Yongabi.
Oh yes, Kenneth. Would you have a question, or you wanted to give your talk
No,
right now?
yeah. Yes, I have a question to the speaker. I know he's running after time, but just a very quick one. First, maybe I'll start with a comment. Very good profiling of renewable energy and the chemistry that he has been able to demonstrate in his presentation. But I want to just ask a quick one to him. What is the level of uptake of renewable energy in Kenya and perhaps maybe in East Africa? I'm very worried about so much theory going on and flying around. But take, for instance, biogas. Would you, Speaker, tell me what is the level of uptake of and utilization of biogas in communities in Kenya? For instance, if there's any idea on that. Thank you.
How much? Sorry, how much?
What is the level of uptake of renewable energy in rural communities, in Kenya, for instance? Because we've been talking about renewable energy for a couple of decades right now. And I think the issue is we need to really get into an uptake. So I'm very concerned about what is the level of uptake? Do you have any idea about the level of uptake of, for instance, biogas and solar energy, for instance, in the rural areas in Kenya and in extension East Africa, if there's anyone there? Because that's
okay.
Exactly
where I may not give the absolute figure, but generally, let's also look at other variables that also stand on the way of harnessing renewable energy. The level of poverty also is, mitigates against that. But if you now walked to Nairobi, you will see that most of those middle class people, on their roofs, they have these solar panels. Personally, my house is surrounded by these solar panels. So what the mitigating factor here is inadequate resources by households to harness that. But the resources themselves are available, and as I said, also Kenyan government has come up with a strategy of utilizing renewable energy. So let us see how much they will be able to realize by 2032, because they have said the electrolyzers they will be using. And like I said already, one investor is at Odikaria putting up a plant to generate hydrogen. I read another investor wants to come and start generating electric vehicles. So if this can be done, if the number of electric vehicles can be increased, then you have readily available renewable energy coming from hydrogen, then definitely you can see as mitigating against these greenhouse gases. So I hope that really addresses your concern, but don't forget that the level of poverty can be also a problem when you are trying to implement transition from non-renewable energy sources to renewable energy sources.
Yeah, Prof, that's fine. I mean, I'm just quite concerned about the socioeconomic determinants. Well, of course, we know they are there, but the commercial determinants of renewable energy is something we need to look into in order to expedite uptake. For example, you know, solar energy is now generally regarded as not for the lower class, perhaps some bit of middle class coming in, but it's for the high class people. That's the general perception right now.
Yes,
and then
yeah.
secondly, biogas structures that have been across Africa a couple of years back and decades have turned out to be elephant projects, and they are not really working. So
Yes.
what essentially I'm trying to now say, and from your explanation, it seems that it's already still work in progress. The crux of the matter now is how we need to focus on uptake in our communities. That's the fact about it, and how we need to look at the commercial determinants, particularly in order for us to for people to, as many as possible, to uptake this renewable energy. Otherwise, it will remain within gray literature and for us to be talking about it all the time. And so there's a whole lot, if we want to really mitigate climate change issues, we really need to see how these commercial determinants can be addressed squarely and on time, and to allow really real-time uptake within communities. Otherwise, we will be talking. But it's good to talk, though.
Yeah,
Thank you very
but
much, Chair,
maybe I can add
giving me the
to
opportunity.
your observation, which is correct. If you heard what I said, there is this guy who is coming on board to start generating, and that would be the first plant, which we have done actually the environmental impact assessment, which means he's ready to set up the plant to start producing hydrogen. And then the other thing is, for example, the electric cars. I've told you there is also an investor who is willing to come and start manufacturing electric cars. So you can see how the two are connected. There is green hydrogen being produced, there are the electric cars, because we said with the hydrogen, we can use them as a source of fuel and the same time as a battery. So that takes care of the current situation of the fossil fuels. If this is realized, and also let us look at the country's strategy. By 2032, they would have upgraded their electrolyzer to higher megawatts. If this happens, then we can see, for example, Uganda saying, let's see what Kenya has done. Tanzania will say the same. What has Kenya done? Rwanda will say the same. In that way, slowly we will see ourselves trying to embrace what we are now seeing will be a panacea to the current issues that we are all saying are indeed debilitating.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kenneth, for that interesting question, and then Professor Zachary for the explanation he gave. Thank you, Professor Zachary.
Thank you, Charles.
Yes, please.
When you have time, invite me to Uganda. I can come and give more talk on this, because then when we make people understand what is this green hydrogen, then probably they will embrace the whole idea, and then the country will move forward.
I have all the time to invite you, Zachary. You have been to my house, so even if you come, you cannot get lost.
Otherwise, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
It was nice interacting with you once more. Thank you for the audience. We look forward to many of these opportunities so that we can enlighten our people regarding what is happening in order to improve the issue of climate.
Okay, great.
Change. Yeah.
Kenneth, would you like to start on your presentation now, or you still have some time?
All right, I think I can do it, Professor Charles. I can go ahead now. Let me just see if I can share my screen right away.
Otherwise, thank you, Charles, as I leave now.
Okay, thanks, Zachary.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can share my. You have to give me the hosting right to share my screen.
ICT, please, if you can share, allow him to, they have allowed you already.
All right, let me see if you see my screen, please just say yes so I can move on.
We are only seeing the folder.
Sorry?
We are seeing the folder.
Okay, let me see. Okay, I'll take it back again. You can't see it still.
No.
No.
Okay, let me stop sharing. And then I will start again. I will share. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, now let me go to slide mode. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it is already in the presentation mode.
You can see it now?
Yes, great.
All right, okay, thank you. Let me formally thank Professor Twesige.
So before you can, let me first introduce you to the audience.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so Professor Kenneth Yongabe is one of the distinguished professors of public health in Africa. We have known each other for more than 15 years. We are both members of IOBB, and is a very well-published professor. He surprised me about 3 days ago when he told me that he's getting a very important appointment and was already packing his bags to New York. And he said that was a heavy appointment, but he promised he will continue collaborating with Chambogo University and the Uganda Society. Very much, Kenneth, that despite your busy the busy schedule, you have found time to talk to us. Each time we have invited him, he has never let us down. We have participated in different webinars and conferences online, more than 10, and he has been able to present at the Uganda Society conferences as well, and public lectures. And all this information is available on the Uganda Society website. Over to you, Kenneth.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Twesige. And I also extend appreciation to the Ugandan Academy of Science, that's the Uganda Society, for inviting me and for the wonderful comments, Professor Twesige. I think I've been to Chambogo University a couple of times, and I think I've also given a public lecture there. And I'm very much particular about, because I noticed that most of the presentations so far, these previous speakers, capturing elements of environment, climate change. And for the appointment you just talked about, I'm, taking that position with the United Nations, Population Commission on Development as the Environmental Affairs Officer. So some of the things you're talking about, probably I would be looking into all that since I'm taking the position of an Environmental Affairs Officer for United Nations. So, and this is just a week ago that I had that appointment. So I'm very privileged, I'm very delighted that I will continue to work with stakeholders and of course with the Ugandan Society. And of course, thanks to Professor Charles, we'll keep the collaboration going. Thank you very much. My talk, basically, it's more or less a resume of activities that we've done under Connecting Climate Minds. I've been privileged to be the regional community convener for Connecting Climate Minds in Sub-Saharan Africa, which constitutes 49 countries in Sub-Saharan Africa. And this was a project supported by Wellcome Trust in collaboration with Imperial College in London. And we had different regional community conveners for all the other continents, and I was privileged to be for Sub-Saharan Africa. And so I would be just giving a highlight of some of the successes of what this project delivered, and of course discovered and delivered. And this is a project that has run for 4 years now, going to 4 years. And what is the crux of the project? It's simply saying that we have been talking about climate change and how it affects the physical, basically fabric, and of course the socio-economic fabric of our society or global society. But rarely do we talk about climate change affecting, our psychology, affecting mental health. And so in this project, we were really uncovering through dialogues how climate change affects mental health of people in Sub-Saharan Africa, something which is an unseen endemic, unseen epidemic, so to speak, but which is real and is there, and we don't seem to think about it. We are not conscious about it, but that climate change affects mental health of our people and is now being escalated because of different, the changing weather patterns and so on and so forth. So this is just basically the crux of my talk. So the project again is connecting climate minds, how climate change affects our minds, our psyche, and of course, our mental well-being. And so in my talk, you would see, I would handle some elements of the pre-existing mental health challenges in Africa. We already exist in Africa with mental health challenges. And when we talk about mental health challenges, generally, no one really points to climate change affecting mental health. So I would also define some of the prevalent climate change havocs, which are floods and heat. And then, of course, I would look at, very briefly, climate change-induced mental health. And there's a term that is, evolving now. Climate change affects mental, it increases anxiety. And so there's a term called eco-anxiety, eco-psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorders, how climate change is inducing these, psychological elements and also escalating it. And then we look at how climate change also causes other behavioral changes. And of course, the conclusion would be centered on mental health adaptation. How do we adapt in these prevailing circumstances? And how do we build resilience? So basically, that's what we conclude there. There is no doubt. I mean, the previous speakers have done a good job really profiling how climate change affects the ecology. Our ecological niche, affecting fish, drought and water, the environment, all that. Now, but what are these climate change? And what is climate change? You may have heard someone, and I will not call the name, said climate change is the greatest con job today. So that means there are people who don't believe in climate change, and they call it climate change is a hoax. Now the question is for scientists, a lot of assignment now. How do we really prove that climate change exists? Of course, I've seen data that climate change is real. How do we convince people? And what are these climate change? I mean, normally in history, the climate changes. It's a normal pattern. We have a rainy season, for example, in Africa, we have rainy season and we have dry season. That's climate change. But that is not the technical and classical definition of the so-called climate change we have today. Climate change is, yes, there is a sun, there's rain, there is night, there is day. That's normal. That's the way it was designed from creation. But then now when we talk of the classical and theoretical and conceptual definition of climate change in contemporary times now, we are saying that there is an abnormal change. There's an abnormal pattern in the rains. There's an abnormal pattern in the sunshine. There's an abnormal pattern in winter. There's an abnormal pattern in summer. That's basically what we're calling climate change. So that extra proportional change is what we're saying climate change, and that's what we're worried about. But we have to draw that distinction about climate change, because normally climate changes. There's a change. We all change. So what are the prevailing climate change? That proportional change, which is abnormal in sub-Saharan Africa. We have drought and we have wildfire. That's clear. So if you look at the slides in front of you there, I'm not going to go into details. So it gives us the average number of people that are affected by this hazard, drought and wildfire. Now, when we have wildfire and drought, how are we affected mentally? It's something no one is talking about really deeply about. But then when we have wildfire, we get worried. That anxiety, that emotion, we are now calling it eco-emotion and eco-anxiety. Now, next slide now. The next is which is very prevalent right now, is flood and landslides across Africa. You all agree with me that this is real. Right now, as we speak, there are communities in Central Africa now that have been displaced due to flooding. Now, we in our project in Connecting Climate Minds, we observe through lived experiences where we gather people who are in these communities who have lived about 4 or 5 decades. And the stories we gather in our case studies is that they tell us that 4 or 5 decades ago, this was not the level or proportion of floods that used to exist. We had floods, yes, but in recent time, over 4 or 5 decades right now, as we're experiencing, the flood levels have become so disproportionate. They have so much increased and escalated, which is abnormal. That's an indication. So when you subtract that change from from what they used to encounter 4 or 5 decades ago, the difference today, that net difference is what is classified as climate change induced flooding. And that is what we are constantly observing from our studies. And now the people now are worried. Where do we move to? When this happens, where do we go to? That anxiety, it causes that behavioral changes. And these behavioral changes, no one looks at, because the scientists and most of them will look at this flood. We have to pack our bags. We have to do all this and all that. Now, it affects, we're not going to get food. It's affecting land. So they look at the soil fertility, soil degradation, and all that stuff. But that worry, that anxiety, that behavioral changes is what we're calling connecting climate minds. And that is what we're called climate psychology at the moment. So that's that slide there. So the truth and fact remains that we project this change. There's of course heat. Of course, we expect that the number of hot days moving forward in sub-Saharan Africa would increase. It's not like Africa. I mean, if you talk about Africa, look at the equator. Of course, Africa is warmer than the Western countries. But now we're talking about climate change induced increased heat. That net change is what we're concerned about. And there's a projection that by 2030, this would, if something is not done drastically, the number of hot days will increase. Now, the question is, we start getting worried. That's eco-anxiety. We start having that anxiousness. That's eco-anxiety. Now, we undertook case studies across these countries. And we have, on this project, we came to affirm and conclude that there's a reality of eco-grief in sub-Saharan Africa, and understanding the connection with the brain and the mind. What is eco-grief? When there's flooding, this excess flooding that has occurred, if you look at the picture in front of us, you see flooding. Of course, you see lightning, increased lightning, killing cows and killing herds of cows. And the people, you can see the way the owners and that community look at the grief there, look at the sadness on their faces. You can begin to measure that that grief, that's eco grief. That is exactly that. So we, in our study, we undertook what they call the eco co-understanding. We work with the community to understand this problem. We did a co-creation to look at the problem, the existential problem, and find out how much do they understand about this problem. And then we now evolve with them in order to be able to create solutions. And this is no sparing. If you look at the level of heat and spreading in Somalia and across the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, it's a reality. And so we came to now conclude, in most of the case studies that we did it in Southern Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, and we also did it in West Africa as well, where we had many case studies that climate change and mental health are deeply interconnected. And that climate change is a risk multiplier, but then it's also provide an opportunity in this multiplier effect. Now, so we came also to realize on the project so many observations, because at the end of the day in this project, we're able to come up with a research and action agenda for policymakers to engage stakeholders. And so it enabled us from the case studies to begin to see how we can catalyze building mental resilience in response to climate change. Not only building ecological resilience, like so many scientists are proclaiming in different seminars and of course in workshops, building resilience to be able to address climate change issues affecting our ecosystem, of course, affecting soil degradation, water bodies and all that. But we also have to begin to build mental resilience and mental adaptation. So we're not just, that's going to be a holistic approach, not just focusing on those physical, but then the psychological. And that is very important. Now, I'm not going to highlight more of this. We know how heat, increasing sea levels, of course, floods, increasing temperatures, wildfires, we know how it affects the ecological niches. We know how it affects social fabrics and all that. We know all that. And that is frequently being talked about in seminars. But then we also observe that these affects emotions, because in trying to respond to flood, we are worried. In trying to respond to heat, we are worried. How do we? So we had to take a probe into the psychobiological processes that occurs and realize that it's very deep. It's even affecting hormones, the hormonal systems, even affecting, people with asthma. So we came into a lot of issues about this and how they are concerned psychologically, trying to be able to, and we observe that it's an indirect effect. So when someone loses properties as a result of flooding, now, what people easily can connect with is the fact that the person is grieving as a result of the loss of properties. And they don't see the fact that that person, that grief is a mental health issue and the behavioral pattern that occur during and after that particular episode. And so more studies are actually underlying in that. So in summary here, the prevalent, climate change disasters in Africa, that's what I've been able to highlight there. This affects the social, physical, mental, like I've said, and they're all captured in literature. So you start getting some new terms like eco-anxiety, which I've just mentioned, eco-depression, bipolar disorders, eco-mortality. And then, of course, we have another term called solastalgia, social phobia, anger, frustration. All these are mental issues that come as a result of change in climate. Like the professor there who talked about, I think the work in Burkina Faso, affecting fish and all that stuff and all that. You also need to see how the people react. That reaction, that's their anxiety, that's their worry. That is part of mental health that comes with that. And that was not measured. And we are saying that we have to also incorporate all this into our climate science as well. So psychosocial analysis and psychosocial palliative must be considered in order to support climate change victims and people who are living in displaced communities as well as vulnerable communities. So we're seeing increased disease burden as well. There's that connectivity between climate non-communicable diseases, cancer, of course, and communicable diseases like HIV, and of course, mental health. We did all that. And then we're also saying that the methodologies here, in order to understand climate and climate change affecting mental health, it's a mixed methodology. In fact, it has to be a phenomenological approach in order to be able to, decode all that. We have to also look at psychopathology, which are all required to take. That's some of the aspects that we are currently also looking at. So, yeah, and in building resilience, which is running into my conclusion, we also need special counseling, providing counseling support, because at the moment when there's a climate disaster, mental health is not usually considered in terms of providing palliative care. When people are displaced due to climate disaster, what they do is, okay, humanitarian organizations, they come in with water, food, and all that stuff, but then they don't provide psychological support, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. So if you look at that, we have actually published a global research and action agenda, which is online, very detailed study. If you look at the slide here, you will see links to our case studies on climate mental health in sub-Saharan Africa, all the case studies from East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. We all capture them. They're all online there, and those are the links there. It's been published. So the Connecting Climate Minds is really a global project that we worked. We have Connecting Climate Minds in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have it in Sub-Saharan Africa, where I happen to be the chair, Northern Africa and Western Asia and Southern Asia. We have Europe and North America. So these are all the countries involved on this particular project. And of course, I want to thank you very much for your rapt attention. And I thank the organizers of this seminar, and especially Professor Charles Tuesige. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Over to you, Professor Charles, Chair. Okay, I've lost the audio. I can't get it.
Not only you, I also don't hear anything.
Okay, I can get it.
I think he is muted. He needs to unmute.
I can hear you now. It's okay.
No, no, it's, oh, it's not. This is me, not Professor Tuesige. So he needs to, it looks like he's muted.
I think Professor Charles is muted. Professor Charles is muted. Chair.
I will.
You need to unmute Professor Charles Tuesige.
Are you able to hear us currently?
Now, yes.
Those online.
Yes, now we can hear you. You had been muted. Now it's okay.
All right, please go ahead and ask the question.
I think there's a question.
Yes. Could I ask?
Yeah, go ahead, Professor. I think the chair is muted, but you can go ahead. I don't know if.
But I can hear him. Go ahead and ask the question.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Barnabas Opio, PhD student, biological sciences. I have two concerns. One is about the changes, the abnormal changes to be considered as a change in climate. I remember in our lower...
Barnabas, be brief. We don't have much time. Ask a
Okay.
question.
Yes, that is the first question. Then the second one is about, it is like most of this statistical analysis for this mental health related to climate generates more of a qualitative data. And as we all know, it is mostly easier to convince the funder when you have a quantitative data. In your experience, Prof, how has it been very possible in convincing the funder of climate-related project? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. For your first question, I did define that climate change has been in existence since time immemorial. Creation, that God created changes. So change is normal. So when we say climate change, it's normal. But what we are trying to, refer to today as a classical definition of climate change is the level of abnormality. That is clear about it. And we have to know that when we say rain, we know that there's a season for rain and there's a season for sunshine. Rain comes with effects. I mean, in the past, when there's rain, showers and all that, there's also wind and trees fall. We cannot, that was normal. We cannot just say that, of course, that is the climate change as per the definition of today, the contemporary definition today. So I want us to be able to, when we, as climate scientists, to be able to convince funders, we also need to tell them about this classical definition. There's a nominal definition, there is an etymological definition, and then there's, of course, this classical definition as well, the theory about climate change. Otherwise, some people, of course, and you hear some head of states, they will tell you that climate change is a hoax, and that is the greatest con job. So in order to convince them, we need to be able to demonstrate that climate change has been in existence since time immemorial. But what we are calling today as climate change is that there is an abnormal, disproportionate change as per what the normal change was in the past. And we are calling that as climate change. That there is an increase in temperatures beyond 2 degrees Celsius as per in the past. We never had that. That is what is called climate change. And that is convincing to our funders. And then, of course, the second question, of course, the mental aspect of this is actually very, very qualitative. And that's why I mentioned about phenomenological approach. It's still a work in progress in terms of how we measure the effect of climate change on our mental health. I give an example. In Africa, and we exist with poverty challenges as well. That already causes mental. We have cultural issues that causes mental health issues. So there's already pre-existing mental health challenges that we have. How do we now know that the mental health that we are having right now is as a result of climate change? So how to be able to add that other proportion, that there is an excess flooding and we are losing our property, we are getting worried, we have anxiety, we are moving into psychosis and all that. And that extra burden and extra behavioral pattern is what we are now saying that that's a mental health that is being induced by climate change. So yes, there are aspects of qualitative, more qualitative, but there's also aspects of quantitative. And there's a whole lot to discuss on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth. Can we have one physical question? Yes, Dr. Brian.
Thank you, Professor Kenneth. How can indigenous knowledge be harnessed to improve outcomes of mental health?
Sorry, take your question again. I didn't get that clearly, please.
How can indigenous knowledge be harnessed to improve outcomes for mental health, considering climate change effects?
Yeah, indigenous knowledge is very paramount. It's part of the dungeon of our society, especially for us Africans. And we have different myths in trying to explain climate change. When, for instance, I remember where lightning struck a gentleman, due to heavy rains and then lightning struck and the person died. And the myth that was constructed around that death was that the person was unclean. The person was unclean, and that the burial would have to be by the riverside and not within the abode where the person actually lives. So these are some of the myths that exist around climate science. So there is a positive aspect of this indigenous knowledge. There's also the negative aspect of it. But what is more important is that we need to be able to mainstream and streamline indigenous knowledge, first in understanding climate change within the purview of our indigenous knowledge, and then secondly, in using indigenous knowledge to build adaptation and build, physical, social, and mental health resilience as a result of climate change. And that's the way to go. That's the most appropriate method in which communities can actually survive, is to be able to use and apply indigenous knowledge to build climate adaptation and climate resilience. Thank you very much. A very important question.
Okay, thank you. Wish you safe journey to New York.
Thank you very much, Professor Charles. We keep in touch. I appreciate your time.
Okay, we're in touch. So I think now we have to be here on physically. I'm happy to announce the arrival of Colonel Dr. Godwin Bagenzi Wagahe. I think he's the first Colonel to be hosted to give a talk at Chambugo University. Stand up so that people can see you. When I was inviting him, I first used Dr. Kano, and he had to educate me that in the military, they start with the military title. Now I've learned. So if you are ready, because it is you, and your paper is supposed to be chaired by Professor Lawrence. Both of you are here. And then after that, it will be Professor Lawrence, and you are the chair. So, Kano, would you like to go first? And then he follows you? I know you have a very busy schedule. You agree?
Professor Tresije.
Who would like to go first?
Professor Tresije.
Okay, please go ahead. Is slides loaded? Professor Lawrence, slides are they loaded?
Professor Tresije.
Yes, please. No, we agreed that we have one online question and one physical.
Professor Tresije, I want to just bring to your attention that you skipped me in the lineup of speakers, so I'm not sure when I'll present.
Is that Dr. Massa?
Yes.
Yeah, you'll come later because you made the request after these people. After these people, will give you a chance. I'm aware that you are there.
Okay, then I'm home, so it's okay. I just wanted to be sure that you are aware that I've not presented.
I'm aware. Okay, thank you, Justice.
Okay.
So, Professor.
I think we don't have it yet. You never shared it? Remember, if we disconnect, no. It is best that you come to us and we get the slides. We need to get the slides and put it here. You want to get the slide? I send you an email. We have a flash. We have a flash. We have a flash. There it is. What's the first one? It is here. Go and save them directly. Go here. Save. Use that. Go to desktop. Browse. I want to give you the slides on desktop. Secretary for the first.
In the meantime, I request for, as we are arranging ourselves, I'm requesting for 5 minutes. But these 5 minutes, everybody is going to put down whatever you are doing. We are moving to that place, the green zone there. So we're using only that exit. I don't want to see anybody move here. Yeah, all of us are moving out. One exit, that one. All of us. Thank you very much. I will then give the next instruction. Let's first move there.
Hello.
We are moving outside quickly.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Hey, we are going out for a break. Eh? A green. Oh, okay.
Professor, because let them just stretch by.
I now understand.
It's okay. Yeah, I have understood. Yes.
Welcome back. Let's immediately get started with the presentation. Who is chairing this session? Someone chairing this session?
We are interchanging. Is chairing for me, then. But if there is another
It will be
person,
too much.
okay.
It may be too much for. Professor, can you help us introduce Professor Lawrence?
pushed us in the green.
So I'm happy to introduce to you a distinguished scientist based at Makerere University. The term is, you call it a college or?
Makerere University College.
Aha. But the most important thing, Professor Lawrence Mugisha is chair of the National Biosafety Committee. Am I right?
Yes.
That's a very important committee that we need in Uganda. If we have to start doing research on genomics and genetics, working with humans and all that. You remember I told you that for the rec they approved for Chambogo University, we are not supposed to handle things of that nature. So I told the executive secretary yesterday that now that we have you, we are going to start on this. So this is a distinguished scientist. He has done a lot of work on wildlife, and I'll actually give him a chance to talk about that, because that it seems to be having some interest in dealing with communities. And as a university, we have to be relevant to the communities that surround us. We are no longer an ivory tower. So because we are been seated and here for long, I will allow him to introduce yourself, so that when they need your services, they know where to find you. Thank you.
All right, Prof, thank you so much. As he has said, I'm Professor Lawrence Mugisha. I'm a veterinarian, but more so a wildlife veterinarian. I trained as a veterinarian, worked with livestock, but then I went into wildlife. But importantly for me, ethics, whether in animals or in humans, is very, very critical to me. And for your information, I was a chairperson National Task Force that developed the national guidelines for use of animals in research and teaching. And I've been a chair at Makerere University for IACOC, that is Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee. If you have to work with animals in research, there are also welfare guidelines that you need to follow to do research. And I know Chambogo, you are doing research in using animals, so you need IACOC in addition to REC, Research Ethics Committee. But for this afternoon, I will dwell more on biosafety issues. As the chairperson, National Biosafety Committee, Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. Now, I just want to put everything in perspective, because whatever we are doing, I use this one. Whatever we are doing, it seems this one. Are you getting me? Or it is too low, a bit low? Okay. Whatever we are doing in research is for development. If it doesn't, okay, I wanted to emphasize whatever we do, if it doesn't contribute to global development, regional development, national development, then our work has no place. So I refer you to Sustainable Development Goals, UN Goals 2030. They are 17 in number. And whatever we do in our various aspects must fit into one of those goals. So recently in Makerere, if you are writing a research grant and you don't indicate which sustainable development goals you are contributing to, it may not be funded. So when we are doing biosafety and biosecurity issues, they fall under various goals towards economic development, especially infrastructure, science, technology, and innovation. So because of that, apart from the global agenda, we have what we call the development aspirations at regional level. You also need to refer to African Agenda 2063, And under that agenda, they emphasize science and technology, which we are discussing. And that's why I'm grateful that Chambogo is here. We are here on the 15th edition of Science, Technology and Innovation. But under African agenda, there is a STISA. I don't know, that is Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa 2034. And under that strategy, Africa resolved to industrialize, bolster infrastructure, and develop its human capacities. And I think that's why we are here partly. But going to East African level, we have what we call East African Science and Technology Commission. It was established in 2007. Its headquarters recently moved to Kigali. And they are focusing on supporting East Africa to harness science, technology, and innovation to propel development. Of course, that comes with our Uganda Vision 2020-40. All of us must aspire for that vision where we are supposed to transform to a middle-income country by 2040, rather. Sorry, there is a typing error, 2040. But the vision is driven by development, national development plans, and currently we are implementing the National Development Plan 4, and under there, science technology is a pillar for driving development. So all these contribute to what we call the fourth industrial revolution, which requires biotechnology. So there are lots of different emerging technologies that we are facing, and that's where biosafety comes in. Most of these emerging technologies include like gene drive technologies using CRISPR-Cas9 and other technologies. We have synthetic biology. We have artificial intelligence-driven drug discoveries, microbiome engineering, cellular agriculture. All those technologies, they have a purpose, either to improve our health, include food production and sustainability, and so on. However, these technologies come with concern. And what are we concerned with? We are concerned that some of these different applications of biotechnology may have some aspects of, some effects or negative impacts on human health. So when we look at some of those technologies as we develop them, we have to be aware that they may have some impacts. We also concerned that some biotechnologies could be used for malicious and illegal purposes, undesirable, including bioterrorism. Biotechnology is good, but it can lead to some of those aspects. Sometimes we are concerned that once the technology has been released, it may be difficult to recall. And also reversing its implications may be very, very difficult. And that's why we are concerned with some of those aspects of biosafety. We also concerned that some technologies could be rashly released into the environment before they are well studied. But because of economic pressure and the rigor to publish very fast and also rigor to make money, sometimes we rush some of these technologies to be released by technology. But when it comes to developing country, sometimes we are not in charge. It is the other people who are giving you the money that are in charge, and for you are interested in making sure you do your work here and get the things done without understanding the implications that could arise out of that. We are also concerned that sometimes some of these technologies, we don't have enabling laws for us to be able to regulate them so that they can be used for purposeful and gainful purposes. But also we are concerned that all these technologies are funded externally. I'd like to applaud the government of Uganda through the Science, Technology and Innovation Office of the President, that now there is money directly from Uganda pushing for some technologies. So let us try that. At the same time, universities, we have received money through innovation research, so they can also do some money. Of course, the funding is still limited. So when it comes to biosafety, what is our arching regulatory framework? At international level, it is Convention on Biological Biodiversity. The Convention for Biological Diversity is the arching convention that looks at the issues of safeguarding our biodiversity. Yesterday, we had a lot of presentation on biodiversity, and the Convention for Biodiversity is the primary convention for us in that aspect that was ratified by Uganda in 1993. The biggest challenge is that are we all aware that actually Uganda ratified the Convention for Biological Biodiversity. So under that convention, there are several protocols. And one of the protocol is the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, which Uganda ratified by September 2013. And the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology and National Environmental Management Authority are competent authorities. They have the focal persons for the Cartagena Protocol. Then we also have the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and benefit sharing since October 2014. Another protocol we have, which we have not ratified, is the Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol on liability and readdress to Cartagena Protocol on biosafety since March 2018. So those are some of the global frameworks that guide our actions in trying to safeguard our biodiversity, but also to ensure that the technologies we use are safe for both human health, animals, and environment, what I call ecosystem. So in terms of biotechnology, Uganda has a national biotechnology and biosafety policy of 2008. And it was, that policy was trying to domesticate the Convention on Biological Biodiversity and its protocols, associated protocols. And through that, we have the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology Act CAP 211, which is a national competent authority for the regulation of biotechnology and biosafety activities in Uganda. That's really what I wanted to know, and you guys to know that in Uganda, whereas we don't have a law, under the policy, we domesticated the Convention for Biological Biodiversity and associated protocols, and the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology is empowered by that Act CAP 2011 in order to regulate all the biotechnology and biosafety activities in Uganda. Why I'm emphasizing this, I've interacted with researchers. They say, but who is supposed to do this in Uganda? They say, researchers who have gotten themselves involved in technology, especially from crop, NARO, knows that for a very long time they have been interacting with the National Biosafety Committee at the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, and most of those protocols, research protocols, development of biotechnologies have been done. However, confined. Because Uganda does not have a law allowing release of genetically modified organisms, or what we call living modified organisms. Most of the studies are done in confined field trials. We get good results and good outputs, but there is no authorization on environmental release. And you will understand that most of these protocols we are talking about, they have got transboundary aspect, where technologies are supposed to move from one country to another. And an example, there is a variety of cassava that has been well developed here in Uganda, funded by, I think, Bill Gates Foundation. The results were very, very good. And Uganda doesn't have a law to release, but Rwanda has a law. So Uganda requested for the cassava, and it is being grown in Rwanda. But Uganda cannot grow that cassava. So you have to, you have to appreciate that. So Uganda National Council develops regulations, conducts biosafety assessments, establishes standards in collaboration with Uganda National Bureau of Standards for Biotechnology in Uganda and other stakeholders like National Development, National Drug Authority, Ministry of Agriculture, among others. And this is done through the National Biosafety Committee, which was established by Uganda National Council of Science as a technical committee. Right now, because Council has a board, these technical committees are the technical committees of the board of the council. However, that policy which was passed in 2008 has been overtaken by events. For most of you who know the lifespan of policies, they are supposed to be reviewed frequently after a certain period of time. So we are in 2025, we are still using the policy of 2008. The good news, it is now being reviewed, being revised. I hope you'll be consulted for your input, but we want to make sure that the policy is able to address all the emerging issues, including biotechnologies like the gene drive. The biggest challenge, I will tell you why Our Excellency rejected most of the previous bills, because they were only focused in one area, mainly crop production, and they were not looking at other aspects. So it became a very big challenge. So the gap in legal framework for biotechnology, biosafety, and biosecurity, including laws and regulations, is a big hindrance for Uganda. So what has Uganda done? We've been working on the law, and I think some of you participated. So there was the Biosafety Act of 2017. If you go on Google and you search for that act, it will come, but it was not enacted, so it does not apply. It was not assented to by His Excellency. But it worked up to the level of the president assenting to it, but when the president went through the law, he said, no, I cannot assent when it is in this current form. So it was pushed back to the parliament. It was revised and called the Genetic Engineering Regulatory Act 2018. He went through the process, went back to the president. President, when he looked through, he said, no, I cannot what? I cannot assent to it in this current format. He also, by the way, there are 2 serious letters he has written about this, and he raises serious issues. So now it has moved to another level. We are now, we are calling it now Biosafety and Biosecurity Bill 2025. This time around, it has gone through what we call the Regulatory Impact Assessment, which is a very lengthy process, but a required process. The draft cabinet principles are now in place, and all the real report together with the principles are now with the Minister of Science and Technology, Office of the President, supposed to be sent to cabinet. But in the period we are in, you can guess what it means. We will have to wait. we will have to wait for the next time. But I wanted to share with you what is happening at East African level with our brothers and sisters. In Kenya, they have what we call a Biosafety Act of 2009, which provides the legal framework for handling genetically modified organisms. And in addition to that, for them, they have what we call the National Biosafety Authority. Here in Uganda, we are having a committee. You have to understand the difference. So they have an authority that oversees implementation of all biosafety measures, ensuring safe development and use of biotechnology. However, if you go to the media, this authority has been taken to court. There are a lot of cases with the authority regarding recommendation of some technologies, some of the genetically modified crops in Kenya. So the public went to court. Whereas we are crying, we need some of these technologies, there is a very big section of public that is still not conversant, and they are worried about these technologies. So we have to move with the public if we want some of these things to happen. Republic of Tanzania established a biosafety regulation of 2009, and for them, this regulation came into force under the Environmental Management Act. So they already have a law. So with that law, they are able to come up with a regulation. So the biggest problem they are facing is also limited public awareness and infrastructure, but they have tried to circumvent the things around. So the Environment Division under the Office of the Vice President acts as a national biosafety focal point. So because of that, they have a lot of power and they are able to push many things. And Rwanda, our sister country here, is the one with the most recent law passed, the Biosafety Law 2023. So you can see, for us, we've been at it for a long time, but we have not arrived. We are yet to arrive. So Rwanda now has a biosafety law that regulates use, transfer, and management of living modified organisms, genetically modified organisms. In one of our meetings, we have said the biggest problem we have in Uganda is the use of word GMO. And we are trying to go back and revise and instead maybe use the word living modified organism instead of, because the already word GMO, even a lay person knows the GMO is a problem. So how are we going to change the mindset of people with that word GMO? So we are thinking of revising, and even in the law we are proposing, we don't want to use the word GMO. Yeah, so that it can, with the aim of providing adequate level of protection of biodiversity. That's the most important. Most of these laws, protection of biodiversity, human health, animal health, and environmental, considering the socioeconomic aspects. So this law is under the Rwanda Environmental Management Authority, which serves as a national focal point for biosafety and oversees the implementation of biosafety policies, including environmental impact assessment processes. Now, for Uganda, actually, if we wanted, recently I was reading the NEMA Act. It has a provisions for biosafety. If we wanted to move fast, actually, we would just move to regulations instead of looking for the bill or for the act. But we use the NEMA Environmental Act and follow the provisions provided for under the NEMA Act. And instead of pushing for the act or for the bill, we push for the regulation. The regulations are much easier because it is the responsibility of the minister. Yes, there is already an act, the overarching act. Yes, under NEMA. That's why I was giving the example that Rwanda has got a biosafety law, which came under where the Rwanda Environment Management Authority serves as a national focal point for biosafety and oversees the implementation of biosafety policies. Even when you look at Tanzania, they use the same what? The same approach. If you go to Ghana, they use the same approach. So, how do we undertake alignment to biosafety regulatory framework within East African community? The good thing is that all partner states are signatories, are parties to Convention on Biological Diversity, with 7 being signatories to Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. Southern Sudan is now in the process of ascending to the Cartagena Protocol in biosafety. Even when they have some insurgents, they're already moving towards this direction. So partner states, most of the partner states have not ratified the Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol on liability and address. This is a very, very serious protocol which parties need to assent to. Uganda, Burundi, Kenya, Southern Sudan, and Uganda, all of them have not, but with that, there came what is called the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework of December 2022 that was passed during the COP15, the UN Biodiversity Conference. So this framework is trying to assist the partner states to be able to ratify the Kuala Lumpur Protocol, and when they do that, there would be very, very good compliance and protection of our biodiversity. I'm just only mentioning this in passing because my colleague is going to talk about it. The Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention. This was established by United Nations in 1972 and came into force in 1975. What does it do? It prohibits the development, production, and stockpiling of biological and toxic weapons. Whereas at that time it was focusing on biological and toxic weapons, now there is a new drive on focusing on biological agents that are being handled in different laboratories and have the potential for use as biological weapons. And because of that, the National Biosafety Committee also comes into force to ensure that the laboratories, all of them handling such kind of agents and toxins and using them for such, can be regulated. So we have what we call the dual research of concern. The dual research of concern is that you are doing research for functional and useful gain. However, in the process, it could be used for also malicious reasons. And because of that, such agents are classified. In the US, there is a law where they list such kind of agents, and any researcher supposed to work with those agents must register and go through a different process. So I just wanted to mention this to highlight where we are. So what is the biggest challenge with us, with biosafety issues in Uganda is because there is serious lack of awareness throughout the population, including among researchers. We don't have an enabling law that is very explicit about, especially including the emerging and emerging biotechnologies. We need to embrace, when we ratify these protocols, we need to have a serious mechanism of implementation. And if we don't have an act, regulations, an agency that clearly its functions are well stipulated, then we have a challenge. But for Uganda, we have been using the framework under Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, and it is working. But we feel if we go a step ahead, then the country will be more positioned to address all issues to do with biosafety and biosecurity for the well-being of Ugandans, environment, and animals, and to promote our, prepare our vision of 2040. With those few remarks, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lawrence. Please take up a seat here. Can we have a few questions? Yes, Professor.
Thank you, Lawrence, for that information. For that information, because most Ugandans are not aware of the information that you have shared. And that's the reason we invited you for this conference. My simple question is, when it comes to genetically modified plant, for working with plants, communities are so sensitive. But we know that most of the vaccines for humans and your animals are genetically modified. What do you think is the cause? Then another one. Do you think the level of education as of parliament contributed to failing to have the laws? Because people claim that most of the people either are A-level leavers who may not understand what you people are discussing. I submit.
All right, let me first address this one, then we continue. I think the parliament has been doing okay. As I has explained, the Biosafety Bill of 2017 was approved in the parliament. The Genetic Engineering Bill of 2018 was approved in the parliament. So when the bills go to the parliament, what I've noticed, the parliament has been doing their part. It is the responsibility of technical people to ensure they inform the legislators so that they understand what we are questioning, because it is us that we are pushing for such kind of laws. So once they are well informed, I think the parliament, whatever level of education they are in, they are able to do the necessary. Then the other aspect was vaccines and any other drugs. It is true the different technologies used in vaccines, actually, they are not involving genetically modified living organisms. For example, we have what we call live attenuated vaccines. You are using the exact what? Organism, but it is attenuated so that it cannot what? Yes, but they have not modified the gene within the what? Within that organism. So still up to the, even the messenger RNA vaccines are not actually modifying living what? Or are not modified living organisms. So they don't fall under the modified living organisms. So, but for crops, the whole problem is that in crops we have two levels. We have what we call the normal breeding processes, improving the breeds and the quality. That is also not genetically modified organisms. But when it is a genetic organism, you are going into a gene, either you insert or you delete, and then you are going to use that one for breeding or for others. So that is where the difference is. And most of the time we don't appreciate, we don't understand. So we regard everything. If somebody says, brands, you are new, you can appreciate narrow team. Narrow team has to explain the other breeding varieties they have for the public, for them to accept, to know that they are not genetically modified living organisms. So there is that challenge of trying to understand the differences in science involved in improving breeds compared to modifying the organisms. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. And indeed, you did a lot of work. I was with you, with Professor Lewis. Now, going to the question directly, I have three. Number one, like you have said, we have countries, our neighbors have already assented to GMOs, if I would say. Now, with the nature of our borders, how safe are we that indeed we don't have such crops in Uganda? Number two, already in Uganda, yeah, they are there, but like you have said, they are the research stations. But these research stations are the same stations releasing these crops. For instance, I think they are also developing GMO, if I would say, at Kachwekano, that is Naro. But the same Naro is releasing Irish potato varieties. How sure am I that this variety is not having the GMO aspect? Because the same institution is dealing with GMOs, however, in confined circumstances, like we have said. But the same institution is releasing again the same crop. Now, how sure am I that it's not? Then lastly, maybe this goes to either you or the Naro professor. I would like to know the other variety, cassava variety, that went to Rwanda. You may find already people of Chisoro already, they also have already. And we are saying it is in Rwanda only. Thank you very much.
All right.
James.
Let me answer this so that we quickly put it aside. Now, we must trust our institutions because they operate under regulations. They are not doing things as they wish. So whatever NARO does is well regulated. They even have the act, they have the policies, and even researchers must act responsibly. So and that's why NBC is in place, National Biosafety Committee. All the approved trials involving genetically modified organisms, they are well monitored to ensure that there is no risk, even including accidental risk. However, if there is transboundary movement that is provided for under Cartagena Protocol, that a country that has the law can apply and acquire the material. Now it is the responsibility of our border control systems to ensure that we don't get such materials back into Uganda. But you cannot prohibit the other country which has everything in. That's why we need a law in order for us to utilize the technology also responsibly. That's the word that is very, very, very important. Then I guess my colleague from NARO will also address one of the concerns. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lawrence. I'm glad you are starting from where we stopped. I've been national council chairing those committees for 8 years. Yes. Battling with what you are saying here. I was even invited in the cabinet. But I don't have the answer, as you're saying, because this is the cutting edge technology. My question is, you were saying you are going to change the nomenclature, we are going to change GMOs into something else. One, GMO is an international nomenclature which has been used right from the time of genetic engineering. So when you say we, I would need to know the authority, where you are getting the authority, whether from National Council or here, Uganda. I happened to have even attended the Monsanto conference in Tswane, in Pretoria, for a whole week. They said that actually went to the GMO potato fields and so in South Africa when I was doing my PhD there. So they assured us that whether you like it or not, most of the crops have been tampered with. So whether now, to add to what colleagues are saying, we have porous borders. The porous borders, Kenya, maize, GMO. I happen to teach this. GMO products, vaccines. Vaccines, as you said, especially capsules in medical field, we are being supplied with a lot of genetic engineered products. Whereas we shout in the crops and in the medical field, they know. Two, Uganda cannot isolate itself. We are incompetent to debate this debate. Why? I refer you, there are over 3,000 researched papers which have approved genetic modified organisms allegations to be incorrect. Toxicity, allergenicity, suppression of immunity. Who has brought any visible example? Nobody. It is the incompetent people who have no laboratories that talk. We have got 280 competent institutions in the world engaged in this cutting edge research every day. And they report there is no major risk if there is a allergenicity in a pineapple grown naturally, equivalent to the one grown genetically. If there is any toxicity in cassava, cyanide, the same toxicity. Therefore, I would want to say that we move slow. To engage an enemy, we need to come closer. We need to come closer. Because running away from wording and so on will not help us. We have to keep closer. How? I'm teaching.
Go ahead.
Students from the ministry, I teach at masters, they tell me they have deployed them at the border to control incoming of GMOs. I say using eyes or using...
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you so much.
Can I also welcome Professor?
Let me quickly respond to his...
So I conclude this way.
Yes.
Uganda must be in position to debate with tools and equipment. If you suffer from cancer in Uganda, you go to Cancer Institute. Every sample is sent to India. Maif does not have even a PCR machine to detect some of these things. And they deploy their officers to the border to guard GMOs. You send a sample to NBS, they cannot analyze. Therefore, I want to say that maybe after elections, we negotiate,
yes.
we negotiate with the politicians to empower scientists in Uganda more to be able to oppose. But opposing without empirical evidence is I was in the cabinet. How do you parliamentarians say we are going to consult constituents on GMOs? If the parliamentarians themselves can't understand, what about their constituents? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. The comment is well appreciated. The issue of GMO, we are trying to use in our documentation, not to take it away, but instead to use more of LMO, living modified organisms. Probably it is still the same as GMO, but probably it has a better a better uptake than the other one. So, thank you so much. But the rest will continue the discussion.
So I'm allowing Professor Chikafunda because I know what it means, the GMO discussions. I just allowed that, but he's the last one on this platform. Unless if we have only one more online.
I'm not saying much more than appreciating what he has done, because I had it in my mind. I said, how can we oppose GMOs when we can't tell a GMO from a non-GMO? And I think the starting point should be on how to detect some of these. We improve on our laboratories to be able to detect what is wrong and what's right. But otherwise, we are going to accept whatever we get. Number two, regarding developing GMO potatoes at Kachwekano. It was not developing, it was testing GMO. And it was not only in Kachwekano, it was also in Kasese for maize and Namlonge for cassava.
Even soybean.
But it was only for testing purposes. And I remember it was very necessary to destroy completely the products of GMO. Reasons, I don't know.
All right, thank you so much. Once we go through the trial process and the research ends, for now, if they are able to maintain it in confinement, they are allowed to maintain. But if they are not able, they are destroyed and destroyed completely under the supervision of National Biosafety Committee. My colleague from NARO, you can add on.
I just want to make a comment. When it comes to publications, you have to be very careful. I've been reviewing several publications. There's usually a bias. If you read papers that are published from the US, they are pushing American technology. If you read Asia, they are pushing Asian technology. Europe, they are pushing European technology. So you don't have, I don't really rely on publications. I look at the methods. Are they reproducible? Are they genuine? Was there ethics? So you have to be very careful with the publications. But in terms of GMO, I think what we need to appreciate is that the more concern is if you open the borders to GMO, the markets are going to be flooded. And now, when the markets are flooded, you don't know the socioeconomic impact of that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brian.
Yeah,
And,
there are lots of different frameworks also to manage the markets, trade and markets. So I believe through those mechanisms, some of those worries can be dealt with. But the subject of genetically modified, living modified organisms is a very, very tricky discussion and debate. The more the public gets informed and understand the difference between the normal breeding processes from the genetically modified technologies and the implications of each, then the debate is going to still keep going on and going on and going. But I hope we are going to get there very soon. But currently, Uganda National Council of Science, through institutional biosafety committees and national biosafety committees, we are doing our best to ensure that we don't prohibit researchers from doing the work, but ensure that they are doing it under controlled environments, having undertaken what we call the proper risk assessments as researchers, as regulators, and ensure they adhere to the protocols. And I can gladly tell you, especially NARO, They are the biggest people doing this research from different crops. They are deploying the best practices with the supervision and guidance by the National Biosafety Committee. That's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Let's give Professor Lawrence a hand clap. Is it good enough? He's protecting this nation from so many other things, not only GMOs or the living, you've called them living modified organisms. It's not the only one. That Biosafety Committee does much more work than that. However, the issues should be to do with yes, the scientists can work in confinement, but also we need to do sensitization. Thank you very much. I welcome Kano to the floor. Malawa slide set.
All right, so let's welcome Colonel Dr. Godwin Bagash Bajenzi. I'm privileged that we were in the same college. He was, I think, 1 year ahead of me, doing a bachelor's of veterinary medicine. But the most important, as he went through his master's, his PhD, I was one of the supervisors, so I'm happy to see that he has grown in ranks, and we sit on the same table and discuss the issues of national and international importance, especially the Biological Weapons Convention. Thank you so much. Over to you, Kanu.
Thank you, Professor, for that wonderful introduction. Can I read it from here? He's going to be regulating the filter flow. One by one. Allow me to remove the cap because I feel the room is heated with the discussion, and especially so when you touched on the trigger of GMOs. Yeah, distinguished guests from different organizations and corners of Uganda, and those online. And Professor Charles Twesigye, whom we have recently interacted, I am privileged to come to this floor, and especially so when you say I'm the first Colonel to be invited to the college, to the university, to participate in such discussions. So I am highly privileged to be in front of you. Thank you. I'm, of course, Lieutenant. I am Colonel Dr. Godwin Bagash, and I'm the Biological Weapons National Contact Point for Uganda. Just trying to rearrange the slides. Sorry for that hiccup. I think I was trying to enlarge the screen because the font was too small for me to read. Yes, once again, I'm Colonel Dr. Godwin Bagash. Professor Lawrence has already introduced me. I work in the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. Uganda People's Defense Forces as the head for biosafety and biosecurity department, and at the same time I coordinate efforts on treaties and conventions under the Chief of Joint Staff, and specifically those treaties that are private to us, including the Biological Weapons Convention. My presentation outline is as reflected. However, when it comes to biosafety and biosecurity, I think Professor Lawrence has already talked about that, so we shall not dwell so much on it because I will be repeating what he has already presented and wasting too much of our valuable time. So I will largely talk about biological warfare, what it is. This is just a definition. There are different definitions that are used globally, depending on the context. But this to do with the deliberate use of these living infectious organisms and or toxins, which are derived from microorganisms to cause massive death and disease to human, animals, and plants. So largely flora and fauna is the most affected. Understanding biological threats, what are these? These are categorized. One, as natural outbreaks that come as pandemics, epidemics, and majority that are of pandemic nature come from zoonotic disease causing organisms. Others are deliberate threats that come out of bioterrorism and biological warfare programs. Others could be accidental releases emanating from laboratory mishaps and synthetic biology risks and life sciences research activities. What is the impact on national security? Once they occur, they cause economic, social, and bring actually quite a lot of military consequences. You've heard globally, whenever there are fights from country to country, some accusations keep cropping in. They have used chemical weapons. They have used biological weapons. There is some connotation on some of these organisms once they are released in the environment. So they cause disruptions, especially in defense operations, and largely national instability. So once the organisms are misused, what are they intended for? They are intended for biocrimes, they are intended for bioterrorism, and what is the aim? The aim of the actor is just simple: to achieve political, ideological, or religious aims through causing panic, disruptions, paralysis, chaos, and uncertainty, and ultimately death among the population. That is the intent. For biocrimes, these are intentional uses of biological agents against individual or small groups of people just for potential personal gain and sometimes revenge and avenge. Why use microorganisms as bioweapons? What are the advantages of or the ease with which these organisms are used? Because in our military classification, they are under the CBRN context, the chemical, biological, radionuclear threats. These are weapons of mass destruction. But specifically for these ones, the biological materials, we pique interest because they appear among the invisible enemies. Because we will be here in the room, you don't know that in the AC system, anthrax spores have been infused and are saturating with us. They are undetectable and can be handled with relative ease by properly trained scientists, me and you. They cause mass panic, especially if they cause disease and causing death in great numbers, leading to disruption. And this is uniquely the intent of a terrorist. So depending on the virulence of the organism used, they lead to almost 100% mortality if encountered. Professor Lawrence has already talked about biotechnology and dual-use nature. And this is where our organism's potential for bioterrorism come from. In the technology, in the manipulation of organisms, and creating delivery systems to targeted populations, humans, animals, and plants. Don't think terrorism is only against humans. Yes. The nefarious actors would want to make sure your environment lacks food, so they will come and destroy all your matoke plantations. They will make sure that if your economic gains are coming from the apiary industry, they will come and use sterile insect techniques to make sure they produce drones that will come and mate with your queen bees, such that you release populations of bees that are non-productive. So they just dismantle that system. If they know your strength is in the local maize, your strength is in the local beans, your strength is in the local matoke, your strength is in the local, they introduce invasive plants and pests. They come and destroy. And once you have a population that lacks food, what to put on the table each day, you know what it leads to. Insecurity, attacks, suicide, and other negative thinking, including demonstrations and the rest. In so doing, by the time you are putting the population to order, but you have nothing to provide on table, you have lost either the state or the government, even in the regional, causing regional instability, because there will be influxes of refugees. You saw what happened in in Sudan, when just a simple, it is not simple though, because it was about wheat to produce bread. Once a population lacks what to put in the tummy, you can discuss all the politics at the local level, and once when people are filled up in the stomach, but once there is that one lacking, you see eyes blowing up. So in the area of applied biosciences and technology, there are practical applications of biological organisms, or there are subcellular components to manufacturing and service industries, environmental management, and other uses, and this is to do with biotechnology. With the dual use, we have goods, software, technology that have both civilian and military applications. They include commercial items, such as specific chemical compounds, like the TNT compounds we use to blast rocks. We have organisms that we use for research, and they are products for industry, for research purposes, but can also use it for military intentions. Others include unmanned aerial vehicles, such as drones, used as a delivery system. Because if you are going to weaponize an organism, and you are going to use a bomb that will explode and cause fire, you are likely not to achieve your intentions, because you will destroy the organism in the process. but we are seeing drones being developed to use as delivery systems to hard-to-reach areas to deliver drugs, to deliver vaccines, to deliver other items, the medical countermeasures, to all every places that probably vehicles on trucks from national medical stores or joint GMS may not easily reach. Then they use this technology to deliver system. This is a good technology. It eases work. It brings out efficiency. But other nefarious actors can load them with anthrax organisms, with Ebola virus, with any other isolates, and deliver them, and deliver even a disease, FMD, to places which has never registered any single outbreak of such a disease in an area. So we need to have a double eye on the technology, on the good things. We tend to present only the good part, but we don't look at the negative. So this biotechnology, this is common knowledge. It uses, it utilizes bacteria, yeasts, fungi, algae, plant cells, cultured mammalian cells as constituents for industrial processes. But the successful application integrates a multiplicity of scientific disciplines, including microbiology, biochemistry, genetics, molecular biology, chemistry, and chemical and other process engineering. And there are different forms of biotechnology. We see the microbial technology, plant, animal, medical, industrial, environmental, and molecular biotechnology. In the African perspective, we've been lagging behind due to low-level biotechnology infrastructure. I think this has been already eroded too. We could be facing security risks due to lack of or insufficient biodefense systems or mechanisms. However, the good news is that we have a good potential due to our vast biodiversity of natural resources that can be utilized for our health and national security. So we need to leverage on what we already have, build strengths, communicate, coordinate with each other, and come with what we think is good for us, largely guarding our territorial integrity. So African countries should be encouraged to invest more in civil and defense-based biotechnology applications in the era of this technological advancement. I may not need to dwell so much on the history of biological warfare because this is available. You have heard of all these occurrences. I can touch a bit on them. That the concept of using these biological agents in warfare is not new. We see in the 6th century in Iraq, where people were poisoned wells of their enemies with a fungus called rye ergot that causes ergot poisoning in crops and actually in humans. Ergot poisoning also causes delusion, paranoia, seizures, twitching, and cardiovascular problems in humans and can lead to death. In the 17th to 20th century, we saw during the French and Indian War, British forces in the North American donated blankets from that are laced with smallpox virus patients to Native Americans. You know, smallpox is an infectious disease caused by one of two variants, variola major and variola minor. In the 20th century, during the time, it's estimated that 300 million people died from smallpox disease. So you can see how it was bioweaponized. Using just a simple technique by making sure the patients that are suffering from smallpox are given blankets, and they use them during that period. Then they pick the blankets and deliver them, donate them to another country, and all the country goes down with smallpox. That's intentional release, intentional spread, deliberate spread of disease. So, is smallpox a potential bioweapon? Yes or no? We currently know that smallpox is regarded as a disease that has since been eliminated, that is extinct. However, there is information that around 10 labs around the world still keep these smallpox organisms as a deterrent for attacks from other major powers. You can go and look up that information. During World War II, the Japanese operated a Japanese army unit called 731. And it had a secret bioweapons research facility. They dropped bubonic plague-infected fleas and grains to attract local rats in China. They first infused the fleas, infected the fleas with plague organisms. Then they also provided grains to attract the rats. You get them, and they deliver them in China, such that there is proper multiplication and propagation without interruption. You very well know that bubonic is derived from the Greek word meaning growing, and you know what it causes. So, Shiroishi was the commander of that unit. So you see how you cannot discern the military from what you are researching about. They will be interested. Why? Either for positive reasons or negative intentions. But all in this is in line of self-preservation, self-protection. This is what was happening at the time. So in the corner, that is the gentleman who was the commander of Unit 371 in the Japanese army. All of you have read about the anthrax attacks in the USA between September and November 2001, where powder-laced letters containing anthrax spores were mailed to several US media, offices, and some politicians. A total of 23 confirmed or suspected cases of this act of bioterrorism related to anthrax were reported at the time. 10 of them developed respiratory forms of the disease, and 13 developed the cutaneous forms. Ultimately, 32,000 persons with potential exposure were initiated on antibiotic prophylaxis to prevent further spread of the infection. We have another example of accidental release from the biological Chernobyl leak in the USSR. In 1979, there was an accidental release of anthrax from a weapons facility in the USSR. You know, spores of Bacillus anthracis, which is the causative agent of anthrax, is the one that contaminated the community. Propelled by an act of slow wind, the anthrax cloud drifted southeast, producing a 50-kilometer trail of disease, killing at least 66 people. What does this one bring me to? I ask a question in the middle. Have we had anthrax outbreaks in Uganda? Do we have plague in Uganda? Do we have CCHF in Uganda? Do we have FMD in Uganda? I don't want to mention others, Ebola and Marburg disease. So we are a region of an epicenter. We are actually an incubator for the whole world because all organisms are here with us. And we have also scientists here with us. And we have those who put on uniform, but also have a scientific background with us in this area. So what does this one bring me to? Based on the definitions, based on the historical perspective of biological warfare. Threat landscape, what do we see? One, state level programs and risks. From the previous examples I've seen, we have presented, that there are facilities which were state supported. Two, we see non-state actors accessing organisms and using their own delivery systems to target populations. We see accidental releases from labs, well-established labs, with the biosafety officers, with the biosecurity officers, with BRM systems. And we also see enthusiastic scientists who have the urge to experiment. If I did this, and they move away from the protocols and they want to test and find out. So we have had HIV that it came from an enthusiastic scientist who was trying to experiment. We have convergence of synthetic biology and dual-use research, and we see that there is potential for misuse of biology that can lead us to a catastrophe. This is fresh in our minds. Was it a bioweapon? To date, we know that coronavirus, corona disease, COVID-19 pandemic killed more than 3.5 million people. And that the causes of COVID-19, was it engineered as a bioweapon? This is still a scientific myth for me and you. What is the public health and security nexus? How do we protect against acts of bioterrorism? We only need to be prepared for it because there is existential threat. We need to promote public health and security. Both public health and security to achieve the purpose. We need to educate our healthcare teams in areas of biosafety and biosecurity, noting that one, there could be biocrimes, that two, there could be accidental releases, and three, there could be amongst us people with negative intentions, the nefarious actors, that could even access these isolates and deliberately release them in the environment. We need to incorporate possible suspected bioterrorism attacks in disaster preparedness and response plans. That in case it happened, what do we do? And we should always be in touch with our community. I heard Professor Lawrence, the GMO thing is now disturbing him, how he's going to go to the community and tell them now it is LMO. So you need to keep in touch with them because they are the people we serve. And the communication to them is crucial. Future trends. Novel science. In the future, we shall see normal proteins involved in normal system modulation that are manipulated to become toxic, especially when they are present in high concentrations or present in tissues from which they are normally absent, and or delivered into cells that are in different stage of development. Genetic engineering, he has talked about the CRISPR, they talked about the PCR, and all possible manipulations of genes, which is used to target genetic characteristics of different species through gene manipulation, extracting genes of virulence from otherwise and transferring them into organisms that are otherwise known to be either friendly to us or to the environment. And what are the targets? The intention is that you create an organism that evades antibiotic treatment, evades vaccine protection, evades harsh environmental conditions, and it stays and propagates. We are concentrating on humans, but I want to trigger your thinking in the line of agroterrorism. And I will give you an example, which I will not quote the years, and where in one of our borders, at one time, someone was crossing. You know, in our borders, there is what they call a no man's land. So somebody jumped out of the bus, which was meant to move ahead, and they checked the contents, but this person moved out with a tin. So once the customs officers intercepted him and asked him why he was moving with the tin, and yet the inspectors were going to check the luggage and everything in the bus, the person threw down that tin and ran back to their country. So in an attempt to open the tin, a swarm of flies flew out. Now, the customs officers also scampered for safety because they didn't know whether they are bees or there was, and nothing was left to trace what it was. So what do you think that was? Professor said, we deploy Greeks to go and intercept invisible, but yet they also they are not even equipped to detect or even to know what they are intercepting. That's a big flag. We have unmanned aerial vehicles. These are drones, which are used as delivery systems for very many intentions. I've already talked about that. I don't have to go back to it. Biosafety, biosecurity. Uganda's perspective. Where are we? Because this is what feeds into what leads to bioterrorism. How prepared are we as a country? Yes, Professor Lawrence has presented, and many others, I believe, have talked about it, that we have made very many significant progress in trying to enhance biosafety and biosecurity and all governance frameworks to address dual-use research of concern. And this progress reflects a growing national recognition that, one, we have escalating risks emanating from emerging and re-emerging biological threats. We have a rapid pace of biotechnological advancement globally. We have an increasing relevance of dual-use life science research ongoing. So we cannot sleep and think things are moving on. Normally, they are not. The beauty of it is that Uganda adopted a One Health approach to biosafety, biosecurity implementation. So we believe that no one should be left behind. We have to move as a team in order to achieve Vision 2040 in our area of strength. We have proactive risk-based BSBS implementation in the country. He has already talked about training materials, mentorship schemes, and assessment and audit tools that have been aligned to biorisk management. we have key stakeholders that are involved either in providing oversight and or implementation. I name a few. The list is not exhaustive. We have Ministry of Health, involved in disease, surveillance, response, treatment, prevention, and is at implementation level. Prime Minister's Office providing oversight as coordinator of government business. Agriculture, animal industry and fisheries at implementation level, survey animal diseases, outbreaks, containing them, preventing spread, and even treating the diseased animals, and also isolating those suspected to be sick and those that are sick for future management. That's BSBS. Office of the President being a custodian of this law that we are trying to develop on biosafety and biosecurity. Uganda National Council of Science and Technology providing oversight. And oversight, you know, that's a big eye with a large retina that sees what you are doing, whether you are following the protocols, whether the science you are doing is in line with the legal framework, and giving updates of your progress in your research, such that you don't deviate from what you had intended or you've been cleared to do. So we thank Uganda National Council of Science and Technology and the National Biosafety Committee. Ministry of Education providing training, Ministry of Security at implementation level, largely now security and health are at a conjoined. You know, we used to study genetics and they tell us that's the point of Kayazi matter, where one that is crosses. So that's our center of interest, that health is securitized, and is the reason why at one point the military was called in order to control movement of people, because we believe that if you allow freelance of movement in an era of an outbreak, then you cause massive spread, morbidity, and mortality. So we have to come in, we have to pick an interest in any disease, and we have to securitize it in order to protect the population. The judiciary, of course, to do with the enacting of laws, and it's at implementation. Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs at implementation level to oversee the Biological Weapons Convention, to see that we align and submit confidence building measures such that other state parties don't suspect that we are seated behind here developing bioweapons. We need to go in line with them. This, we do it regularly and attend meetings in Geneva, and also present national statements regarding implementation in different areas, national implementation. Have you done this? Have you done this? Do you have labs that the military is supporting? Do you have these high consequence agents that are at a level of biosafety level 4 in the country? If yes, do you have these labs that are handling them? And if yes, where? They ask you, not because they don't know. They know that in UVRI, these are the organisms that you have, because who funds UVRI? And who funds Biological Weapons Convention? The major powers. There are not more than 6 that handle the biggest mantle and veto. Us, we contribute on what they call state party assessed contributions. When they say the budget for Biological Weapons Convention is this in total, the major powers say, me, Europe. The US says I'm going to pay this percentage, Great Britain, this, Canada, this. Then what is left is spread at around 194 countries. So you find Uganda paying 2,000 USDs because the biggest amount has already been cleared. So do you oblige or you don't to the rules? Me and you have to answer that. So Minister of Gender, social labor and social development. It is at implementation. You know, it has that Department of Occupational Safety and Health. If you are not following the rules, the SOPs in your labs, and the people you employ get injured, you have to look at how you compensate them. And it is at this level that the Ministry of Gender, Occupational Safety and Health comes in. And the Ministry of Health and many other ministries are represented in those committees. National Drug Authority, of course, you know, finance, you know, Financial Intelligence Authority oversees what you are putting on your country, what is coming into your country, what is coming into your account, such that it is monitored, that it is not used for negative intentions, including funding terrorism. So academia, that one is the obvious, because where we are, people have presented and you see what researchers have done, and the implementation, we have to move with them. What they recommend is what we do. We have partner support. We have Biosafety Biosecurity Association of Uganda. We have Water and Environment. We have NEMA. NEMA has been talked about, their National Environment Management Act. So we have to move in a team. If I have not mentioned your institution, it doesn't mean it's not participating. The slide can only accommodate a few. National capacity on biosafety, biosecurity, Professor has already talked about that. We have organisms that for us as a country has developed, established as a national inventory. We have standard operating procedures for biosafety committees distributed everywhere. We have the BSBS training curriculum, which has 3 tracks. This has been established and it has been rolled out. I've already mentioned about the One Health approach to implementation of biosafety, biosecurity. There are assessment tools for laboratory biorisk management. There are audits that are conducted periodically. Then there is also a mentorship toolkit that was developed. And currently we have also subject matter experts on biosafety and biosecurity represented at the African CDC and African Union. And the president of the Biosafety Biosecurity Association of Uganda is one of them. These tools, I've talked about them, so I don't have to repeat to that slide. The national frameworks are in existence. Our major fulcrum is the Constitution that gives us the power. It is the supreme law. Each entity has an act: animal diseases, public health, plant protection, the penal code. This one applies to any person that involved in the spread of infectious diseases, intentional spread. We have National Environment Act. We have the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2002. This targets people that engaged in or carry out any acts of terrorism, and the act defines an act of terrorism as the manufacture, delivery, placement, discharge, or detonation of an explosive or lethal device in a public place. We have the East African Community Customs Management Act. This one has a component that oversees transnational movement of prohibited and restricted goods, which include GMOs or LMOs and hazardous waste. We have Occupational Safety and Health Act. I've already talked about the employee protection and the general public from dangerous aspects of their careers. Ongoing efforts, Professor has already talked about the drafting the National Legal Framework on BSBS, the governance of DOU's research of concern and guidelines and trainings and all mechanisms in place. Recently, we were trying to establish the guidelines for high consequence pathogens and related materials, and Professor Lawrence was the chair. So we have made some significant progress. As a country, we cannot operate in isolation. We work with other state parties or member states, and we are obligated to also respect the international frameworks. which include but not limited to the Biological Weapons Convention I've already mentioned about, United Nations Security Council Resolution, WHO, International Health Regulations, the African Union and regional frameworks in place. What do these conventions do? The BWC prohibits use, stockpiling, transfer, and misuse of these biological agents. And it mandates compliance through national confidence building measure reporting, and it must be regular so that you indicate openness, what you have, what you are doing, what you are supporting, and whether you are in line with the international mandate. The United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540 of 2004, this one restricts non-state actors from accessing any element or precursors or compounds or products that are weapons of mass destruction nature. If you are operating a laboratory of biosafety level 3 or 4, and you know you have high consequence agents in there, pathogens of concern, and you don't institute biosecurity systems to guard against information, that is information security, to guard against physical security, cameras, electronic doors, to guard against isolates, the biobanks, and the rest. And a non-state actor accesses them. You answer questions that me and you are beyond our scope to respond to. So you make sure you guard against non-state actors from access. So you improve welfare of the workers that are handling these isolates and organisms. You have to make sure you institute a program of monitoring behavior. If somebody has issues, a domestic issue at home, either fights with the wife every day, has issues with the dates, with what, and is handling such organism, you need to monitor your behavior, because at one time, somebody gets annoyed and gets beyond and said, what is it after all that I'm trying to protect? He just decides to release and kill himself and kill the rest, releases these things. And or if they say, if you get us access of 2 vials of Ebola virus strain, this that was recently picked from our borders with this, we shall give these colossal amounts. I will tell you, this person will not hesitate to pick that money if they are not handled well. So you need to monitor their behavior. You need to, if you're a lab manager, you have to ask them, are you okay? How is home? How is what? So that you understand the persons you are dealing with. Then you need to profile them, not about academics that Bagash has come from Makerere University, he has the requisite qualification, therefore he can handle our high consequence organism. No, you need to profile me from the village level. You ask the DSOs, district security teams, you ask the local council, privately, has this person ever involved in ABCD? Does he have linkages with the terrorists? Is he suspected to have ever done this? You profile this person, you profile the nanny. Myself, that's why I'm talking about it. Because I was somewhere in Finland, only to come back and I told about a minibus full of people were coming us asking about your grandfathers and whose, and your political, and their political inclination throughout. So I have a big file that talks about me, so I cannot do anything, even by word of mouth. So the Cartagena Protocol, they have already talked about it. All these ones are in place. What are our challenges? The challenges are cutting across resource and infrastructure gaps. we have talked about legislation. We cannot domesticate the Biological Weapons Convention because we lack a local law where to put it to rest. Where does it? It has no shoulder to lean on. So there is limited awareness. Recently, we held the first ever national awareness raising workshop on Biological Weapons Convention, and I am happy to tell you that Professor Charles Twesigye was invited and he attended fully for the 2 days. And I think it is based on that that he said, no, I have to bring this biological weapons contact point person to come and attend the Uganda Society. I thank you, Professor. For pay. Yeah, so we have talked about porous border. We have a limitation that we lack capacity to, yes, we are doing some progress. We have customs people, they have monitors and what, but between me and you, if you produce today any kit that can be used to detect anything of bio nature that is in a container, you can detect radiation, you can detect chemicals. APLC4 can do that. We have other handheld detectors, but for biological materials, you either have to open it and touch, or you have to open and take a lab and fast test. You can try to smell, but organoleptic testing is forbidden. So I've told you an example of somebody who tried to open the tin and they all scampered. So the porous borders and also the competencies of the people we deploy there matter a lot. So we really have a lot to do. So we need to balance innovation and risk prevention. We have best practices that you have interagency coordination. I've already shown you the key stakeholders that we work with. We have those codes for scientists and strong guidelines. Capacity building is ongoing. We have international cooperation with partners. See now the youth biosecurity and biosafety trainings, fellowships taking place, and also other partnerships with safe biotechnologies. We are participating in very many meetings in Biological Weapons Working Group, strengthening the BWC, building national capacities, and above all, showing that we are compliant with what is required of us. There are upgrades for labs, there are plans for biosafety legislation. We need to expedite the process, but also a buy-in is necessary. We need to integrate science diplomacy and also long-term investment in biosecurity capacity. We have to have these trainings occurring from the lower levels up to higher levels so that when they reach where we are, when we are talking, they understand what we are talking about. So as I conclude, I want to implore you that we need to promote awareness, we need to enhance capacity building as earlier alluded, and we need to report unique consequences even from the lab or in the field of any occurrence that has happened. Whether it is a laboratory spillover, please report as the SOPs guide, because you don't know what can happen eventually. We need to do personnel reliability assessments for the people we are employing in our labs, such that they don't divert from what they are intended to do because of small pennies and you serve your country. Then we should always link public health to security authorities. It is key in advancing our journey. I thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Kado, for that beautiful presentation. You can have a seat. And we receive 1 or 2 questions. And before we hand over back to the administrators, yes, Dr. Babgumera. Then he will be followed by his colleague. There are 4 hands. Let's first do with the 2 hands here. Once again, your name and the institution and your question.
Brian Babgumera from Naro. Carlo, thank you so much for the presentation. It's a comment, but you can answer to it. Biodiversity, the role of biodiversity in threat reduction. Biothreat reduction. I know, for example, there are certain organisms, let's say even bees, if you see them starting to disappear, they can signify there's something wrong with the environment. Professor Andreas said if the fish are disappearing from the water, there's a problem. Recently, we had anthrax in the parks. We had the fish in Lake Victoria dying. So how can, as part of public awareness, how can we strengthen the role of biodiversity as sentinels to warn us of this, because these things are invisible, like you've said, but how can we harness biodiversity to warn us of these biothreats? Thank you.
My name is Kawia Ronald. I'm a PhD student. Thanks, Kano, for that good presentation. The issue of agro-terrorism, I got interest in knowing who is taking the lead in the near future. Because you said means of defense and then means of health, you are taking a lead somehow. But I saw MAIF is just implementing. So I thought when it comes to the agric side, I don't know whether it will still be security taking the lead. It's a bit not clear to me. Number two is a quick one on curiosity. Is there an existing Cold War when it comes to bioweapons in our current situation? Number two.
Number three.
Oh, number three, sorry, I'm ending on that, Chairman. When it comes to weapons, there is usually an antidote to any weapon. What's your take on such a situation when it comes to biological control? I see missiles and anti-missiles. However much biosafety is something, whatever. So is there any antidote to it or anti-missile to the situation? Thank you.
All right, I can first respond to those two questions, but basically, you can respond to the second person. I will try to respond to the first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brian. This question is a puzzle for me and you. Biodiversity. We see these species disappearing. I come from Kabale, and specifically Ruchiga. We had I don't know how many Bachiga are in this house. Sorry, I have to first be selfish and talk about my side, basing on what Dr. Brian was saying. We used to have, I don't know whether subspecies or what, of beans called kabweseri. And whenever we would harvest, we would separate the Rochelle beans, the big size, brown, and I don't know the name we used to accord to the other ones, which are multicolored, big size. Then these ones were like recessive genes, the recessive small beans. Those ones would throw away, or whenever you'd see people cooking them, then you know there is hunger in that home. Because how do you fail to have these better species? But currently I tell you, we neither have this nor these ones. Currently, we have to go to the shops to buy the seeds to go. And replant. You saw that in your area, but in Kabale specifically, it was there. And it almost wiped out all the eucalyptus that we had. That fungus just suddenly disappeared. I don't know whether there is even any research or any report regarding it that is inexistent. Of pyrethrum growing. Each field, each piece, and you know our land is fragmented. planted pyrethrum cannot support any other growth today. We have to use organic manure, which we used not to put in our fields. So, this biodiversity question and some species disappearing, I think goes beyond even what we are thinking, the science we are thinking about. Because, you know, there are invasive species which come and outcompete your own. So we have those species just all over the place, and you cannot have your local traditional plants growing in such areas. So I don't know how we can harness this. I don't know the biodiversity. I think the program, I think somebody will respond to that. But I'm also puzzled about it. Then Kawoya, PhD student, is curious about agroterrorism. Yes, agroterrorism, no. We are not saying defense is the lead. Defense is also an implementer. If you go back to that slide, defense is an implementer. We have key agencies that if we talk about chemicals and drugs, then we have to ask NDA. Are your systems working? We ask people of Customs, URA, how much of the chemicals have entered into the country. There is a government chemist who records the amounts that enter into the country, the amounts that are distributed to schools, colleges, and research institutions, and the amounts that are used for the defense purposes, and he has to give updates on everything. So to do with agro-terrorism, the Plant Protection Department and Agriculture is on board. It is also following our footsteps, and we involve MAIF in all that we are doing. So, and there is even a designated office at the level of Professor Maxwell Onap. Is the one who is head of biosafety biosecurity in MAIF. So he helps us to coordinate those efforts. Is there existing Cold War? It is a myth. I don't want to accuse any country, but we see outbreaks occurring in regions even we thought there wasn't any. I don't know whether it is because we are moving a lot or there is intentional release. So we can't tell whether there is a corridor for now. Yes, with antidotes, yes, for bioweapons, we always have antidotes for chemicals and probably prophylactic drugs and chemicals to prevent disease spread. But for example, for a disease that is emanating, or it is a new disease like COVID-19 when it came, you see how different facilities were trying to develop vaccines. These are medical countermeasures. But for organisms that are coming out of genetic editing, they may not have a drug, they may not have any vaccine to prevent it. So it gets you and you go with it. So we need to develop biosafety, biosecurity systems first, have the law in place, then we advance to biodefense, to have manufacturing of vaccines for different diseases, not only for humans. Then you support it with antidotes, with the chemical remediation products, such that if there is any outbreak or accident, you come in and mitigate the effects. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we are running out of time. There were 2 hands here. If there are short questions, we can have them. If they have been answered along the way, we can also skip them. Is your hand still up? A quick one over there, then we finalize this session and we hand over back to the moderators.
Thank you very much. I'm called Samuel Ladd from Naro as well. You talk of the drones, which is now becoming a serious weapon, So as much as we can detect the airplane when they're coming, can we also detect the drone when they're also coming and be destroyed before they can do any damage? Thank you.
Drones are electronic systems, unmanned aerial vehicles that are used for different purposes. And they are centrally controlled. You get it? So I don't know whether you're asking that question as a country, because we have, of course, you know, these planes as they are coming, they send notification and they are detection systems for the craft and anti-aircraft. And there's for drones, which are highly sophisticated, that we see also being used somewhere. I think they are also difficult to detect. By the time you detect it, it has already caused harm. So as a country, we have our air defense systems. I don't want to go deep into that, but we have the capacity to detect most of the land that violate our airspace. And there has been even in the recent past, I think some people were trying to move a drone, but they are just tourists trying to, it was not with the bad intentions in Entebbe. And they were quickly apprehended because they were quickly detected that some drones are moving in some area along the actual Lake Victoria. So we have systems that can detect those ones that fall within our scope. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we have had a very beautiful session with a lot of technologies and acts. We continue to learn because the globe is being driven by advances in technology we cannot avoid. We have to be ready and prepare. Also respond where feasible and where possible. In terms of biodiversity, yesterday we learned biodiversity includes all forms of life on Earth. Currently, the state of biodiversity all over the world is quite alarming. There is a high rate of biodiversity loss, almost more than 60%. And in some countries like Uganda, where we don't do a lot of monitoring very well, we even don't know what we have lost. So, and nature cannot remain in vacuum. If some species gets extinct, that space will be occupied by other species that could even be very dangerous or even invasive. So we have to be very, very, very careful that our own actions could be responsible for what is happening in biodiversity, and that's why there are different frameworks, including the Convention for Biodiversity, for us to wake up and protect this Mother Earth, our biodiversity. I thank you, Professor Charles, for giving us an opportunity to be here this afternoon and be able to share the information we have. There are different avenues and opportunities of continue sharing outside here. So I think we can exploit some of those opportunities and we continue interacting. I thank you.
Thank you so much. The two presenters and chairs for each other's sessions. What I've learned is living modified organisms are applicable in bioterrorism. So as a scientist, I've learned that one. However, it can also rhyme the other way, that bioterrorism employs living modified organisms. So let's be very keen as we monitor our environment so that we protect one another. Thank you so much. Next is Dr. Elvira taking us through the next session as chair. And our next presenter will be introduced by her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to introduce the next presenter. The next presenter is Dr. Rwamantege Joseph. He worked with the Ministry of Education and Sports in the Directorate of Education Standards. He worked as the DVC Academic Affairs in the Independent University of Kigali. He's a director of Jolanti Educational Consultancy, and he's currently the VC of Apex International University. So with this experience, with this background, he comes with experience to talk about quality assurance and instructional effectiveness. Doctor, you are welcome.
I want to control myself. ICT, I want to control myself here. Thank you. The chair, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to share with you a report. Which report was written and is yet to be presented to the owners. But because of Professor Tresije, I accepted to share highlights with you. Otherwise, I may be arrested soon after giving out all the details of the report. Yesterday, I was very happy when I heard Professor Bakabulindi calling on the Uganda National Council for Higher Education to begin classifying universities. He had a point somewhere, and I think I rally behind him. As you heard from him, universities are not at the same level. Universities don't share the same challenges. And you remember you said, once a university is given a charter or a license, it is classified like any other. Imagine Apex International University, where you come from, which is less than 5 years of existence, but it has a license, being classified at the same level with Makerere University, which has been in existence for over 100 years. Apex International University was started in the year 2022, soon after COVID. It is located 21 kilometers along Hoima Road. When I talk about Apex International University, many of you are getting it for the first time. And, oh, thank you. And I have the opportunity to be here to tell you about Apex International University, so that soon after this presentation, we shall begin to interact. I'll get a wider group of people working with us other than Professor over there. Thank you, Professor, for having tried to look for Apex International University. 21 kilometers along Hoima Road is where there is a road going to Vakka. Yesterday when I was sharing with the Professor Vakavuni, he said, but that is my abbreviation. I said, no, there is a place called Vakka. The most interesting thing and why I am here is because I have shared with the Professor Tresije about the courses that we offer in such a young university. Many young universities cannot run away from teaching ICT if they are to go science. All of them are doing these courses. But Apex has invested a lot, and it is teaching animal husbandry courses. It is teaching agriculture. I think this is the reason why I came close to Professor Tresije to allow me to come to a science-oriented conference. Thank you, Professor Tresije. Apex International University belongs to an association. The association is called the Private University Owners Association. We are a member there. We think that private universities, if they come together, we may address the challenges that we have. Like public universities, for them, they are lucky they have the funding, they are the first people to get students. But for us, we get the last set of students. When everybody has failed to go anywhere, he comes to a private university. And where is the funding? The funding is coming from the proprietors of the universities. So we said, why don't we get an association which may be our voice so that all our challenges are addressed as a team. But still, within this association of private owners universities, we have another smaller organization. This one is called the Association of Private Young Universities in Uganda. These are universities which have been in existence 10 years and below. So far, we have about 10 of them, and in the next conference that we shall have, the annual conference, we hold an annual conference. It will be in December. We hope to admit some other 20 that have been assessed to and found to be fit to belong to this association. The Association of the Young Universities discovered that the issue of quality assurance practices may do something in improving instructional effectiveness in these universities. Because in the meeting that we held, everybody was complaining about instructional effectiveness and vis-a-vis quality assurance bodies which are lacking funding, which are lacking capacity to do well their work, yet we think this is the only way we can be redeemed. Therefore, a team of researchers was set to establish whether quality assurance bodies can help these beginning universities, not the general private universities, but the beginning private universities to achieve instructional effectiveness. The team was instructed to go out to carry out a study. And the topic of the study was the relationship between quality assurance practices and instructional effectiveness in these newly formed universities in Uganda. When you look around, you realize people are a little getting tired. And managing a session at this time when people are hungry is not an easy thing. However, I to be as brief but elaborate on disseminating the highlights of this report. When the researchers got together, they said they would be guided by these objectives. That is to determine the relationship between benchmarking and student skills development, to examine the relationship between monitoring the instructional process and production of employable graduates, to assess the relationship between employment of quality staff and production of lifelong learners. This study was conducted in 4 newly created universities, namely Apex International University, where I come from, St. Peter's University, Avance University, and UNICAF University. The researchers had to collect quantitative and qualitative data. For quantitative data, they used these null hypotheses to establish whether there is no significant relationship between benchmarking and student skills development, whether there is no significant relationship between monitoring the instructional process and production of employable graduates, and whether there is no significant relationship between employment of quality staff and the production of lifelong learners. For qualitative data, they had these research questions. How is benchmarking related with the student skills development? How is monitoring the instructional process related with the production of employable graduates? How is the employment of quality staff related with the production of lifelong learners? They employed a cross-sectional survey mixed methods design, and they used the random sampling technique to identify the 40 students and the 80 lecturers that participated. And also they had the purposive sampling technique where the 4 quality assurance officers were identified and the 4 deputy vice chancellors to participate in this study were identified. I have talked about the scope. I'll skip that one. The findings of this study. For benchmarking and skills development, the study reports that the mean was 3.96, and this was moderately low, and the standard deviation was 0.9714, which was also moderately low, meaning the respondents, based on both measures, concurred to a large extent that the benchmarking has a relationship with student skills development. Now, with monitoring the instructional process and production of employable graduates, the mean having been 4.224 was moderately high, and the standard deviation having been 0.9234 was also high, which also indicated that monitoring influenced the production of employable graduates. Therefore, there is a relationship between monitoring the instructional process and production of employable graduates. The employment of quality staff and the production of lifelong learners, the mean was 4.224, which was moderately high, and the standard deviation having been 0.9234 was also moderately high, which clearly indicated that employment of quality staff influenced the production of lifelong learners. Therefore, employment of quality staff has a relationship with the production of lifelong learners in these newly formed universities. The data was subjected to correlation data analysis, and I want to talk about the results here. These have been presented in that table, but I will skip the table and go to what was found out by the researching team. The results in that table suggested that the benchmarking with a correlation value of 0.116 and p-value of that was less than 0.05, which showed a positive significant relationship. This meant that benchmarking has a relationship with instructional effectiveness. When we got qualitative data, when we went through the qualitative data was not different from the quantitative data, because some of the quality assurance officers suggested that there is, in the newly formed private universities, benchmarking should be taken seriously to enable them to make lessons from other older universities. Similarly, the finding above was also in consistency with Robert Camp, who also emphasized that benchmarking promotes skills development because it helps educators to benchmark through which they identify best practices which they may use to improve performance. Regarding supervision and the regarding supervision of the instructional process and instructional effectiveness, similarly, the results in that table showed that R was 0.218 and the probability value was 0.000, which was less than 0.05, which showed a positive significant relationship, meaning monitoring the instructional process had a relationship with producing employable graduates. In the same way, university quality officers who participated in this study also demanded that supervision of the instructional process should be a mandatory practice in order to produce skills development. The same way, Bridgestock and Jackson also argued that universities have instructional supervision done well. Universities should have instructional supervision and should be done well because it would produce employable workers. Employment of quality staff and instructional effectiveness. The result showed that the Pearson correlation was 0.1619, and the probability value was 0.00, which was less than 0.05, meaning this was a positive significant relationship, meaning that employment of quality staff produces lifelong learners. The finding was also supported by the Deputy Vice Chancellors, who said that by employing quality teaching staff at universities most likely results in the production of lifelong learners. Similarly, SOUS also advocated for teacher quality and their own lifelong learning to foster it in their students. Also, the finding is in cognizance with Bone and Faikov, who said that well-planned assessment encourages students to develop their own meta skills. The researching team concluded that as the three hypotheses were rejected and the alternatives taken, it was concluded that there is a relationship between quality assurance practices and instructional effectiveness in these newly formed private universities. Therefore, what can they do? They are recommending to the people who gave them the job that since the study, having revealed that benchmarking is a key in skills development, it is therefore recommended that these universities. These universities should embrace benchmarking in order to copy from other universities that have been in existence, that have been in the business for some time. The team will also inform the people given the assignment that the study having shown the supervision of the instructional process being the basis in the production of employable graduates, it is therefore recommended that all these newly formed private universities should supervise their instructional processes now and ever to come. Also, they will report to them that having established that the employment of quality staff leads to the production of lifelong learners, all newly formed private universities should look for and employ only quality staff. Madam Chair and members herein, our universities are in a problem. They have a lot of challenges. They don't have the money. Even if they found the right staff to employ, the money is not there. Therefore, sympathize with them. And I'm calling on you that whenever you have, bring them to our starting university so that we can pick up and become the Makerere of 50 years to come from now. The will is there. We are willing to take them up. We are starting like other universities started. I was astonished to hear from Professor Bakabulindi yesterday that they are almost closing their teaching center at Jinja because it has only 100 students. Why don't you bring all of them to Apex International University? Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Dr. Wama, for that presentation. So the presentation, the discussion is now open to the audience. We allow some questions if they are there. There are two questions, two hands on the other side. Please provide a microphone.
Thank you so much, Prof. I like the study with varied statistics. Thank you so much. I was wondering what you consider or what these researchers considered as quality staff. What is the criteria of a quality staff? Also, when it comes to benchmarking, what are you benchmarking? Because programs and course modules are based on the curriculum. And the curriculum has got the learning objectives and so on and content and so on, which must be approved by the Uganda National Council for Higher Education. So when you say benchmarking, what are you benchmarking? Let me stop from there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Wait for the second one.
We are related. Okay.
Please, the microphone.
So,
Prof, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm very happy that you took this initiative to do this kind of study. And I think the others should learn from you and do it. I just wanted to recommend one more recommendation, but it's related to what Professor has talked about. Why don't you develop a training guide for the benchmarking or a manual for the supervision? How should it be done? And for the quality staff, that one I will leave, but for the other two, at least they're within your control. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. and Doctor. The good thing we have met here, and we shall continue to meet. I appreciate your recommendation to be number 4. And I'll definitely take your number, invite you to guide us more on how best to do all that we are talking about. What do we mean by quality staff? By Uganda National Council for Higher Education, To teach at a university, you know the qualifications. But when you go to private universities, we are a little far away from the required. When you have the head of department meeting the standards, the others, so this is the quality stuff I'm talking about. Yeah. I invite him and we work together more.
Thank you very much, presenter. Definitely, despite among other odds, private people do things better. I have worked with, I've been in the government institutions, and there is a lot of money mismanaged in the government institutions, and I have had projects, the government officials tell me, don't involve government. Government is not a manager. The best managers are private investors. And I think you are doing the right thing. I'm being probed to start mine in an association to copy you. But to the point, why, I have two questions. One, why you beginners, you call your universities international, Apex International. International demands a lot. People have quality things, A, B, C, D, do you have them? I know you are trying to attract, to create a bigger base for students, but then if you don't have what it takes, don't you start small and call it what you can? Two, taxation. A lot of businesses nowadays, government is taxing, I think even private universities.
We are taxed.
Are being taxed?
We are taxed heavily.
Yes. What is your take to create a forum to get a grace period of these young institutions? Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I respond to those two? We have started. One way of reaching your destination is to start. And we have started. And as a way of overcoming the challenges, we are setting associations through which we can address our challenges. We are even creating small associations like the Association of Beginning Universities, so that we can jointly address these issues. It is true that private institutions or entities do things better. But when it comes to universities, the story is a little different. We have very few, we don't have big numbers of students. And to attract those numbers, you have to go in for things like giving bursaries, reducing your income base. And with that little income, and you have to meet the quality teachers and whatever, we are really bad off. I wish you came to our side to aid us. Thank you. We are international because we have given ourselves a name. I was given Joseph at the start, and this is a name that I shall grow with and die with. So we have said one time this university will invite people from everywhere in the world. So let's say it is international, right from the start to the end.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presenter. And no, we finished with the questions, and I'm just winding up. The presenter talked about associations, and these associations help in developing collaboration amongst themselves and doing more research to address these issues of quality assurance in these newly created universities. I think they are on the right track, and with these collaborations and social networks, I think it makes this university international, because it is not going to be limited here, but it will go beyond Uganda to attract more students and more staff to come and develop this university. So to be called international, I think it is worth. Thank you so much, Chairman, the presenter for giving us this opportunity to present our work, and we appreciate the questions that have been raised, and they help us to improve as we develop Apex International University. Thank you so much.
We shall present this report to our bosses, and we are inviting all of you to be present that day because we shall give a detailed report other than the highlights that we've made today. You are all welcome.
So thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor, for responding to my request to come and present. Thank you. So I just have to make one request. You know, getting these speakers to come and talk to us, and they sacrifice, we have to listen to them. But I have two people who are urgently must do other things. They're already here. There is Dr. Janina from MOBS. She's already online. She has another function. We have Lillian. She's also traveling back to Uganda. I want these two people to present before lunch so that at least today we have both break tea and lunch. Because forget about what as of now. There is, as of now, I am also requesting you, we need funds, by the way, to have this water. I would like you to comment that the break tea we had was sponsored by Professor George William. Please cancel. So if you can pay membership for Uganda Society, can we give you water? This is the way to go. So this is the request I'm making. Let us listen to Janina. After that, Lillian, so that she can travel back and find her husband in Iban. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor. I'd like to slightly alter the program that Dr. Lillian comes and makes the presentation before Janina, because she's not online yet. No, please come. And in the meantime, if you have a coupon, just walk to the back, pick that plate of food, then we get moving. Dr. Janina, are you online currently? Can you hear us? ICT, please give rights to Dr. Janina to, she's not there. Just like I check.
I am present, please. I'm available
Not good
online.
with the name, because we are seeing and we can't get you. Which name are you using so that ICT can connect you there? Name of the device.
Say my name, the device.
Yes.
My PowerPoints, you have them there already with me, or maybe I can still share because I can be able to see.
Okay, and you have, okay, go ahead and present. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. Can you hear me, please? Can I hear somebody say if you hear me so that I go on?
Go ahead. Maybe I'm going to first briefly talk about who Janina is.
Yes, good
Okay,
afternoon.
fine.
Sorry for we are standing in the way between you and lunch, but we are so happy to have Janina on the floor. Janina is a senior lecturer from Barra University, and she has a great expertise in microbiology and water quality tests. We welcome you, Dr. Janina, to the 15th conference for the Uganda Society. Over to you and make your presentation, Dr. Janina.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juliet, and thank you so much, members and Professor Charles, for inviting us. I'll be so brief since people are very hungry, but I must appreciate that since yesterday we have learned a lot and I've gained a lot. So what I'm going to share with you is on the prevalence of the total coliforms bacteria in streams, channels, and sewage effluents that drain into the River Reeds. River Reeds is the major river that is found in southwestern Uganda. It is very vital and supports millions of the people with water, it supports domestic, supports all the agricultural activities in the area. So it is the river, the only water that we have in southwestern so far that we are using. Then it finally drains into Lake Victoria. What is the issue with this? What I can say something small on this river. It's where I did my project for my PhD and also continued with my postdoctorate. So I have a lot of the data on this river Reeds. So I've been following it keenly, so we do not want it to lose it. So we find this river supports globally use of water source that is contaminated with feces from poor settings and low developing countries like Uganda. Many people face these challenges, and we know that fecal contamination and sanitation accounts for almost over 80% of the diseases worldwide. And safe water and sanitation are services of great concern, listed number 6 in Sustainable Development Goals. And this one, it can save around 1.4 lives of people per year. And we find over 2 billion people in water-stressed countries like Uganda, which is expected to be in the region is a result of the climate change. Many people have talked about climate change. So here in the southwestern, we have also faced it majorly with our river. So this study was done along the selected set of river reeds, and we looked at the indicator of fecal contamination and pollution to determine the water quality. We did other parameters, but for this specifically, I'm going to talk about the indicators of the fecal in the water. Then also, because I've told you we are doing regular monitoring of the river to look at the parameters. They keep on going. Started with the project. Now we are going on. I've got another small project which we shall also keep on monitoring the river to see the progress. What are the major issues with this river that we have? It is facing the population pressure. People are so many, so we find people are going into this river, and they have actually affected it so much. We find a lot of agriculture and industrial waste runoff into this river. We have untreated sewage that also joins this water. Solid waste dumping is becoming so much in the area, and we have deforestation and soil erosion that has brought these river issues. We find we have medical waste laden with antibiotic-resistant bacteria, occurrence with multi-drug resistance organism present in the river, as we shall be seeing the results. And in recent years, or currently, the River Reeds has been branded as the river on the brink of extinction due to climate and human activities. This one we find in Uganda, specifically living alone, the worldwide, 23% children in Uganda suffer from diarrhea, and 3.4 people die annually due to unsafe and inadequate sanitation and hygiene. We have different diseases, for example, cholera, typhoid, salmonella, etc., that are contributed because of the untreated or water that is not of quality. And we find more than 35% households do not access to the safe water. Maybe this is the national water that is treated. People run to the river and that's where they get their water. So we find majorly this river supports many people, those who cannot have the water in their, from the standard one, the national water. So alongside that river, when we are doing the research and moving and collecting data, we find those are some of the a few activities that take place. We find animals all throughout they are in the water, they go and drink direct. People are having farms, they are having everything. So they go and they are in water. Then we find we have dumping. I talked about the dumping. That is our river. It's one of the bridges. It's called Katete, though that's no Barara. That is where you find like in how people dump clothes to the water, into the water. Then we have down on the right corner, we have a toilet. We have different activities along this river, majorly tree planting, and people are so many there. They are looking for what to do. But you find they have, these ones are lucky to have pit latrine, but it's so close to the river. It is actually in the river. You can see it's in the wetland where the river is passing. Others do not have this. They go direct behind the bush and they do direct into close to the river, that when it rains, everything goes into the water. We have the dumping of the sewage to different industries, areas. When they find they have nothing to do, you find they open their channels into the river. We have those people, whoever wants to do the washing of their cars, their motorcycles, they go into the river because it is cheap. They put a lot of the detergents, and yet downstream people are getting water, and we find it has become an issue. What was the objective of this study that we carried out? We were looking with those, we wanted to know, we have the total coliforms and more so the fecal coliforms bacteria along this river. Wanted to determine the susceptibility of the E. coli, which is the fecal, the organism of concern, to the selected antibiotics, because we know that drug resistance is becoming an issue, mostly in Uganda here. Then we wanted to synthesize and document pollution issues also around the river. We worked on different districts. There were actually 8 from where this river starts. The river starts from the hills of Uweju Hills and runs throughout. So went to 8 districts for Southwestern until it goes into the gazetted area of Lake Mburo. The studies were selected on different human activities, and this one we put it into streams. We designated it into the upstream, midstream, and downstream with different activities. And each site or each segment, water samples were collected in triplicates to form a composite sample for analysis. Sampling was done twice a month during the wet and dry season using standard methods, and we followed everything. We had 468 water samples that were collected for this work that we are going to see. We determined the focal coliforms, as I've said, and we followed the standards to the brim to make sure that at least we have something. Those are the drugs used often by the health personnel, even in the veterinary areas, because we see we have the cows and everything. So those are the tests that we worked on. That is the method that we use it in order to get that the organisms of interest, the coliforms and the fecal coliforms. We follow those methods, serial dilution, to make sure that at least we get something good. We also engage the communities alongside the river so that at least we could be able to get information from the people. Because at the end of it all, we find these people, all the contamination comes from the people, so wanted to know how do they feel about it. Do they know that the water is polluted, have information? So we engage the communities also to have their feel, so that at the end of it all, we could maybe work together with the communities, correct this. That is how the data was analyzed, and we have our results here. So we found out of the 8 districts in the upstream, downstream, midstream, and downstream, all throughout we got the indicator organism. The rest could be the total coliforms. These are enterobacteria organisms. But the one of the concern when you find it there that can easily bring the diseases is the fecal coliforms, the E. coli. So we found in the upstream, actually, when you look at the results, it was found both in dry and wet seasons. However, the wet season would take the higher organisms. Then we find we have, and it moves. For example, in the upstream, we got 36.1%. In the midstream, it was 66. Then in the downstream, we found 71%. So it gradually increased from upstream, because upstream, the contamination, according to when we're having the focal discussion with those people, there is no much of the contamination is there, but when we get to the downstream, because of the industries, the population pressure, the waste, the dumping, it affects so much in the downstream. And in the downstream here, we have a city. Previously, it was a municipal city, something. Now it is a city. We have very many people. People have now merged, and the population pressure is increasing. So there's a lot of pressure into this when it comes. So we find that is the results we got. The E. coli was the most prevalent in the upstream. The rest were following. I want to take you to this is in dry season. Dry season compared to the wet season, it got out the fecal coliforms, but was a bit lower. But overall, it was significant. And it is not supposed to be there anyway for you when you're looking for the quality of this water. Then E. coli was the most prevalent, thriving better downstream, possibly due to environmental factors or pollution that favor its growth, and I had told you. Then the rest of these coliforms, they were also there because they are part of this environment. They can also appear, but they are not as important as the fecal coliforms. When we look at we did the testing, and we found the ones which are significant different. Those are the one of E. coli, and the E. coli was significant. And the Fruendi, it was also significantly different. I have this result that is of interest. After finding those organisms in the water, we have the drug stability or the drug resistant tests. So we found out that when we did the organisms against this one, we found tetracycline registered 100% resistance. So it means when you're sick of this coli that we isolated in the water, and you take tetracycline, however much, to not have an effect because these organisms are already having it. So it tested 100%, ampicillin tested 95.5, the order as that one. We found out that what was a bit sensitive that can still work maybe was utriofuranton, which had the sensitivity of 72.7 and resistance was 27.3. So this one opens our eyes that all the drugs that we have in the market are no longer really helping with the organisms we have. And this one, when you go to the hospital, when you have a sick person, you go there, every time you find doctors are changing, they are telling you, please, this drug, we have stopped it, bring the other one. They are struggling with the resistance. However, as the patients do not know why the doctors keep on changing and asking for, bring this treatment, bring this one, we have stopped this one. For them, they are struggling because they are seeing what they are treating is not having any effect. So this study confirmed it, that we have a lot of resistance with the organisms that are already in our water. So from the observation and the, engaging with the communities, we found out these concerns along the river segments. We found that upstream actually in the hills, it is the rural area actually. There's agriculture, people are using agrochemicals. There's somebody who talked about agrochemicals. I think even this one previously was talking about something that is happening in Kala, and you don't find it here. People are all, whoever now is planting is using these chemicals, either for fertilizer or for weeding, something like that one. So all this one run into the water bodies. So we found we have a lot of agrochemicals along the river. We have livestock farming. When we came closer to we found a lot of soil excavation, of sand mining and bricklaying along in the river actually. You find a lot of sand. And this one, sometimes you could get confused. You find even the government vehicles with red number plates are in the river getting the sand. So it is that we found cattle, as we had seen on the picture. We find there's a lot of solid plastic wastes everywhere now. When you see, people have made a lot of drinks. These drinks, all empties, are ending up into the water bodies. Monitoring, motor vehicle washing, all these ones into the peri-urban upstream. We found it associating with the river. When we came urban was actually, it was too much with the everything that would go, everything that one does not need nearby, puts in a place, a way that will find it's the way to the river. So we have a lot of urban surface runoff with domestic, industrial, medical, pharmaceutical, institutions, and commercial effluents. All of them, they go into our water. We have motor vehicle washing, urban farming, domestic livestock wastes, all that open up to this one. We also observe direct fecal wastes disposal into the river. People get closer to those ones who are in slum areas. They get their pit latrines that is maybe well situated, and they make sure their pit latrine will never get full. So they put a hole inside, and you find it channels into the water. For them, they think they are saving or not making another pit, but they are contributing a lot to everybody that uses this water. Then peri-urban, downstream, this one, it's accumulative of urban waste discharges of all types of the effluents. So it was like that one. I know people are rushing, but I need to finish this. The key issues included the loss of natural buffers due to agriculture activities, of all those that I had said, the grazing, the erosion, mismanagement, deforestation, everything that has brought this one. We looked at addressing these issues requires a combined effort approach that includes policymakers' intervention, community engagement. We found it takes a lot. If you don't engage the communities, because when you talk to them, they appreciate others, they could even see what can we do. Sustainable land use planners and restoration
Dr.
projects.
Janina, we are giving you 2 minutes to wind up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the quality of the surface of this water into the riveries was confirmed with higher bacteria indicators of fecal pollution. The trend progressively starts from how we saw from upstream to downstream. And we found importantly that fecal E. coli forms were resistant to several classes of antibiotics. And this one, it is a serious issue for public. Those are my recommendations. I really want to thank Chamberlain University for giving me the platform to tell the people this water, it may be rivers, but reflects other rivers, and the activities and habits could be the same. So working together, seeing what we are going through, it is very much important. I thank Mbarara University. This project was funded by Makerere University under Carnegie Corporation of New York. I thank you so much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Janina. Thank you for taking us through what you've been doing around in terms of ensuring that Riverways is constantly monitored. I think as we wait for Lillian to get on and prepare her slides, we can take 2 urgent questions from her discussion. Thank you very much, and we can see really that Riverways is a potential threat and a danger, though it should be serving us for our needs. So,
okay,
go ahead and ask.
Okay, thank you, the chairman and the presenter, doctor. My concern is one, like we have seen from even the research results, there is increasing number of resistance on the antibiotics. Now I'm asking, doctor and maybe the other partners in charge, have they explored other alternative means of management of diseases and vectors? Because the use of chemicals or drugs is not sustainable. And I normally say it's because, I think in human medicine it is worse. To me, I normally say because there is some money. This drug comes on board, it is, before even it is resistant, another one is on board already. So my question, like I've said, have they explored other means or alternative method of disease management?
Next question, you can take note of the questions, then you'll answer at a go. There is another person in front here.
Thank you, Dr. Janina. From your data, are you able to provide thresholds that could trigger an outbreak, or at least model and predict the outbreak given the levels of contamination? Disease outbreak.
Thank you so much, members.
Hold on, another question is coming, and then you can answer at once.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Now, what really triggered this study? Were people staying around the river falling sick of the disease, or you are trying to find a mean of future protection? Then secondly, what could be the cause of this antibiotic resistance? Could it be underdose or frequent use? Maybe people who have been there, have been going to hospital very many times, have been treated. Thank you.
I think you can respond to those, and then we move on to the next presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor, and thanks, members. I'll start with the last one. What has triggered the resistance? It's because people are misusing that. People no longer seek for the proper medication. They are maybe overusing it or underusing it and doing self-medication. So they are not going, when one is sick, previously will seek for medication, thinking that what treated last time would be the same. So there is self-medication. We are calling upon people to stop self-medication, or when they are sick, they shouldn't go over the counter and ask for according to how much money they have, but they should go do the testing and get the proper medication. What triggered me to do this one? Because people are so sick. We normally get outbreaks alongside. People get typhoid. We have a lot of typhoid in the area. So we said, what is the problem? What is causing this one? So people are suffering around, and resistance of the drugs. People are crying. When they go to the hospital, you find they have the money they have cannot now help. They are saying government is not providing enough treatment, but the treatment which is there is not really working, and they keep on, doctors are still struggling, what I may say, looking for what can work at that. They will ask you for this one, you bring it, it doesn't work, they will not tell you, they'll say, let us try this one, let us do this one, let us do this one. So I think even the doctors have not really gotten there. They keep on trying until, I think in their area, they must be working, but as patients, when you go there, they still find in 1 week, you can buy like 5 drugs. For them, they are on trial, but they are not working. So one asked for the disease outbreak control a model. Yes, I'm thinking to work with a mathematician and have a model that can predict the future so that we can curb down the trend. I'm also working with the communities, and I want to really work with communities closely with the stakeholders and the policymakers so that at least we can get a solution for our river. Hopefully I've answered what was asked.
Okay, thank you. There was a question on exploring. Have you explored other means of management of disease? That was the first question.
The disease, not really. I've not done it. That's why I said the doctors are still trying. They are still giving it a try. But as me as a researcher, I've not really done this one. I must say that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Janina. Thank you for taking us through what is happening to the quality of River Rizi, and yes, and letting us know how this river is a very big resource for the western part of Uganda. I think we take note of the questions and that have been answered for your future research. I think at this time, let's give an opportunity to the next presenter in the interest of time. Over to you, Lillian.
In the meantime, please introduce yourself and then we'll get started.
That's what I was waiting for.
It was amazing. Is it?
Yeah, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Lillian Atkwase, the coordinator of the Aquaculture Union, the Uganda Aquaculture Union. She's a director of Oxel in Uganda. She's also a farmer. She manages an aquaculture pond of 45 ponds. Oh yes, she's an entrepreneur. And she told me that when she gets fingerlings, she donates some to me. And when I get some, I will also donate to the Department of Biological Sciences. By the way, the person who was chairing is the acting head of the department. Juliet, are you still around? Yeah, the head of the department was busy with a viva yesterday, but she delegated her to be at this function. So thank you, Juliet. You want to say something before? Anyway, there is no time, but that's the head of the department, and she has chaired the session. Hey, Dr. Santa, where are you? I moved around looking for you. So you stand up so that people can see you. That's Dr. Santa. She's our boss, head of department. She has the session to chair. That's where she will introduce herself and say more. So since you are traveling back to your home and have your bio file, I will share it
during the book of abstracts. Anybody who wants to know more about aquaculture in Uganda, he will approach you. Over to you, Lillian.
Thank you so much, Professor Chelsea. As Professor has introduced me already, I think I'll take you through about the status of aquaculture, but specifically on Uganda Aquaculture Cooperative Union, because you see, as others are saying, the science, the what, and in fact, my presentation, it's as if you have already uploaded it, so I'll do the summary and go through what we do and what is the importance of Uganda Aquaculture Cooperative Union.
Are they sharing aside? To find out what happened.
Should I control for myself? Okay. Yeah. So as I've told you, the fisheries and aquaculture account for 3% of GDP and 12% of the aquaculture sector. And when we talk of the fisheries and aquaculture account for 3% of GDP and 12% of the aquaculture sector, we are talking of the farmed fish and wild aquaculture capture for different species of the fish. Then capture fisheries dominates Uganda's fish supplies, standing at about 600,000 tons. This information was captured in 2021. And over the last 20 years, Uganda's aquaculture sector has transformed from subsistence activity to market-oriented subsector that supplies fish to domestic and regional export markets, which are estimated at around 100 metric tons. And this information was also captured in 2021 by FAO. So when we talk of the aquaculture sector, and since I have said that there are farmers who are separately doing the fish farming, which is not from water, but the water that we create for ourselves. So most aquaculture production done are in cages and pond system, but using our natural waters. But pond culture remains the dominant system by number of farms, accounting for 70% of the total annual yield. When I talk of the 70%, some of the scientists who are here, or the researchers, they will say, no, you are deceiving. But me, I'm specifically talking about the pond and cages plus tanks. Those are the farmed fish that I usually do a research on. And when we compare with the wild catch, so the remaining 30, it is from the wild catch. So those are the pictures of the ponds. I think the professor has already told you, not 45 only, by the way, it's like 55. Because, as you see, that is me. It is not any other. That one is, I think, Colonel, don't arrest me, but I was having your uniform. So that is me in my ponds. I was feeding. I do my own work on my own farm. So those ponds that you're seeing in the background, they are mine. And I'm also calling upon all of you here to join me, and we make the aquaculture on the rise. So that means if we combine together the aquaculture, we are going to hit the strategic plan of 2030 whereby we are supposed to produce 1 million metric ton annually. And how are we going to meet it? We have to combine together, have the farmed fish and the wild capture. So we have also cages. Cage culture is growing rapidly on Lake Victoria, Lake Albert, and Lake Chog, accounting for 30% of the total annual yield. So when I talk of the total annual yield, the other time I told you the ponds. Now I'm talking about the cages. So the cages, they're also producing the 30%. When you add it to 70%, it will be making 100%. And who are those people who are doing it? It is us. It is us, the Uganda Aquaculture Cooperative Union. So you can see, these are the people, and some of the people that you're seeing in the cages, they are all registered under me, and you are monitoring them, and we see their production, and we are seeing how they are putting the aquaculture on the rise. The dominant culture species that we have in Uganda now, we have Nile tilapia, which is Olokelmus nilotex. Then on this Nile tilapia, I think even in the world catch, it is the best fish that they used to have. But now, we are now trying to modernize the thing. We are now trying to bring or market the catfish and miller carp. How? We are now dinging them, we are now having them in our own ponds, because the wild capture is now being tolerated by the environmental pressures. That's why we are doing this, to make our farms based by by putting in these species on a monitored high quality. So that is African catfish. That is the African catfish. All these African catfish that we are seeing, we used to have them in the lakes and other rivers. But now, we grow them on our own ponds. So that's why I was saying I'm calling upon you to come and see these species in my ponds, in other people's ponds, who are under our Aquaculture Cooperative Union, and you also be impressed. In fact, even before I move further, I want to thank some of the members who are here who visited my farm, including Professor. He came, he visited me, I showed him how we do our things, and he was seeing the production, and he said, I promised him, I'll give him 30,000 catfish. Yeah, 30,000 fingerlings, I will do it. I will do it. So that means all the members who are here, who are under Uganda Society, if you are an organized group, I'll do the same to you. But I want this professor to be, as the president, you mean you have to first take the first priority. Then you give your daughters and sons. So the professor will get. So as long as he's prepared, I'll give him. Then when you also prepare yourself, I also do the same. So we are doing it on our own farms. So I wish you will come and visit us and see what we usually do. So we have that one, miller carp. We are still on the species. This miller carp, the scientists know it is best grown in Kabale, in fact in the parts of Kisoro, because for it likes cold water. So it is different from tilapia. It is not the same as tilapia. So we have it, and we also try to improve it so that we can get the high production from this miller carp. So the farmed fish in Uganda, we are having, in 2023, we had 100 tons that we usually to get in annually. Then in 2024, we increased it to 150 Then now in 2025, we don't know what has happened. Our farmers are involved in politics. You supply them the fingerlings, the next day when you go there, you'll find that all the fingerlings have died. Reason, the majority are in politics. They are looking for votes. So that's why we are having that going down increase. So the aquaculture trend, why are we having all this? Why are we having all this? The wild fish catches have either stagnated or fluctuated in many years due to overfishing and ecosystem pressures. Those are climate change, habitat destruction, pollution, overexploitation, invasive species, and human population growth. You see, like the previous presenter was saying, that our water are being contaminated. And when you are growing fish, especially in nearby lakes, you'll find that some of the population is putting pressure on water. And when the water is put on pressure, the growth or the production will be low. And that's why we have decided as Uganda Aquaculture Cooperative Union to employ that technology of having our own ponds and tanks in our families so that we can still sustain the aquaculture in Uganda. So as a result of depletion of wild species, resulting from overfishing and ecosystem pressures,
Lillian, you have 3 minutes.
In the face of increased demand for fish, the Uganda Aquaculture Cooperative Union has been established at the national level cooperative platform to build a vibrant, resilient, and sustainable aquaculture industry, enhancing fish production and community livelihoods through smallholder and commercial holder farmers. Then also to smallholder fish farmers make up the bulk of 60% of the aquaculture sector. That is Uganda Aquaculture Cooperative Union. That is what they do. And they have at least tried to make that 60% of production. Then commercial holding farmers make up the remaining 40% of the aquaculture sector and are mainly composed of cage farmers. Aquaculture shows a steady upward trend, contributing on an increasing share of domestic supply and filling gaps in demand. So I think that one I'll also jump it. It is showing the executive of the Uganda Aquaculture Cooperative Union. Then our national union is composed of 6 regions, and it is in the whole of Uganda. That is central. We have central, eastern region, northern region, northwestern, that is West Nile, Albertine region, which is in Renzo region, and southwestern Uganda, which is Barara Kabale, covering 35 districts and organized in 132 cooperatives with 10 fish farmers. Those are active. Then we have those ones who are not active, but they are there, so they need to be pulled up. So we have the women, youth, and men. Women, they are 54.7%, then youth, 33%, then men, 12.3%. Why are we including women and youth? They are still young, and women can do a lot at the farm than men. So, and we also target in farm management trainings. You can see these trainings. We have trained very many farmers, especially the youth and the women, who are also going to implement our goals. We have hatchery management. We have youth and women who are also managing the hatcheries. That's why we are saying that we are going to give you what? The fingerlings. So be ready and improve your farms, improve your ponds. We are going to supply you with fingerlings. We have fish processors. You can see every fish that we have, don't mind about the type of fish, whether it is standard, what is what, we can even make variation on it. We make fish sausages, fish burgers, and fish fingers. So everything can be done when you are trained in that. Because we also train people to do that, especially our farmers. Fish smoking, we would also do that so that we cannot waste our fish. So we have partnerships, government agencies, MAIF, Agricultural Research Institute, NARO, Kabanyoro. Then we have academia, TVETs and universities, financial bodies, private sector actors, development partners, that is GIZ, WISH, LVFO, and TrueFish. All these are partnering with Uganda Aquaculture Cooperative Union. So these are the achievements. We have increased output harvest, post-harvest, harvest handling, smoking, processing, packaging, training, marketing, and branding, and even farmer mobilization, and even on-farm feed manufacturing and production. This one is a repetition. Let me go to the achievements. Achievements, we have a growth in fish pond production volumes, especially tilapia and catfish, where we have the percentage of 80% in tilapia and 20% in catfish. We have increased the youth and women participation through inclusive aquaculture initiatives. And then we have enhanced technical skills and adoption of improved aquaculture technologies.
Lilian, go to the conclusion. I have people from Spain knocking on my door.
So those are the integrated fish farming, whereby we use rice fish farming, and the aquaponics, where we are also trying to improve on our technologies in Uganda aquaculture. Then we have the on-feed production, that is Azolla and black seed, which we also use to supplement on our feeds. So let me rush. I go to the recommendations. So despite the notable progress, challenges remain: the financial gaps, regulatory bodies, capacity limitations. Then the way forward, Uganda Aquaculture Cooperative Union offers a replicable model for other developing nations seeking to organize fragmented aquaculture sectors into efficient, equitable, and sustainable aquaculture. So we also require to sustain and grow the aquaculture sector in Uganda, strengthen cooperative models to improve resource pooling, knowledge sharing, and market access, increase investment in research and innovation, particularly in feed production and disease control. So the formation of Aquaculture Cooperative Union has further strengthened the institutional framework and promoted collective production input, sourcing, and market access. I thank you so much. And also I acknowledge the Uganda Society, the US, the NARO, and the MAIF for supporting us, and even also want to say thank you to our professor for allowing us to come and present our paper here. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Lilian. I'm sorry I will not allow questions. I am the password. Anybody wanting to reach you, I will connect. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. So now we're expecting my colleagues from Spain. Their presentation will be brief. These are the people we are developing an MOU with. They are developing a laboratory on Lake Victoria shores. They are also focusing on aquaponics. That's why we put this together.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Professor. I don't know if you can hear me well.
Yes, good afternoon. We can hear you very well.
Such a pleasure and an honor to participate in this 15th Science and Technology and Innovation Conference. I will be very brief, so those that you can have lunch, don't worry. I'm going to be tight on the time, and I will not extend myself. I will appreciate if you can either allow me to share my presentation or just share it as I share the presentation through the chat.
Go ahead and share.
Can I share now? Okay.
Share, please.
Yeah, share, yeah.
Okay. So, can you see my screen? Yes.
Yes.
Your screen is visible currently.
Okay, so you are seeing the first slide, which is Bioxan Land Sustainable and Innovation on the shore of Lake Victoria.
Yes, please.
Okay. But thank you very much. My name is Manuel Luque. I'm the president of an NGO called World Project. I've been working in Uganda for the last 13 years, though this is regarding it's a project about innovation on agriculture and other things. My base is like a nurse. So I've been working mainly helping develop resources for the communities. I created a hospital recently since 2020 in the community of Kikaya, and I found out some of the problems that my colleagues before they were presenting, like Janina, the problem of the antibiotics, the problem of the E. coli, many of the problem that even the colonel that he was talking about the plants, and most of these problems, they cannot be solved in our hospitals. I mean, those problems have to be solved in a different way, and mainly have to be solved by educating our community. I saw my neighbors using chemicals to improve their crops and to reduce the plagues. And as Janina said, these chemicals end up in the water, and these chemicals end up in the food, and they will drink it. Same like the antibiotics and same like the E. coli. And they are not taking care properly this water. So that's why Bioxan Land was born. It's a place, as you can see in the previous slide, at the shores of the Lake Victoria, where we have a research center and where we are introducing different projects that the community can help, can copy and can then use themselves. So we are trying also to find ways not only to solve the main problems of health, through public health basically, but also to make our community more sustainable. So in case they need something, they don't need an NGO to help them with their resources, that they can have the resources by themselves, and they can choose themselves which hospital to go because they have the money to choose. Now, one of the problems that we have been seeing it recently, not only in Uganda, in the whole world due to the climate change, is the flooding. But in the recent years, I've been seeing like a big problem of this, and we've been suffering also with Bioxan Land. We started working very hard in our crops, and suddenly the lake increased, and all the crops, all the effort that we put, it was gone. It was completely full of water. Now we lost our kale, we lost of carrots, we lost everything that we had in nearby the lake. That is a lot of money. Of course, for us, an NGO, it's not like the big thing. It's a big loss. It hurts, but it's not like a family in Uganda. Those families nearby the lakeshore, that is the only maybe resource that they have for eating or for having some economic return. Suddenly, they find that they might lose everything. Apart from that, we saw that every time that we have a flood, the soil was being removed. So we have to bring new trucks, add more soil so we can plant in the next year. There was a pain, and there was also a loss of money. And if we were suffering, we could imagine how much were suffering our neighbors, that they could not do this year after year. So one of the projects that we started, and the motivation was like, okay, let's find a solution. Let's find something that can resist this flooding, that no matter what, how much water, how much increase the lake, it will not affect them. Let's see a way that we don't have to keep on bringing new trucks, that sometimes we said before, maybe this soil coming from somewhere that have some bacteria or have something that we are contaminating our own land. So let's do something that is not going to be wrong for our land, and also on the opposite, it could benefit, it could clean our land, it could make our water even cleaner after using. That's how we started working on the hydroponics. Why hydroponics? What is the hydroponic? The hydroponic basically is that we are going to substitute the soil by water. This has been done by decades and decades, and in many places, like in Malaysia, they cultivate strawberries, by example, in this kind of pipes. But also, it's not just food. I mean, we could even generate cotton, and then we can use it for other industries. The thing is, it can give us a sustainability for our own project. So the Bioxan land will be not depending on World Project or any other NGO that is coming to Uganda. It's going to be engineered by Ugandans, by locals, and they will be having power to choose whether they want help from World Project or not, because they will have their own income. So that's the idea that we want, or that's our motivation, that at some point, if they don't want us to keep on supporting the community, they can do it by themselves without the need to look for a different NGO. Apart from that, we can control also the needs of the plants through quality testing. Thanks that we have a research center there, so we can analyze the water, and we can see which nutrients we have to add. We are thinking on doing a cycle using also the fish. So Lilian, I was super interested about your presentation, and I hope we can learn a lot from you, and hopefully Deo will meet you. And another thing is that we can have healthier plants, as we are going to give the nutrients and we can control better what is happening to our plants. These plants, they're going to grow also in a healthy way, reducing also the need to use any type of chemical. That, by the way, we don't use any chemical in our land. We try to solve the problems using just nature and the biology to control the plagues. And this is the tendency not just in Bioxan land. This is the tendency also in Europe. In Europe, we've been doing what I saw in my community in Uganda, like people using chemicals like crazy, and using like like it was like high technology. And then people are suffering from cancer. It's increasing the cost of the health system, and it's also decreasing the quality of life of the people, that they are suffering because they are eating poison. No? So we want to change that with these kind of things. What do we do to help like stop or to prevent the problem of the flooding? What we did is like we created like platforms, and underneath we put this kind of barrels. These barrels, once the water start increasing, they will be floating. So or pipes, or they are going to be floating on top of the platform, and they will not be affected. We will be able to reach our platform. We will be able to collect our vegetables, and it doesn't matter how much it will reach, that we still will be working and collecting all we need. So this can be also copied by our neighbors. Of course, they might not have the resource to do big things as we did, but they can do it maybe in a small scale. Next slide. Basically, as I said, how the system work. This is anchored. I mean, it's not just floating away. I mean, we have a place where it's going to stay. The only thing is going to move up and down, but it's always going to be located in the same spot. The nutrients, they're going to go into a pond. It's not going to go into the lake. So we have controlled an area which is isolated from the lake, so we don't contaminate the lake, or we don't contaminate our water with the lake water that is mostly contaminated, is unpolluted. So, and that way we can control which nutrients are needed in our water and which process we have to improve. Like right now, we're using some filters, we are using charcoal to remove some of the bacteria, some problems that we are having. And maybe in future, we might introduce UV lights, or we might introduce other method. We are welcome to all of you to help us with the ideas. Deogratius is there, is the person in charge of the project. So please, if you have ideas and you see that you can help us in this, do not hesitate and approach to Deo, because we are welcome to all of you to help us in this project that we are starting this year. This project right now, I have 200 and 400 hold these pipes. So that means that, yeah, imagine if we are producing lettuce, we can, I mean, somehow we can, even though we sell it cheap, we can make sustainable the project. Because like a small platform as we have, that is not occupying a big amount of land, because it's just creating pyramids, as you are seeing.
Yes, Manuel, you have 2 minutes so that Arba can also have some 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm almost finished. So it can allow us to be sustainable in the project. So with this project, what we seek is just to ensure sustainable food production, to develop a climate resilient agriculture model, and to inspire the community, as I said, with replication, that they copy from us whatever we are doing wrong and whatever we are doing good, and whatever we are doing wrong, that they learn from our mistakes so they don't spend money in committing the same mistake that we have done in the past. The model that we applied, as I said earlier on, is to make sustainable whatever we are doing in bioxan land, and to make it completely independent for any external institutions, and also to welcome any researcher from Uganda to participate, to collaborate, to make mistakes with us, to learn from us, and to share the knowledge to us, so we can also commit less mistake. Thank you to all of you for all the speeches that you have done previously. I really learned a lot. I enjoy a lot. I hope one day I could be also physically there. Thank you, Professor, for inviting me. And yes, as I said, here together towards a resilient future. Thank you, Professor.
Yes, thank you, President. By the way, he is the president of the World Project. I have visited the project. So I think one day I'm going to ask my head of department, we pay a visit. They're interested in having an MOU so that our students can go and do research. They have also reserved the room for me if I want to sleep near Lake Victoria.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel.
You have your room there in your home. So whenever you want to come, Professor, you're more than welcome.
Thank you. So we can now have Arba for some 5 minutes. Is she online? Okay.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Yes, hello, Arba.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
My presentation I'm going to share. Yes.
Yeah, you have permission to share.
Is it everything all right?
Yeah, we can see your slide, I think.
So you can see my presentation and you can hear me, right?
Is that the title of your slide? We are seeing driving a circular economy in the Canary Islands. Is that the title?
Yes.
Yeah, then go ahead and present your work.
Okay, wait a moment now. What's up here? Yes, can you see my presentation?
Your slide is not moving.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'll be quick. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. Before I begin, I want to thank the conference organizers for the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Alba, and I'm a researcher at Fibras Naturales Canarias, a company born with a clear mission to drive a circular economy in the Canary Islands and bridge knowledge from the university to society. So this is the index I'm going to follow. First, I'll explain what we do with banana crop waste, and then we'll continue by showing the products and how we comply with the circular economy principle. Let me begin by sharing a fact that truly shocked me when I first joined this company. After the banana bunch has been produced, the banana plant stems no longer produce anymore. So their existence becomes just an expense, and they have to be discarded so that their place can be occupied by a new plant that hasn't yet produced any fruit. In fact, the company emerged from the European Life Aqua project, funded by the European Commission with a total budget of 1.7 million euros and coordinated by the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. The project focused on repurposing banana crop waste, transforming it into products for aquaculture and the plastics sectors. Upon its completion, the results obtained allowed the knowledge generated to be transferred to the creation of fibers.
You have slides. Do you have slides you are showing? We are already seeing
Yes. Oh, sorry.
the slides.
Sorry.
Now we can see.
Okay. Upon its completion, the results obtained allowed the knowledge generated to be transferred to the creation of Fibras Naturales Canarias, ISL, thus consolidating a pioneering circular economy initiative in the archipelago. At Fibras Naturales Canarias, we decided to look at this problem as an opportunity. Our company focuses on valorizing banana plant residues, stems, fruit rejected by the market, and even banana plant sap. From these byproducts, we extract fibers, pulp, and banana plant sap, which then becomes the raw materials for multiple industries. The specific process consists of three parts. We collect the rolls that we have already produced fruit. We remove the leaves from these rolls to process them. And depending on whether we want to extract fiber or banana pulp and banana plant sap, we grind and press them. For example, the natural fiber extracted from banana stems has a wide range of innovative applications. Textiles, for instance, this textile was produced at the university through an enzymatic process. Although it couldn't be industrially scaled due to the high cost, it demonstrated the potential of banana fiber for sustainable fashion. Sustainable packaging, an example is this biodegradable cloth bag designed to protect banana bunches during transport, reducing reliance on single-use plastics. These bags were the result of the Life Aqua project, initially carried out at the university. Also, automotive and industrial sectors. Banana fiber can be combined with plastics to manufacture parts for cars, boats, and even aeronautics. For example, this aerospace ring is made of 40% plastic and 60% natural fiber, resulting in a lighter piece that reduces overall vehicle weight and energy consumption. These photos show more textile products made from banana fiber treated with enzymatic process. However, as I mentioned before, the industrial process was not profitable. We have also made braids with combed banana fiber to be tested on pets and for possible use in their entertainment and leisure activities. We have created prototypes of bio-based textile and even 3D printable filaments derived from banana plant fiber. In this way, you can appreciate different figures as a Tara and Gran Canaria Island figure. Another innovation is vegetable-based leather or bio-leather, which will soon be marketed in the Canary Island textile industry. Other services we offer include interior design elements. For example, here we design a counter for a local store. We also design shelves to display our products and Christmas ornaments. All of this is made with banana fiber filament. Another exciting innovation is vegetable leather or bio leather, which has great potential in fashion and interior design. To achieve this, the ratio of banana stem fiber scraps after combined and residual water from the banana plant culls itself has been optimized, along with stabilizer, compactants, and preservatives, resulting in leather sheets made from banana stem scraps. We have created two models, the Drobo Canelo model, which is the standard and original, and the Tajinaste model, which is the red one, a variant that incorporates a different texture and greater rigidity. Tests has been conducted with these vegetable tanned leathers, such as the wallet show. Our plantain pulp and sap open the door to innovative applications in construction as sustainable wooden planks, in agriculture as nutrient-rich mulch for crops, and even as organic feed solutions. By valorizing these byproducts, we not only reduce environmental impact, but also contribute to diversifying and strengthening the local economy. Our company is committed to the circular economy because we reduce waste by recovering any type of waste derived from banana cultivation. Second, we obtain raw materials from the Canary Island by processing the waste. Third, we make compostable and biodegradable, sustainable and environmentally friendly products. And finally, they return to the farmer in form of new useful products promoting the circular economy. But our work doesn't stop at fibers. In the area of research and development, we are currently investigating green banana flour and banana plant sap. Every year, 10% of bananas produced in the Canary Islands are wasted, not because they are unsafe, but because they don't meet European marketing standards. That waste represents thousands of tons of potential resource loss. So we are trying to find new uses and applications for these discarded bananas to produce green banana flour, whose nutraceutical properties are optimal for supplementing potassium intake and accompanying gluten-free products, both in the nutritional and pharmaceutical sectors. On the other hand, banana plant sap shows promise in the development of fertilizers, skincare products, and even as a component of natural health solutions thanks to its antimicrobial properties, making it a material with a great potential for both the agricultural and pharmaceutical industries. This resource can be applied in the agri-food, nutraceutical, pharmaceutical, and cosmetic sectors. Through this approach, we aim not only to create sustainable products, but also for foster economic diversification in the Canary Islands, socially, environmentally, and economically. To conclude, I want to highlight that what we are doing at Fibras Naturales Canarias is much more than recycling agricultural residues. It's about changing perspective, turning what was once waste into evaluated opportunities that benefit farmers, industries, and society as a whole. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will give you our company contact in case you have any further questions.
Thank you very much. Albert, was nice listening to you. Since we have your contact, I'll get in touch with you if you have any questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Is there any doubt or something like that?
Okay, bye. So we need to.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like I said yesterday, my name is Loy Miriam Benamgen, and I work with Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. I must apologize, my colleagues, Geoffrey Sempiri, was supposed to present on the Technomat, but he fell sick in the night. He hasn't been able to come. But if anybody is interested in this Technomat, the platform, I have the phone number and his names. I'm going to give them to you. You can call him anytime, maybe next week, maybe starting next week on Monday, he'll be fine. And he'll be able to take you through the Technomat. He'll be able to register you. He'll be able to give you advice on the different services the Technomat platform is providing. My other area of mine was the National Research Repository of Uganda, and I was requesting the researchers who are here, anybody who is publishing, to publish with us. We are looking to publish papers that are open access and about by Ugandans and about Uganda. We want to promote our country and your research done by the Ugandans. We want to have a central place where if anybody is looking for information, research about Ugandans and about Uganda, done by Ugandans and about Uganda, to find it in our repository. So it's also free of charge. I have the flyers with you. Some of you got them yesterday. So you can always, if you want me to enter the papers for you, you can still send them to me. The flyer has my email address. But if you can't, you can always come to the repository and register. I'll go to the back end and I'll give you access to deposit your papers. And then they must be peer reviewed so that we don't enter anything that is not substandard. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. For Geoffrey? Yes, let me.
Prof, your slide is loaded. You are the next presenter. You.
The contact for Geoffrey is he is called.
Okay.
His Sempiri Geoffrey is on 0773 0773 690 740. So anytime you want to get the service of the Technomat, please get in touch with him. Or you can visit us at our offices in Intinda, Lot 6, Chimera Road, and we shall be glad to welcome you and take you through everything.
You repeat, madam. Repeat the number.
The number is 0773 690 740.
Thank you.
Pardon? The number is 0773 690 740. It's called Geoffrey Sempiri. Okay.
Dr. Santa, can you help me to chair Basilake's presentation?
Professor. Professor Basilake's profile. Professor Chua.
Many people know me. No need of
This is a very wrong person. I want this one to say something.
Yeah, you come and say something.
Okay. So I am privileged to introduce Professor George William Basilake. Byarugaba is a committed member of the Uganda Society. From the time we started these presentations in 2002, he has never missed any of them. I think you recall that. And when we celebrated 100 years, he provided wine to our guests. We do appreciate that. And as I mentioned this morning, he supported our great team. So he's a senior scientist. As you were told this morning, he has chaired many committees of the National Council for Science and Technology. He's in biodiversity. He's a biotechnologist. He did his research, Stellenbosch, and I think among the wines I have tested, his is the best. He's a professor of food and technology in the Faculty of Science. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Uganda Society, and thank you for this privilege, but I think you need to advertise more. The whole is not appetizing. I almost thought of keeping my paper until the whole is half full, but it can't fill, I think. I better move with the audience. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, in interest of time,
How much time are we giving, Professor?
15. Okay. Well, I've researched, as we were told, what I was not told, African role model, in modernizing African food systems. You can search for African role model in modernizing African food systems since 2013. And I've been helping different countries of the world, 62 countries of the world, to commercialize patented products. I have a patented product that has been exported to United States and Australia for some time. Do I control myself here? Or next slide, in interest of quick time. This afternoon, I'm presenting something which is still undergoing research. I don't know whether we shall catch your deadline, Mr. President, of a full paper, but at one time, it will come in collaboration with Makerere University, Chambogo University, where I'm based, at my facility, Frevasema Fresh Vacuum Sealed Matoke, not far from Migongo Hotel, is the center where this work is going on. Next slide. I do myself. Yeah. Enter. So today I'm focused on utilization of food waste or waste materials to generate useful products using biotechnology. And the genesis is what I have called the bio concept. We have many concepts written by others. I hope this will be the Basilake bio concept because I have used it for my master's and PhD students. When we talk of biotechnology, this is the sequence. We are talking, the genesis of biotechnology is hinged on biocatalysis. We all know how enzymes and microorganisms catalyze reactions. And we move from there, we go to biodegradation. That sequence, whatever we are going to talk about, goes through this channel. Biodegradation will give us bioprocessing. Biodegradation, as you know, is digestion in the case I'm going to talk. And then we go to bioprocessing, which will give biotransformation. The word bio is there because we know we are involving microorganisms and enzymes at every stage. Then from biotransformation, we already have created a new product we have bioinnovated. And the new product we have bioinnovated is contributing to what we call the bioeconomy. So all of you are engaged in any activity which uses enzymes and microorganisms to change raw materials into a final product. We are going through that sequence, which is a bio concept. Next, we are noting that here, the topic first of all was manufacturing pesticides or generating pesticides and fertilizers from biosirale. We are looking, it's a simple study. We have created a center where to follow what is happening at Forever Sema Center. So the aim is to generate the silage. The silage is generated from a biodigester, where we are generating gas 60% methane. And then this gas is being used to cook, but ultimately, we are looking at the biosilage that is accumulated, how it is going to help to be an insecticide or pesticide, as well as a fertilizer, a biofertilizer. In interest of time, at such a time, those who are interested can take the readings. I don't like reading those. I summarize. We have managed to trap biogas, trap biosilage to different directions. The biogas does the burning, the biosilage does the fertilization, and it does the pesticide activity. All is hinged in that in summary. And I'll show pictures. How do we start generating biogas? The genesis is that we have reared some sheep. The sheep droppings are giving us the start. We get the droppings, initial energy is generated from there, we get biogas. We use peelings from bananas. We macerate them and mix with the droppings, and we have got those tanks. Those biodigesters, there's concrete type, and there is the tank, plastic tank. I don't have a pointer, but that blue plastic tank, the white ring shows that biogas is full. When it is empty, it will go down to the level of the black external tank. So that is indicative of the tank that is full of biogas. This concrete one has a capacity of about 3,000 cubic liters. And then that's how we connect. Technician is connecting biogas coming to the burner. You can see non-ruminant frame boiling tea. The biogas we have. But the storage, as I said, is on the bio fertilizer and biopesticide, which we are still documenting. Now, we have watched in situ on the garden. We have planted a backyard farm where we are using this biosilage from that circular tank underground, which is of course coming from the previous tanks. So the vegetables grown there have shown great response. And we are monitoring vis-a-vis those which are not treated with, for instance, the sugar cane. The sugarcane where we have used the biosolidarity vis-a-vis where the biosolidarity was not applied, you can see, and we are still monitoring and documenting. The pawpaw that is grown recently near to the biosolidarity and as well being sprayed with biosolidarity. The strawberries we are harvesting. The soursop we are harvesting. And the banana weevil. The banana weevil which was attacking from the stool there, we have applied. And then with observation and laboratory analysis, we are finding that there is a fungus that is playing a role of weevil. And then we are documenting further in situ. I wanted to say that this work is ongoing, sponsored by science, in collaboration with Dr. Patience of Makerere University, Professor Mauda Kamatenes, who has been VC of Bishop Stuart University, and I. It's ongoing. We are just beginning second 3 years, sponsored by UNESCO, and was it the general, the vice, who presented that was giving a report which hasn't gone into the honors. I'm also releasing preliminary results. When Charles asked me, I was up country. I came actually last night because of this work to show you where we are. But the most important thing, we're engaging communities is highly responsive. His Excellency, the President had started this project. I attended in Chotera one time, where you have a single cow, use biogas, you no longer have to cause deforestation. Biogas using a few animals at the backyard, you fill the biodigester every day, it's like a stomach, and get methane, biogas, through the wall, and you cook. So this project, the most important thing, I didn't come with pictures of trainees. We have trained many, especially women and youth. They are highly responding because around Mbarara, firewood is a challenge. Although this work, it's like feeding a stomach. If you don't put in the biodigester, you don't get gas the following day. And where one challenge I found, even people who have garbage in hotels, like Posho, they were refusing to give us. One person gave us leftovers we deposited 50,000, and he said the 50,000 was for 1 day, and you can't afford that 50,000 to pick leftovers. So with that, communities, if well received, this is a biotechnology that is going to improve backyard farming and is going to improve the kitchen energy source. And we thank Chambogo University, we thank Makerere University, Forever Sema, the host. We thank UNESCO Women in Science, and above all, we thank President Charles and the Uganda Society for this preliminary presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Bazirake, for your presentation. Maybe we can have one question for him or two, but I was just inquisitive about the sheep. Was there a criteria for choosing sheep?
Yeah, I can answer yours.
Thank you, Doctor. Actually, my question is also in line with your inquiry. So I'm asking whether Professor and his team have bothered to inquire on the quality of the quality of different biodigester inputs vis-a-vis the product or the output. For example, on the quality of the biogas produced. For example, if you are using the sheep, somebody is using a goat or cow, and maybe also the biosolidarity, its pesticidal effect, for example, on the fertilizer component and effectiveness. That is my question. Have you bothered to inquire on the different biodigester inputs together with the output, the quality of the output produced from the different inputs. Thank you. I'm James.
Madam Chair, maybe I can answer those 2 words. Is the sheep? Yes, the sheep actually are my sheep. They are. This is zero grazing. You saw them. They are hanging. They graze from a shed. So easily maintained. They eat peelings and then they drop. So you can use cow dung. You can use anything. But the limited space of zero grazing with my people, we use what is available. It is alternative use. Then have we compared? Absolutely. I told you, I found didn't want to go more in details because those interested can read what I had put down. But this work is being engaged with a PhD student and a master's student. PhD is based at master's student is based at documenting fully every step, comparison, then produced at which level. As I said, it's work ongoing. What I just scooped out is the application in the community. But the academic part of it is ongoing. A comparison, all parameters of the strengths, how long that tank I filled can, from the underground, the concrete tank, from plastic tank. It's work ongoing. We are entering second year and it is sponsored for 3 years. Thank you very much.
Professor, I think we can have the next presenter, Dr. Tubi.
Yes, there are 2 people who are going to present.
Yeah.
That is Dr. Susan and Sanjay Vingutu Kampat and Brian in chair.
Okay. For Susan, he will chair Susan.
Both of them.
Okay, so but I can chair for Dr. Mwonge to be, Dr. to be, yeah? To present first. Okay. So I welcome you to chair.
I'm also available, please. Joseph is also available. Don't forget him.
Good afternoon to you again, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have 2 presentations. I invite Dr. Sami. Integrating drone imagery for the detection and monitoring of coffee with disease spreading in Uganda. For the benefit of those online, I will again just repeat. The title of the presentation is Integrating Drone Imagery for the Detection and Monitoring Coffee with Disease Spread in Uganda by Dr. Sami Olal from Naro. Sami works with the National Coffee Resources Research Institute, which is one of the 9 national institutes of the National Agricultural Research Organization. I will invite him to introduce himself briefly for further details, and then he proceeds with the presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm Samuel Lala. I work with the National Coffee Research Institute based in Mukono, and we work mainly on coffee and cocoa. So I'm going to present on a topic that has been spoken about by 2 great people, Canol and then, was it even biodiversity? Even biodiversity, about the use of drone. So can you put the Doesn't come. So I'm a senior research officer and I'm a pathologist, so I deal with diseases. Not the one. No. No. Still not the one. No. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. So I am going just to spend here like 7 minutes because my topic, the drone, has been spoken about by some two people. Yes. I do here, or you are going to manage from there? Next slide. What do I do from here? Oh, yes. So we are talking about the drones. As Kanol has spoken about the drone and also yesterday about biodiversity, drone sometimes are called unmanned aerial vehicle, which means it is something that flies without a human being. It is managed remotely and is now being used to do a lot of things. You see, Colonel talk about how they use it in military. It has even dropping bombs, carrying supplies to reach areas. So even in agriculture, in smart farming, we use the drone because that's where we use remote sensing, artificial intelligence, and then so here picture on the left is how we use it to detect coffee wheel disease. Then in the middle one, you can see how the drone can be used for large-scale monitoring of the whole field. And if you find that disease exists, then you can also use the drone to spray, as you can see in the slide. So, what is coffee wheel disease? This is a vascular disease, soil-borne, that when it enters the Robusta coffee, it is a disease that doesn't affect Arabica coffee. Robusta coffee, it blocks the movement of water and then causes the plant to wilt the way you can see. That's why it is called a coffee wheel disease, but it's caused by fungus, and the fungus is called Fusarium. It came in 1990, but then by 2002, it cleared 44% of the garden of Robusta coffee in Uganda, causing about $100 million loss. So currently, it's still at 3%, and we're losing $17 million on it every year. So even if we have the coffee wheel resistant material, much of the material being produced by farmers is acceptable. So we need to really continue monitoring this disease and make sure it does not spread or even go to a new area. Right now, the farthest has gone up is in Rokiga, Kameji sub-county. That's the highest where the disease has gone because of the temperature rise, I think. So now that is where it has reached. So where are we now in the way of disease surveillance and then diagnostic? Where are we? Right now, we can only use, there's no pointer. You can only use the microscopy, as you can see. And this means you should collect material from the field and bring in the lab. Or you can use the symptoms, and you can see in the middle two symptoms there. But you find that also that one needs experience, because even water stress or termite can cause similar symptoms, and you can easily mistake it and uproot a wrong and else plant. So still we can use the agar, because when you use Protodectros agar, it produces that characteristic pink. That's when you are containing photo period correct. 12 hours darkness, 12 hours light. Then you get the correct symptom. But if you don't do it, you get a white, which is wrong diagnosis and tell this is wrong. So what I move base to try to detect this pathogen from the soil, because nobody has managed to isolate, even us who have been working for a long time, we have failed. Even people in Kirby in the UK fail. So to detect that it's in the soil, we can now actually do it using PCR, and then you can see you must go to the field. Physically, as you see those people there, you must go to the field, and then you look for the disease. And this one now, even when you're writing a project and you put there a lot of trouble, that one is cancelled. They don't want you to put a lot of trouble, which means it is very hard to do manual. So what are we trying to solve? So why do we need this kind of better surveillance system? You look at number one. This disease, I put number one up to 5. I hope you can see it there. Yes, can be seen clearly. When it is still at number 1, it is still following as asexual cycle, which means there's no mating. But the moment it reaches number 4, because it does not have the system to pass through the dry season, it changes sexual cycle. So when it changes to sexual cycle, you can see the last one, number 5, is now perithecia. That's where they stay. And see now the sexual cycle, you get a lot of variant, and you get more virulent strain coming. So here, to stop this, you must monitor and make sure farmers don't allow the disease to progress up to level number 4. Secondly, the climate change can bring evolution of the pathogen by changing the habitats and in weather pattern. Now we see the disease there in Kamwezi, which was not supposed to be before because of the temperature rise. So if you don't have a system of monitoring, you find the disease will grow unknown and you fail to control. Then the third one, unforeseen phenomenon like COVID-19 pandemic. This one totally cut people off from visiting the farm. So the disease were uply increasing because nobody was monitoring. I was in Rukiga in Kamwezi. Then they called me, where are you? I was in Kamwezi. Come back, the president has closed that, no more movement. So I had to drive back to Mukono. So to prepare ourselves, we need this kind of drone. There we can go anytime, even outreach, whether the pandemic is there or not, it's working. So you can see those pictures. The upper one is in Kalangala. This is 2014. Because of lack of surveillance, the disease has gone, you see that 52% in that farmer's field, and the number of field. So the other one is from Mubende. You see how the disease is moving. So if we don't have a good surveillance system to manage the disease so that the recommended uprooting and burning can work, the disease can go and we find our coffee. We are talking about sustainable agriculture. And Coffee Road map 2030, that we should have 20 million bucks. And if the disease is like this, one of the inherent that we may not achieve what the targets, what the president wants us to do. So effective management require that efficient detection and close monitoring tool, especially those driven by AI, are needed, which has no restriction. So there are 3 ways of doing aerial. You can do satellite, you have satellite sensors that can work. You can use airborne, that's when you use aircraft, or you can use UAV or drones. These are the ones that are used for detection and monitoring of diseases in most cases. So unmanned, which is drone, has been proved. It will reduce the time to do, can monitor large scale, but it's the only problem is that you must go to the field. So you can see in that field in Buikwe, it was able to picture the whole 5 acres at once. So that's the advantage of using a drone. So what are we trying to do in aerial monitoring? In 2002, we tried to use an aircraft, but because the data science was still very low, and also the system AI are not developed, the thing failed because even a small shade, we could not get anything. So that failed. So we said, now, if there's a case, let us lower it to a drone this time. So we use a drone, which is equipped with multispectral cameras, which read in the green, red edge, and then near ARA. So what we did, we took this camera in Buikwe, and we can see this is what we've done. We took this camera in Buikwe, and then we flew the drone. But the underlying principle is that different diseases affect plant, produce specific spectral features, which are physical basis for their detection, which means there are signatures which are made by every disease. And that's what we make advantages when we're doing this kind of work. Then the differential reflection resulting from changes in the biophysical and biochemical characteristic upon infection form the basic signals that differentiate healthy and infected plants. So what the procedure did we follow? So when you're doing this kind of work, the first thing is to mark the coordinates or where you want to supply the train. Mark the coordinates. So when you are mark the coordinates, now you start flying the drone. The drone will only be guided by the coordinates. This is called smart farming. Coordinate will only be, it will not take any photograph outside where you have put the coordinates. So number 3, you have to collect so many images because you have to use for training the machine, we call it machine training, machine learning. So to train the machines loaded that even when you see this is symptom of coffee wheel. When you see this is symptom of coffee wheel. Then you keep on until the machine can understand that when I see this is coffee wheel, that's machine learning. So that when you take the photograph, the system will scan through what you have taken upon all the thousands of photographs you put there so that it brings that this is coffee wheel in real time. Then number 4, you now develop algorithm which you use for detection. So you will differentiate healthy from infected coffee. So you can see this is the map. The red ones are infected coffee. The field was heavily infected. And then the green was healthy, where there were no infection. And when you see this to test your accurate, your system is, you also put people to do ground truth data. They take data physically in that garden so that you compare what the drone is giving you to the ground truth. So what we see is that the drone gave us as 27.2% disease prevalence, but the ground truth tells us is 33%. So our accuracy was almost 72%, as good as ground truth, which is done by human being. So that shows that if we work on the drone and we finish it and we optimize, it is going to be a very good system for use, for future use. Then, in conclusion, we can now recommend to say a drone application has a potential of enhancing disease detection and monitoring because of high resolution data, flexibility, precision, and time efficiency. So what we have started is just to get a reflectance so that that reflectance can be fed to the satellite sensors. So that when we get now the high definition satellite sensor, we can detect the signatures, then you can now use web-based. From your laptop in office, you can monitor disease because a satellite does not need you to go to the field like the drone. So that's where we are aiming to end. So, so we are going, the last thing, if we configure to satellite, then it's going to be a very good system. But for now, it has proven and we have tested it, it is working. So we believe that whether the blood of COVID comes or no, we are going to be managing the disease, even if, because of this AIV. So I just want to thank NARO. It was a fund from competitive grants. So I got to do this. And then those were the group that went to the field to do this. You can see with the drone in front of them. So I thank you very much for the attention and listen to me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sam. Come and join me here. We now invite Dr. Susan Kafua. Susan is from the National Livestock Resources Research Institute, which is one of the 9 national institutes of the National Agriculture Research Organization. She has done a lot of incredible work on foot and mouth disease, a viral disease that affects ruminants, pigs. So Susan, you're welcome. And the title of her presentation is Uncovering Surveillance and Vaccine Matching Gaps in Small Ruminants and Domestic Pigs. She's presenting a 24-year review of FMD in East Africa. You're welcome, Susan.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know what the reflection is. But thank you so much. Very honored to be here. Thank you so much, Professor, for the invitation. My name is Susan Kerfwa, as earlier introduced, and I would like to just share some thoughts on surveillance and vaccine matching gaps in small ruminants and domestic pigs. This is a 24-year-old review of foot and mouth disease in East Africa. So this is spanning from the years between 2000 and 2004. So foot and mouth disease, also commonly called Dejoie in Runyankore, and in Luganda it's called Kalusu, is a highly contagious viral disease which affects cattle, it affects sheep, it affects goats, and usually in the cattle you see these blisters on the tongues and on the hooves. That's why it's called foot and mouth disease. So it has very devastating consequences in that countries that are affected with foot and mouth disease cannot trade in the world market with countries that do not have the disease in their jurisdiction. So the disease also affects food security. Recently, there was an outbreak of foot and mouth disease in Nebi, and they banned the sale of meat, and therefore the price of fish rose up, and the price of beans also rose up, because there was no more meat in the market. So it affects food security. Also milk. When there's foot and mouth disease, there is not enough milk, and therefore it affects the nutrition of those that should have been taking those nutrients. And also the issue of social, there's also social aspects. For example, there was a time there was a foot and mouth disease outbreak in Luengo, and there was someone who was supposed to get married, but they could not pay the dowry because there was no movement of animals that was allowed. So considering the foot and mouth disease, what it looks like, the situation analysis in the world, you can see that the countries that are in red are actually endemic for foot and mouth disease, whereas the countries that are in the deep green are free of foot and mouth disease, but those that are in the light green have incursions, periodic incursions of the disease. So what's happening is that most of the countries that are in light green and the dark green want to ensure that they do not allow the disease within their borders. So this is just another summary. Maybe just to let you know, the foot and mouth disease virus, which causes foot and mouth disease, exists in 7 serotypes. We have serotype O, which is the most common around the world. We have serotype A, which is also common.
but we have serotypes that are exclusive for particular places. They're geographically exclusive. For example, we have Asia 1, which is specific for Asia, for the Asian countries. Then we have the Southern African territories 1 up to 3. These are specific for the Southern African countries, or let's say sub-Saharan African countries. So you find that there is some kind of geographic distribution of the virus. So we were seeking to investigate the distribution patterns of the disease, the viral serotypes and topotypes in East Africa through analysis of historical research data. Maybe also just to let you know, topotypes are just subtypes of the serotypes. Why is this important? This is important because if it comes to controlling the disease through vaccination, serotypes matter and also topotypes matter. So for example, if there's a serotype or outbreak here in Chambogo, if you vaccinated with a different serotype, a vaccine which is of a different serotype, it would not work. So serotypes and topotypes matter quite a lot. And also we wanted to look at antigenic matching. For example, where we're asking ourselves, the vaccine that is used, the strains that are used, can they be able to work against the strains, the virus strains that are circulating in that particular area? So what we're just saying is, okay, if we have foot and mouth disease serotype A, strain B, will it be able to protect against serotype A, strain Z? So those are some of the questions we're asking, because this is a very tricky virus. So basically what we did is just did a systematic review between 2000 and 2004. So basically looking at the African countries, East African countries, Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. So we looked at the antigenic vaccine matching, but also, like I said, we looked at the serotype distribution. And we also looked at the samples that were submitted to the World Reference Lab for foot and mouth disease. So this is a lab that, like you can hear, it's a World Reference Lab that is of the World Organization for Animal Health. And we saw that, yes, Uganda was submitting most of the samples. Over here, yes, Uganda and Kenya were submitting most of the samples, but it was interesting to note that most of the samples did not even have viral growth. So samples were submitted, but still many of them did not have viral growth, which has some implications which I'll discuss later. So no viral growth, what does this mean? It may mean that there are some cold chain issues. For example, the people who are collecting the samples are not collecting them under conducive conditions, like they're not using the appropriate tools to collect. For example, now the most appropriate tool to use is liquid nitrogen. You have to collect the samples in liquid nitrogen because it's a very fragile virus, so you have to collect it in liquid nitrogen. But also, it could be that there is poor sample collection. So people out there need training. The vets out there need training. The animal health workers out there need training. But also, there is the timing of the sample collection. It's very interesting that for this virus, you have to collect the sample between a certain window, between the first day to the 14th day. Other than that, you're not going to get any virus. So it could also be that the animal health workers out there have to be trained heavily on timing the sample collection window. But also it's tricky. Why? Because farmers do not report outbreaks. They're afraid of the consequences. The quarantines that are set up, they're afraid of that. So sometimes they do not report outbreaks. So by the time they're reporting the outbreak, the window in which you're supposed to collect the sample actually has passed. Then also packaging samples for shipment. Because this is all a skill. Packaging samples takes a skill. So you can find that someone has not packaged the sample appropriately, and therefore we could miss out on the virus, on isolating this particular virus. And also it's very interesting to note that 99% of the samples that are usually collected are from cattle. But like I told you earlier, this is a disease which affects cattle, goats, sheep, and pigs. But how many farmers know that actually it affects the other species? Not very many. Actually, not very many. The other day we were in Abilatuk, and a pig had foot and mouth disease, because when we came back to the lab, we tested. It tested positive for foot and mouth disease. But everyone was like, where are you collecting that sample? So this is very important for us to know that there are other species that can suffer, so that interventions should also take care of those other species. For example, if we are putting up quarantine controls, you will find that goats are allowed to move, but it's only the cattle that are not allowed to move, and yet you're silently spreading the disease. For example, there was an outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease in 2001 in the UK. That outbreak was solely spread by sheep, and they had no idea. So the sheep that came in, I think from Spain, I'm not so sure, but the sheep came in, they were infected. And the interesting thing is, the sheep, the goats, don't show any signs. They look very normal. They look very okay, but actually they are spreading the disease. Yeah. So looking at serotype diversity, East Africa is a very interesting region. This is where there is the highest diversity of foot and mouth disease serotypes. So that means that we have the challenge of the kind of vaccines that have to be used. Actually, it's a very huge challenge. There's been debates of foot and mouth disease in Parliament, and it's a very sensitive disease. So you can see the diversity in Uganda. It's quite high. Out of the 7 serotypes, we've had at least 6 serotypes that have existed. This is quite alarming. So it means that when we are designing for vaccines, we have to include all of these serotypes, because like I told you, one serotype cannot protect against the other serotype. So this is still about serotype distribution, but also remember I told you about the topotypes. I won't delve in that too much, but just to let you know that yes, even there is still diversity within the serotypes, there is still some kind of diversity. So all this has implications for the control of the disease. So these are still some reflections that came out from this work. We saw that there were high submissions from Kenya and Uganda, maybe because of collaborations, like there's a lot of collaboration between Kenya and Ugandan scientists and the other scientists from the Western world. But also we see that foot and mouth disease is endemic in East Africa. Every East African country at least reports an outbreak every year. And we've said these are the serotypes that are circulating in Africa. So the only, or rather in East Africa, that have ever circulated in East Africa, including C. C, they say, is extinct now, but we've had all those, apart from Asia 1. Asia 1 has not affected East Africa. So the commonest is O, and then followed by A, then we have SAT1 and SAT2. And there's been some discovery of SAT3. Also, to let you know, this virus affects also the wildlife, the buffalo. It affects the buffaloes, it affects the antelopes. So we have a lot of risk factors actually in this country when it comes to foot and mouth disease. I won't dwell much on this. This is mostly something on vaccine strain matching. Like I told you, it's important to know how well your vaccine performs against the circulating strains. Maybe just to conclude on this, it's just to let you know that the serotype A, Uganda had better results. Is it A? Yeah, serotype O, Uganda had better results, had better R1 values. All this is, I can't explain it right now within this time, but just know that there was a better match for serotype O vaccines and A compared to the rest of the vaccines. So, and maybe just to share some of the reflections on this, Kenya had most of the samples assessed for vaccine matching. Why is vaccine matching important? It's important so that you don't waste funds, because there's usually a lot of money that is spent on purchase of vaccines, but are they working the way they are supposed to work? But also to note is that Uganda had the least number of samples assessed for vaccine matching, and they only assessed for serotypes O and A. Tanzania, we had SAT1, SAT2 performing best, whereas for Kenya it was SAT-O, and for Uganda it was serotype O strains that performed best. What does this mean? It just means that, or rather, what are the implications? It means that, remember, we have all these porous borders, and therefore, if there is a serotype from in a neighboring country, it can also affect us. So it's important for us to actually do a lot of this vaccine matching to ensure that we protect our animals. So in conclusion, just to say, I think we need to deepen collaborations. We need to have more talks between the industry and bench scientists, because sometimes we are not in tandem. Because if, for example, the vaccine is not working the way it is supposed to work, can we be able to communicate to the industry about how to make better vaccines? And then also it's important that stakeholders work together to control foot and mouth disease. For example, why aren't the farmers reporting outbreaks? Are the police apprehending all the livestock species? For example, not only the cattle, but also the sheep and the goats. If there's an outbreak, why are the sheep moving and why are the pigs moving? You know. So yes, these are some of the thoughts that we came up with from this conclusion, and I would like to thank you for listening and to thank all these funders. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Susan. You can also join me here on my left. You've listened to the presentations. We had the presentation on coffee wilt disease and how drone technology is transforming surveillance, case reporting, and management. And also we have talked about FMD, and particularly we have looked at the implications of the current protocols, particularly around vaccine matching. So I invite 3 questions for Dr. Sam and 3 questions for Dr. Susan. Someone with the microphone.
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Sam and another one for Dr. Susan. I hope they are considered as one question. Sam, could you tell us why, of course, start by telling us the cost of a drone and management, and then you tell us whether it would not be possible to train the farmers to be able to detect the coffee wilt disease, so that when you go out in an area, you go to visit the farmer who reported. That's 2 questions in one. And now for Dr. Susan. FMD is a vaccinatable disease. And yet, farmers are spending a lot of time treating the disease instead of the vaccine being provided. Is it because we have so many serotypes that we can't produce enough vaccines to go around to treat the animals? I thought it would be much better to try to control it at that level instead of getting worried that it's going to cover an area with the associated economic losses.
Do we have another question?
Yes. So I'll also begin with Dr. Sam. And by the way, that is my area of interest exceedingly. Now, because coffee has caught up nowadays, I'm sure you're also aware that nowadays you have very many nurseries. I can tell you in many places in the bathroom, there are coffee seedlings there. How are you prepared to manage that? Because like you have said, indeed, that is a risk in terms of spreading, for example, coffee wilt disease and indeed other diseases. Then to Dr. for livestock, like if I would say, when a disease out, we have those, you have vaccines in management of these diseases. What efforts are you putting so that they are usually accessible or benefit the farmers? Because we understand some of the vaccines, indeed, they are government, that is their area. The common person may not have them. But the worry is sometimes we have an outbreak and there is, people are not seeing the vaccines. 2, are you improving the partnership with the paravets so that now we beef up the control of the disease? Otherwise, the few vets or the government animal officers, they are not enough. And therefore, that partnership with the paravets will be strong enough in terms of reporting and management. And that means also you should also involve them in the trainings and all that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. So I think ladies first.
Thank you so much for those questions. Yes, the first question about the vaccines, why they seem not to be working, why people rush to using treatment. And actually, the use of treatment is not a good thing. It has devastating consequences because we've been talking about antimicrobial resistance. So the more you use the antibiotics, the more you actually put yourself in grave danger because you'll be taking the milk, or your children will be taking the milk, eating the beef. So you get that antibiotic resistance syndrome. So of course, it's the first thing you have to do is to make sure that you vaccinate compared to, because prevention is better than cure. So that's the advocacy. The only challenge was that there was very low coverage in terms of vaccination. Ideally, an animal is supposed to be vaccinated twice a year. So we have about 14 million, okay, let's just talk about cattle. We have about 14 million cattle. All the livestock are about 28. So that means we need about 48 million doses of vaccine in a given year to cover all the animals. 1 dose of vaccine is about $1, the least. So that means the country needs about $48 million to cover the entire livestock population. So we thank the government because the efforts they're trying to put in now is to set up facilities for vaccine production. At least that will at least ensure that we have enough doses of vaccine to go around. But if we are to import and purchase, it's quite expensive because every year, $48 million, that's quite a lot of money. Yes. Then the question about ensuring that the paravets are part of this, absolutely, because the ministry is coming up with some kind of communication and training policy for all the stakeholders, within the management of foot and mouth disease. The paravets are very, very important because they're actually the guys on the ground who the farmers speak to. So they are very, very key. And yes, that's being taken into consideration by the ministry. Thank you so much for your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. About training farmers, the most efficient training of farmers was when the disease was too much in 2002. So after that, the training was left with Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and they were very few. So they could not visit most of the farmers. So while we are developing the surveillance system, so that we can know where the disease is dominant, because the recommended uprooting and burning can only work when disease is like 1%. But the moment the disease has gone higher, it can no longer work. Like what I saw you in Kalangala. Whether you do what now, that garden is gone. So why we want is just so that where we see the disease is much, we go quickly and do farmer training, do recommendation, so that we cut the disease down. Because the registered material are there, but in the field, they're even less than 5%. Less than 5. The majority, 95, is acceptable. So we need to do a lot of work in monitoring to make sure we keep the disease low. Then about the nursery, NACORE has been given the mandate to supply seed material. Their work is not to produce to give to farmers, but to produce to give to private nursery operators. So that all the material that goes to private nursery must come from NACORE. That's now a directive. And now they have just completed a nationwide survey on all the nursery. We have is that when the demand become high, even those who have not been given certificate will sell through those who have been satisfied. So that's the risk we have. But otherwise, it's a policy now that NACORE deal with supply of seed to the private nursery operators, and also train nursery operator only. The training of farmer is the work of the ministry. The coffee department used to be UCDA. So that's how the things are now.
Just add a brief comment. The clean seed is what prompted this policy change to make sure that farmers can access clean seed. I thank Dr. Susan, thank you, and Dr. Sam, and I thank you all for listening. I think we can have the next section, Chairman, Prof. Okay. Doctor, you're welcome. So I chair for him as well. Okay. You're welcome to make your presentation. Sorry, the presentation is online.
Joseph, are you able to get to us? Joseph Swela?
Yes.
You're most welcome. You can begin your presentation.
Thank you. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Is it screened or I screen?
You do the screening, but we have strictly 7 minutes.
Okay. Okay. I'm doing that. Has it appeared?
Not yet.
You can confirm now?
No.
Not yet. Yeah, you can now turn to presentation mode.
It's there now?
Not yet, but I think it's coming. Yeah, we are there.
You've seen it? Okay. Yeah, so good evening, everybody. Let me take this opportunity to make a summary of this presentation. It is about the significance of conservation education in conserving wildlife in communities living adjacent wildlife conservation areas. And I'm presenting this. In this presentation, the simple background I will give is that environmental education basically looks at tools, programs that looks at supporting environmental awareness, values, but with the purpose of coming up with a informed decision on management of the environment. And like members, you are aware, because of increasing human population, human settlements have overlapped the wildlife areas, and this has resulted into a lot of conflict. And a number of studies have been conducted in East Africa, including Uganda, about conservation education, but there is limited information on the nature of conservation messages, because now that's where the top story is. Are these conservation messages yielding to move communities adjacent the parks to pick on innovations to conserve biodiversity or not? So this paper looks at generating exactly what best practices and recommendations can we pose so that they can be adopted to foster wildlife conservation. So this paper looks at, I came up with 3 hypotheses, where there is especially the null hypothesis, which looks at if there is any significant relationship between the nature of education messages and then communities conserving wildlife. Is there a significant relationship between the two? 2, are there a significant relationship between the factors involved or facilitating effectiveness of conservation messages, and then conservation of wildlife itself? And finally, is there a very strong relationship between the challenges affecting conservation education and extension in the communities and wildlife conservation? So I came up with 3 objectives. The first objective looks at to assess the nature of conservation education messages being given using a case study of Kibale and Queen Elizabeth conservation areas, and also examine the factors that influence the effectiveness of conservation areas, and finally the challenges that are associated with conservation education and what can be done to improve this area. So in this study, I looked at, you can see from the map, I went through the 4 national parks in this area. That's Queen Elizabeth National Park, Kibale, Semliki National Park, then Rwenzori Mountains National Park, as well as the forestry, the wildlife reserves that are associated with them. So I used a method of exploratory where I had the focused group discussions, key format interviews, semi-structured questionnaires, and then reviewed the existing document. And I basically used the purposive sampling to be able to generate data. And in the analysis, I was able to use the chi-square, the ANOVA, and Cronbach basically to look at the reliability of the results. So what were my findings? One is that conservation messages that integrate culture, people's culture, tend to have a strong relationship with wildlife conservation, as seen from the p-value. The p-value is 0.00, and when you look at the standard deviation, it is also very low, which is close to the mean, showing that this result was really very consistent. Then 2 is that conservation messages that have an element of landscape restoration, where communities are encouraged to grow trees, probably on the park boundary, probably on their gardens. Such messages tend to influence and engineer the communities to conserve biodiversity. Remember, they are living close to the national park. And this is also, that strong relationship is manifested from the strong p-value of 0.003, and also close, the SCD standard deviation being close to the median. Then there is also those messages that have a message on human-wildlife conflict management. Like you're aware, most of these conservation areas have this key problem of human-wildlife conflict. So the messages that bear an element of human-wildlife conflict management in the communities have a strong relationship with their participation in wildlife conservation, as also evidenced from the p-value. So there are quite a number of factors that are here. The message bearing coexistence with the park, resource access, this is another key area to conservation, where communities see that there is a will from the park management that they can access park resources, such when they get resources like honey, like firewood, like medicinal plants from the parks. Such a message, when given to the communities, tend to influence them to participate fully in the conservation of biodiversity, as seen from the p-value, as you can see here. So equally, in Katonga, for instance, there is the program of the user rights, where communities work with the park and be able to do some ranging. So such a message I found in this area was also very significant, and communities practicing wildlife ranging tend to bear well with the park and participate in conservation. So what does this mean? It meant that conservation education in the communities, which integrates culture, landscape restoration, human-wildlife coexistence, and benefit sharing, have a strong relationship with the conservation of wildlife. So such a message, when given to communities, tend to give them an endearment to participate in conservation of wildlife. And this agrees with other researchers, like I've shown, where other researchers have also commented and recommended that indigenous people, indigenous communities should be given capacity to support park management, as this creates ownership and acceptance of wildlife. However, there are other messages that were on anti-poaching. These ones received a bit of resistance, and in most communities, like around Queen Elizabeth Protected Area and Rwenzori Mountain National Park, as you can see from the p-value, there is a non-significant result, meaning that those messages didn't have a strong relationship with conservation. And like I'll be showing you, basically this tends to touch their livelihood, because some of them go into poaching because of culture. They go into poaching maybe for wildlife, for wild meat. And then messages that had an element of livelihood improvement didn't also have a strong relationship, as seen from the p-value. And this was basically because there are limited livelihood alternatives in communities who live within the park and those who live neighboring the park. They tend to be very limited. So these are areas that I will discuss and present something that can be done. Then for communities that do farming close to the park, to the national parks, they tend to do a lot of encroachment. And no wonder messages on farming practices that are compatible with the park didn't have any significant relationship to move people to conserve wildlife. And basically, like I'll show, this is basically because there are limited farming practices that are compatible with the conservation. Then other factors of climate change, I can move on. So what does this show? It shows that the conservation education message that have issues of farming practices, livelihood improvement, and issues of, restriction on what type of farming practices can be practiced close to the park boundary, tend to be non-significant, and therefore they need to be strengthened to be able to get a community buy-in to conserve biodiversity. And this agrees with other scientists, like I've indicated here. These are photos of how park management interacts with communities. Like this one here, this is a conservation, this is a community conservation warden passing messages, conservation education message to the local communities to move them into participating in conservation efforts. Equally, here is another staff of the park who is also trying to communicate to children, to sensitize school-going children, conservation message. Then in this study, I also discovered that 50% of Uganda's wildlife resources.
Minutes.
Yes, let me conclude. Let me summarize. Like, we are aware that 50% of wildlife resources exist outside the park boundaries, on community land, private land. So our next message should look at how do communities leverage on the existing wildlife on their private lands in the area of investment, area of conservation as well. I think this is an area that we have to look at. So maybe I should probably briefly talk about the factors which now influence the effectiveness of conservation message. How should the conservation message be delivered? What should be contained in it? One of the factors, like you can see from this analysis, using the ANOVA, the level of significance being less than 0.05. Information bearing cultural belief, recognizing cultural beliefs, increasing on income, then the frequency of the message. People should continuously be tickled to conserve biodiversity. Then the language of communication is very important. You find you are communicating to the local communities, but in a language they don't understand. Even when they interpret, the message may not be delivered. So the language of communication, then the media of communication, and then the influence of the local leaders are some of the factors that have proved to have a strong relationship with the effectiveness of conservation education in conserving wildlife. I may not give these others, the techniques that we use, To conclude, out of this study, I can comfortably conclude that conservation education programs have significantly increased conservation knowledge and community participation in wildlife conservation. So these conservation education programs should be well tailored and then can be able to promote conservation of wildlife. However, there are still some gaps like I have shared. So I have two key recommendations. Given this study, I strongly recommend that Uganda Wildlife Authority should develop appropriate conservation education packages, very important, to address the existing gaps that I've shown and then the challenges that I identified, that we can strengthen community participation to conserve biodiversity, because communities and wildlife have to live together. And finally, we need a more robust policy and institutional framework to strengthen wildlife conservation, as well as education and outreach. So we need such a policy. Yes, there is an existing policy, but we need a more robust policy where we can be able to identify these gaps that have been identified and then integrate them into the policy to be able to talk or communicate to the community that live adjacent the parks. Otherwise, one of the ways to go is conservation, education, and extension to be able to use communities to create ownership and then be able to conserve wildlife. Thank you very much.
Joseph, thank you so much for your presentation. I invite one question from the online audience and two from the in-presence audience. Are there any questions for just? Yes, there's a question in the house.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, dear presenter, for the wonderful presentation. Now, I have one question. What are some of the measures that you as a researcher, to recognize and increase habitat? Because when you happen to talk of wildlife conservation education, you should basically look at habitat as the key part or point as per your discussion. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have an online question? Okay. Joseph, please respond.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hey, Joseph, there's a question in-house. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
good evening, everyone. My name is Margaret. I actually work for Uganda Wildlife Authority. And I am very happy to see such a presentation that makes scientific recommendations. So I would like you, Joseph, to highlight, because I see that you are recommending a policy change, which is a very important thing. But I would like you to highlight the matters in the existing policy that actually need revision based on your findings. I think that will be the best thing, instead of making a blanket statement of policy change. I submit.
thank you so much. Joseph, please respond to the two questions.
Yeah, thank you. I'll begin with Justice's question about what can be done to the habitat. Of course, like we are all aware, members, is that there is a lot of habitat degradation, habitat change. And basically, this change is due to, among other factors, the proliferation of invasive plant species. So one of the measures that can be done, and maybe before that, is that usually in these habitats, they neighbor the communities as well. So you find the invasive weeds have also spread from the wild to private land. So one thing that can be done is to do a lot of adaptive management for the park authority, so that they can be able to do a lot of, actually they should scale up uprooting of the invasive species and then combine to the cessation of the communities, so that when they uproot from within the park, then the communities should also be able to uproot, so that there is no re-invasion of the areas that have been uprooted. There are quite many. but because of time, I think I can say that. Then Dr. Margaret, thank you for your comment. Actually, just yesterday, we were participating as a region, Western region, on coming up with the Uganda Wildlife Authority strategic plan. I mean, yes, development strategy. And we raised very many concerns. And actually, it was an observation that we need to strengthen community education and sensitization and have it more enriched in the policy itself. Yes, it appears, but then we need to come up with the regulations to operationalize, okay, the education and outreach in the communities who neighbor the park. And most of these communities, remember, are in the enclaves. They are within the park. So the suggestion is that we need to come up with the regulations. We need to come up with an operation plan to strengthen conservation education within the communities. Thank you.
Joseph, thank you so much.
Okay.
As we move on to the next presenter, I would just say you also need to consider modeling the dynamics of the community and the wildlife. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm also being requested to chair for Justus. Justus is also going to present. Justus, I hope you are ready.
Yes, I am. I need to be permitted to present my screen.
Please, I request Joseph to stop sharing so that, yes, Justus, please share your screen.
Yeah. In a moment.
Prof, I request you to introduce Justus.
Okay, I hope that my screen is visible to you.
It is. Just wait for a small introduction.
Yes, Dr. Justus, we are sorry for having kept you wrong, but it's because we had a number of presenters. So
it's at home, it's okay, it's completely fine.
Okay, so I'm just going to make a brief introduction. Dr. Justus Massa is a senior lecturer in the Department of Chemistry, and he's one of those that have encouraged me to do what we are doing. He has done a lot of research on energy. He was supposed to have been here physically to chair the presentation for Professor Zachary Gateng, but then he had some commitments at home, that's why he could not come. And since 11, he has been reminding me that he is available. Yeah, this is one of the people that will be managing now the Uganda Journal. Is highly published. When I was reading through his scholar profile, he has a paper that has been cited by more than 1,000 scientists. That tells what type of scientists that you have in the Chambogo University. And he first caught my eye when he was shaking the hand of the President of the Republic of Uganda because of the important research that he was doing. Over to you, Justus.
Thank you very much, Professor Presije, for the kind introduction. And thank you to all those that are still holding on until this late. Thank you for organizing such a wonderful meeting. Since yesterday, I've been listening to very wonderful presentations. So I've learned a lot, and I will not go into that. Earlier today, we listened to a presentation from Professor Getenga, I think, who talked about the hydrogen economy. So it a little bit overlaps with the kind of work that I do, but I take a different direction, as I'll show you in a moment. So in a nutshell, here is a summary of the research that I do. So I work on developing materials and catalysts that can unlock and make the hydrogen economy a possibility where we use renewable energy to split water and create hydrogen, contrary to hydrogen that would obtain, for example, from natural gas. Then we use this hydrogen in devices that we call hydrogen fuel cells to recover this energy. I also work on advancing the next generation of batteries beyond the lithium-ion batteries that we have, what we call the metal air batteries. An example that you might be familiar with is the zinc air battery that is found in most of the hearing aids that you can see around. So this we foresee as a better battery that can enable higher density storage compared to the current batteries. Now, to put all this together, what I do in general is to try to advance a new kind of sustainable chemical industry where we try to use electrocatalysis, as I'll show in a moment, to convert materials that are ubiquitous all around us, for example, carbon dioxide, water, nitrogen, hydrocarbons, including biomasses to various chemical products, including fuels and chemicals. Now, my presentation today focuses on the structure that I've laid out. I've had to cut this out because initially I planned a 30-minute lecture, but because of time constraints, I've tried to condense this as much as possible. I wanted, for the benefit of the students in the room, to just show global threats and CO2 emissions. And then the energy, we know it as the key driver of CO2 emissions. Now, I'll demonstrate what we mean by power to X, where we use renewable energy to convert this to chemical carriers, which are molecules that then can be used for later purposes. I'll explain in a moment. These molecules that we create using renewable energy from maybe solar energy, geothermal, hydro, we call these e-fuels or e-chemicals because we use electricity to create them. And how this technology can also be extended to provide sustainable aviation fuels to decarbonize what we call the hard-to-abate sectors, like the maritime industry and the aviation industry that cannot run on batteries, for example. The hydrogen economy has been talked about so much, so I'll not dwell so much on that. Now, for the benefit of the students, this picture here summarizes what we call the Global Risks Report published by the World Economic Forum, which for the students and also other researchers provides a very extensive overview of what are the risks that we face today, but they also provide opportunity where someone can contribute to address these risks. The risks are marked by color codes. We see under economic risks are in blue, environmental are in green, geopolitical, societal, and technological, and most of these have been addressed by the previous researchers. So I'm not going to dwell much on that. Let me focus, for example, on the environmental risks that we face today. We have talked about extreme weather events and the pollution from various sources, but I'm going to focus mostly on pollution from the chemical industry, including the energy industry, and how we can make this a little bit green using the technology that we call the power to X technology that I'll explain in a moment. Now, as we know, energy is the biggest contributor to global carbon dioxide emissions, contributing at least 73.2% to this global CO2 emissions. Now, how do we, if we want to tackle the problem of global warming by addressing carbon dioxide, then we have to look at which sectors are contributing the most to this global CO2 emissions. So we have to attack, maybe in this case, the energy industry, including transport and energy in the industry, and also for domestic purposes in buildings. We can look at how do we decarbonize the transportation industry. And I'll show in a moment now how we use the electrochemistry to create energy solutions that can help us to decarbonize industries and also transportation. When you harvest energy from solar using photovoltaics, we know that we store this energy in a battery. But the battery leaves us very limited capacity. For you who have solar energy at home, you know that when you are running solar, on a good day by about 10 a.m. or even 11 a.m., let's say, the batteries are already full. That means the rest of the solar irradiation that is coming to you is not harvested, so we lose that energy. But we know this statistic that every hour that the sun is shining, we receive enough energy that's enough to power all global energy needs in 1 year. So the technology that I'm going to present, which is Power-to-X, provides us a possibility of another way of converting these renewable energy sources into chemicals and fuels that this gives us the possibility to store energy even in regions with drastic climate variation, like the temperate regions, summer and winter. This can enable seasonal storage of energy to last you through periods when you do not have a high intensity of these renewable energy sources. So the technology that I work on under these electrochemical technologies, I've talked about batteries, fuel cells, hydrogen, and I'm going to focus mostly more broadly on energy to fuels like hydrogen and others, as I show in a moment. Now, for those of you that are interested in energy, we know that the best possibility to store hydrogen is through pumped hydro. That gives you very high efficiency, but it's limited by geography. So as we know now, the Power-to-X technology that I'll introduce now provides us the possibility to store energy on a much larger scale. So what happens here is that when you have solar, wind, or hydro, you can use the electricity that you get from these renewable sources in a device that we call an electrolyzer to generate, for example, if you feed in water into this electrolyzer, you can create hydrogen. But if you feed also nitrogen with some controlled conditions, you can convert this to ammonia. And if you feed in carbon dioxide, you can convert this to a wide range of chemicals and fuels that are listed here as CHX or Z hydrocarbon fuels that you typically would obtain from the petrochemicals industry. Now, I will also show now that from biomass that's all around us, we can heat biomass under controlled conditions and under oxygen-free conditions, create carbon monoxide, and this carbon monoxide together with hydrogen give us synthesis gas that we can then control under specific conditions to produce a variety of fuels. Now, when you do this, when you pass carbon dioxide through this electrolyzer to convert it to a given product, you can form a variety of products depending on the amount of electrons that you supply to the molecule. Now, the easiest that you can create a carbon monoxide, please, for your attention, just look on the second column. Here is number of electrons, 2, 2, 4, 6, 6, 8. This refers to the number of electrons. The fewer the number of electrons, the easier this process is. The more the number of electrons, the more difficult this process is. So it is very easy for us to create formic acid, for example, or formate salts, and carbon monoxide. The interesting for us, carbon dioxide is like the gold for us in the chemical industry. So this carbon monoxide, together with hydrogen, gives us syngas. I'll show in the next slide what we can do with syngas. But in the meantime, you can also selectively, using copper catalyst that is shown here, to selectively convert carbon dioxide into fuels like methanol, ethylene, and ethanol. So these are the normal base chemicals that the petrochemicals industry uses to convert it into the various products that we use, including polymers and other body care products that we find. Now, this work, if you're interested, we've published it, and you can find it in the highlights that are in the links that are provided here. For those of you that want this material, I can send it to you if it interests you. Now, the conversion of syngas, which is the mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide, like I told you, to hydrocarbons is done through what we call the Fischer-Tropsch reaction. Now, this reaction takes place in the presence of a catalyst, and you can generate from carbon monoxide and hydrogen, you can create long chain hydrocarbons. So you can produce kerosene, diesel, and petrochemical all from here, including fuels that are used for the aviation industry. So this hydrogen, importantly, must come from a renewable source and water splitting. And this carbon monoxide can come from biomass, from fossil fuels, and also from direct capture of carbon dioxide from a local emission source. So this is the technology that we're trying to advance. Now we've done a lot of work in this area, and also advanced alternative technologies, how we can integrate a system of reactors so that we can convert carbon dioxide selectively into ethylene. Ethylene is the molecule that you need to produce polyethylene, and we know this is the most used chemical globally. So in a project that was funded by the European Union called FlowPhotochem, with partners, we created a system of integrated reactors where we convert solar we concentrate the solar, and then we use 3 integrated reactors. One is a photocatalytic reactor, which converts, we feed this photocatalytic reactor with carbon dioxide, it converts it to carbon monoxide. We feed another kind of reactor, we call it the PEC reactor, photoelectrochemical reactor. We feed it with water. From this, we obtain hydrogen. Then we mix the hydrogen and carbon monoxide in the electrochemical reactor, and from this we produce ethylene. And we could demonstrate in our project that the prototype that we created, we could create up to at least 500 kilograms of ethylene per year. So this project, we hope to scale it up and develop it hopefully into a mature technology. That is as regards carbon dioxide valorization, capturing carbon dioxide and using the fuels that we have around us from renewable sources to create chemicals from it. Now this
3 minutes.
Okay. Now the other technology that I don't dwell so much into, which is the hydrogen economy. This basically means use renewable energy, split water, create hydrogen, and use hydrogen across several sectors in transportation, in the industry to create other materials. Now let us look inside the device that you use to create this hydrogen. So the work that I do basically focuses on the inside of this device from which you create hydrogen. And what we do, we try to improve efficiency at the heart of this device by creating the catalyst materials that we need for the anode and cathode, for those of you that understand how an electrolyzer works. And so this looks very simple, but to develop these devices requires a lot of fundamental investigations to unlock that. Now, in line with that, what happens when you're splitting water under normal conditions, if nature was easy, you would do this at equilibrium voltage of 1.2 volts. Unfortunately, when you're running the reaction, it increases the voltage that you need. And unfortunately, you need precious materials like platinum, iridium, rhodium, palladium in order to increase the efficiency of the system. So what I've done in my research career for many years is to develop alternative catalysts that take us away completely from these precious metal materials. And these are found in several publications that are highlighted here. Now, from developing catalysts, of recent what we have taken a step further to see how we can convert some of the catalysts that we create into functional electrodes that we can deliver to the industry. Now, in collaboration with many partners in Europe, with what we have done recently is we have managed to transfer some of our synthesis directly onto an electrode surface and demonstrated with such a device that we can create we can compete with state-of-the-art materials that are commercially available. And with some partners, actually, based on the very successful project that we did, there's a startup that we're trying to develop to hopefully manufacture these electrodes on a mass scale. So we hope that this will be a successful journey. Now, the other technology that we've tried to create, both of these technologies are patented, is this. I don't have time to go into this, and it is very technical, so I'll avoid this maybe for the meantime, but maybe if I can summarize it. Here, you use electrostatic forces to stabilize the catalyst in what we call self-healing catalytic films. And we patented a new type of how we can operate this electrolyzer using this electrostatic attraction of the catalytic particles, and we demonstrate unprecedented stability how we run our electrolyzer. So I have tried to run through my presentation very quickly to hopefully give a nutshell of the kind of work that I do. So what I can summarize that converting renewable energy to chemical fuels or chemicals provides a more versatile solution than the battery solution that we have today as the state of the art for storing energy. This makes it possible for us to store energy on a seasonal scale, especially for regions that don't have a high intensity or reliable supply of these renewable energies. And whereas electromobility using batteries, mostly from lithium ion and so forth, a good solution for decarbonization, we still have to worry about the future supply security of critical materials like lithium, like cobalt that are needed in this material. So we see this uncertainty if we think about sustainability. And to unlock the technologies that I've talked about, the Power to X, we need more innovation to make the products that we create from these green solutions competitive against the commercial markets. Now with that, I wish to acknowledge the support that I received, tremendous support from Chambogo University, the European Union for funding some of this work, and the Max Planck Innovation that also I collaborate with strongly in doing some of this research work, and the many research collaborators that I've worked with over the several years. And I thank you all very much for your patience and for your attention. I had to rush through the presentation. I hope that you grasped something, and I would be happy if there are some questions. I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Justus, thank you so much. Quite incredible work. I invite 2 questions from the in-house audience and 1 from the online audience. Just as members think through it, I just have 1 question for you. I've had talk of harvesting alternative energy sources off the planet. What is your comment?
Harvesting alternative energy sources.
Hydrogen off the planet.
I hope I've got your question clearly. Maybe there's some harvesting alternative energy sources of the planet, or
no, like from another planet, maybe Mars or something.
Okay, harvesting energy from other planets. I think this is it is still very complicated to find solutions for this small planet that we are in. I've really not paid attention to energies from other sources, but of course, maybe people think of mining from other sources. If we run out of maybe the critical materials that we are depending on, for example, the rare earth, the critical materials like cobalt and lithium, maybe Mars or some other extraterrestrial planet gives us a supply that we can use to replenish what we have depleted from the earth. But I think we should, for now, we should not run into that kind of thinking. I think it is until we are there, I think we should try to create solutions from within. But a nice thing to think about.
Thank you so much. Since we don't have any more questions for Justus, let's appreciate Justus' presentation. I invite Prof.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brian, for the job well done, chairing these 3 sessions. Next, in a short while, we are going to have a presentation from Wildlife Authority. It's a brief one. However, we're still working it out. Maybe in the meantime, ICT, you can connect me to the other presentation I've shared with you, because I know I'm going to use very little time with that one. I want to use only 5 minutes as this one gets ready. All right, thank you so much. This time I'm not the MC. Dr. Brian, I'm bringing you back to the chair. Thank you so much. Sorry for that. In the interest of time, let me go straight to the work itself as he gets there. This is nasal colonization with methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. Two strains. One of the strains is called ST789T091, and another strain is ST8T1476. And these were isolated from abattoir workers in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, and this was a cross-sectional study. Next, please. Am I in control? All right. So these two strains have the potential, first of all, to colonize, just like we found them colonizing. They have that potential. And they are also zoonotic strains, so they can infect both human and animals. And these abattoir workers were actually at goat slaughterhouses, much as about two of them also hosted other animals. Definitely, this is a danger to public health alongside veterinary health. So there is a high potential that these organisms carry to spread to other communities within our communities. There is something you'll see later on and see probably how you might fall a victim, probably either knowingly or unknowingly. So the study assessed lineages and antimicrobial resistance patterns of Staphylococcus aureus from the anterior nares of slaughterhouse workers, that is in Kampala. The design, I've said earlier, it was cross-section. It was cross-sectional at 3 different slaughterhouses, and these were purposively selected. This was done in early 2024. The procedure, briefly, the isolates were subjected to, after isolating them, they were subjected to antibiotics, and then culture and sensitivity tests were done. And then after that, the isolates. Thank you. Some of the selected isolates were subjected to DNA extraction, and then whole genome sequencing was done to do the characterization. Quickly through the results, we looked at multiple antimicrobial resistance indices of these isolates, and the patterns were like the way you see this antimicrobial resistance index determines it's a measure of exposure to antimicrobial agents. They could be antibiotics or biocides and others. In this case, anything that goes above a 0.2 is a risk. It means it has already been exposed to a series of those antibiotics or antimicrobial agents. So we realized that 8% were at a level of 0.3. The index is 0.3, and 10% at 0.4, 7% 0.5, and then 3% were a merger of 0.6 and 0.7. Multi-drug resistance is realized in 29% of these, and considering multi-drug resistance to be occurring when an organism resists 3 or more categories of antimicrobials. So what do we find as the strains? I've already identified the strains as the ST8, and the other is a SPA type, so which was the 1476, and another SPA type of 091. These harbored all these resistance genes. I'll just highlight a few. Realize that they were resistant to tetracycline, like somebody highlighted from Rivarizi. That was E. coli. This is Staphylococcus aureus. So there is resistance to tetracycline. Realize they carried genes that were also giving them resistance to beta-lactams, the beta-lactam antibiotics, and also realize that they carry, like that MGRA and MEPR, those are genes that are giving these organisms a chance to hold efflux pumps. Now, these efflux pumps, for them, they can push out several antimicrobial agents, not necessarily those particular ones as we have listed, but they have the potential to push out a lot of the different classes of antibiotics. That is something key to note. Things like erythromycin, ST8 was resisting it, and many others there. So what do we realize from here? These organisms have been reported earlier on that they can be transmitted from animal to human. One of the studies there, particularly amongst animal handlers, including now the abattoir workers, like we're stating. And one study indicated that these were also spreading alongside the other members of the family. So you realize somebody obtained it from the workplace, took it home, and then it spreads through the family. We also found a carriage rate of 12% for methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. And this is consistent with another study which was conducted in Nigeria. You also realize that this 12% seems to be, yes, it's consistent with the Nigerian study, but also a lower rate as compared to one of the studies that was done in Tanzania and another study that was carried out in India. These results still, they are consistent with what NIGA did in Uganda to realize that there is frequent use of antibiotics within our population. So with that, we expect definitely to have these resistance patterns. Earlier on we mentioned this was zoonotic strains, and the strains carried multi-drug resistance genes, as stated earlier. So these strains have also been obtained from other studies in pigs and also humans. One of the studies was in Kenya. Another one was carried out using milk samples from cows, and these cows were suffering from mastitis. And still, that study also obtained human isolates from nostrils within the same study. So another study, which was done in UK, for them, what they realized was these organisms were circulating between the community and the healthcare units. So they would we don't regard them as hospital acquired. So they originate from the hospital, get the community, spread in the community, get back to the hospital. Our recommendations on this, we are saying that there is a high rate of S. aureus carriage within the community, that is within the abattoir environment, the abattoir workers, and these carry multi-drug resistant strains. So what should be done? There is a need to strengthen monitoring of AMR amongst the slaughterhouse environments, and also to carry out context-specific interventions to that effect. Thank you very much.
Mr. Thank you so much for your presentation. I invite questions from the audience. Are there questions? If there are no questions, just one question, Mr. Kizito. Why didn't you sample the animals also, since you're talking about zoonotic, just to...
Thank you very much. Actually, this study moved on also to the animals, only that this report, the current report, has done more analysis with the samples from the abattoir workers. It involves the animals too. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That image shows you how somebody is carrying, I'm not very sure whether it's clear to all of you, but shows somebody carrying, one of the abattoir attendants carrying goats to the site using a boda. So I don't know whether you find that you're also at risk, because after this you also use the same boda and in one way or another. And this person has also got a family, and she's picking organisms like this and sharing them to the other members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kizito. Let's appreciate him again. I think the next presenter is now ready. Let's welcome Dr. Margaret. She comes to make her presentation. Margaret is from Uganda Wildlife Authority. She will provide further details.
Without wasting time, I have a speech from Executive Director of Uganda Wildlife Authority. Sorry. I was his representative. So the Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University, I know he's not here, but I know he has representatives. The President of Uganda Society, all dignitaries present, ladies and gentlemen. This speech belongs to the Executive Director of Uganda Wildlife Authority. He's called Dr. James Musinguzi. He went to the field, and so he asked me to represent him. But before I read his speech, I would like to introduce myself. I'm called Dr. Margaret Richiru. I am a veterinarian by training. I have worked in the wildlife sector for about 30 years, mostly based in that field. I happened to have been the only female veterinarian in the Uganda Wildlife Authority, and my time is up. I'm about to leave. But I've trained a number of people, and we are trying to ensure that these people get recruited in the system. And so while I was in the field, much of my work has really been to save wildlife. You are going to realize later on that it's a very challenging work in the wild. The wild is for those that have the fittest genes. If you are weak, you may not survive. And very many of these animals get caught in poachers' snares, and because it wasn't their weak genes that led to that, so we rescue them. And I'm happy to report that in my entire life in wildlife, I have captured almost 2,000 animals: elephants, leopards, lions, hyenas, antelopes, name it. So that has been my contribution to the wildlife sector. And so I got direct to the ED's speech. I will stop at some point because the speech is supposed to be about the status of wildlife in the country. I have just one table that summarizes it all. I gave that report to the colleague who was presenting here, and he's going to show it there. Once I finish this, I'll talk about that table. So Uganda has, Uganda Wildlife Authority is the institution that is mandated by government to manage the wildlife and all the wildlife protected areas in the country. It doesn't matter where the wildlife are found, even if you are keeping them at home or they're in the wildlife protected areas, they are the mandate of the Wildlife Authority, and we have authority to come over to your house and say, can you please hand it back to us? So there are 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves, 13 wildlife sanctuaries, and then we have also community wildlife areas. And this is because there's a lot of interest from the communities to have wildlife, and we have permits that allow people to keep wildlife, to ranch them, to farm them, and this is taken care of under this. And recently, the cabinet approved a proposal to upgrade 2 central forest reserves to a national park status. So one thing which is happening is that the public now tends to believe that the Uganda Wildlife Authority is doing better protection than the National Forest Authority. And so they want, in a way, to hand over a lot of central forest reserves to UWA to manage. The process has started, Cabinet has approved 2, and they are now national parks, that is Echuya, and the Bukaleba Central Forest Reserves. And then the cabinet also approved the upscaling of 4 existing wildlife reserves. That is Katonga and Torosemiliki, Chambura and Kigezi. They are now no longer wildlife reserves, they become national parks. The difference between the two is that the national parks have a higher conservation status than the wildlife reserves. There are things you can do in a wildlife reserve which you cannot do in a national park. So it's better, the protection is better in the national park. And we think that this is a landmark decision that will see improved wildlife protection in the country. And you may already be aware that the wildlife protected areas occupy 10% of Uganda's land surface, and that's a very big area. And they hold a lot of biodiversity, representing over 80% of the 19,000 species of plants and animals that have been recorded in Uganda. This species richness has been made possible due to convergence of different ecological and biogeographical zones across the country. So you have an ecosystem that is found in the Central African Republic, mostly tropical forest. It converges with savanna ecosystems, and then it creates a very rich ecosystem. That is what is in the country. And therefore, the resultant thing is that we have a lot of savanna grasslands in the country, rainforests, woodland, wetlands, and freshwater ecosystems. And these support both endemic and non-endemic fauna and flora species, and provide ecosystem services like clean water, air, and food. Globally, for instance, the mountain gorillas range only in 3 countries in the entire world. That is Uganda, Rwanda, and Congo. And there is a convergence where these are found. In Buindi, for instance, the Ugandan populations are in Buindi and Mugahinga National Park, down bordering Rwanda and Congo. And globally, the population of mountain gorillas is less than 1,000. And Uganda holds over 50% of this population. And gorilla tourism is a hotcake. One gorilla permit, if you want to go and see gorillas, you pay $700 if you're a non-foreign resident. But the Ugandans are charged in shillings, and it's much less than that. So they earn a lot of money. A lot of the money which is earned in tourism, wildlife tourism, is earned by the gorillas. And so, there are also other species of large game, like elephants, lions, buffaloes, and all of those. And these attract a lot of tourists, and the tourist numbers have increased in the Ugandan parks. The rate of increase is between 9 and 12.7%. And by the end of last year, Uganda had hit the highest number of tourists, which is just about 403,000 visitors. And these people contribute a lot of money to the national economy. By 2022, the tourism industry was contributing 7.6% to the GDP of the country. That's a very significant contribution economically. And so if you go to the national parks, the rangers don't rest. The rangers are the armed boys who protect wildlife. Day and night, they walk, they sleep with wildlife in the field. And that is just to protect them so that people don't harm them. Research, science, and technology.
Zoonotic diseases with wildlife as reservoirs are there. They include like rabies, Ebola, Marburg, and they represent a major public health problem nationally and globally. And incidences of these diseases have been rising. And now the newly emerging diseases are now causing pandemics, like the recent pandemic of COVID-19. We all remember that. But the good news is that Uganda's wildlife resources are well protected. They are really well protected, and they are available for research and development. Now, UA has built Uganda's first ever wildlife diagnostic and research laboratory in the country. And regionally, I have to inform you, the first laboratory of its nature. And I was fortunate to have been the one who actually drove that development. I feel proud about it. I know when I leave, the legacy will remain. And so this laboratory has capacity and the potential to support regional and global research and training. There are also ongoing researches for vaccine development. For instance, at Muni University right now, there's a vaccine development project which is going on for Ebola, and it is using bats, and this is wildlife. And there are many others. And in that research laboratory at Mwea, the Americans who come, they are researching UVRI. We all know that UVRI is doing a lot of work, isn't it? And even MAIF, they develop vaccines. My sister here was talking about FMD, right? And there's that interconnection between livestock and wildlife and humans at the interface. UA has a very vibrant Wildlife Act, a research policy, and supports research and development through provision of use rights, permits for research, education, wildlife ranching, farming, and ecotourism development. Currently, the institution has offered close to 2 billion shillings just in the last maybe 3 years in small grants to researchers. Yesterday, I had someone asking if there were opportunities for grants. You are the one, isn't it? Well, you're not the one who asked. Research opportunities, research grant opportunities. So there you go. UA advertises annually and gives out their small grants, but they help. Right now, it's about 2 billion shillings. And so they give these research grants to the public for generation of scientific information which is required for wildlife conservation, which at the same time supports student research. A lot of the students who benefit from this research are PhDs, masters, even undergraduates are coming. And they write their projects, and we review them, we give them the money. So that's a contribution of the Wildlife Authority. So we remain cognizant of the fact that the wildlife industry is very diverse and challenging, but offers opportunities for scientific research, technological, and economic development. Yesterday, there was a very big debate about the need for the national what? The National Council for Higher Education to categorize universities so that one category of universities are for research, the others are for something different. So this is where the resources are. Wildlife Authority is ready to support that initiative, if that ever happens. So at this juncture, I want to challenge Uganda's academia I'm very sad that the room is nearly empty. This phrase needed to be said when the room was full. But nevertheless, the president is here. I know you are going to publish it on the website. And so the ED says he challenges the Uganda's academia and research institutions to embrace the prevailing opportunities for transforming the teaching and training sector, the science and technology and development in the country, and also the opportunity to improve the state of the national and global health security. Kano has given a very detailed presentation about biosecurity. I hope all of you were listening very keenly. Biosecurity. And those of us who, Uganda Wildlife Authority gives permits to researchers to conduct the research. Currently, I am heading the research unit. I am now sitting at the head office. When I look at those research proposals, I worry a lot. And particularly, there's a lot of interest on gorillas. Remember, we have only just about 500 gorillas. If you see the number of researchers from abroad who want gorilla research, they want to know what they eat, they want to know the poo, they want to know the urine, they want to know the microbiome, they want to know each and everything. The question is, why? What is the interest? So, and those of you who are at National Council for Science and Technology, when we send you these researchers there, you ask the same questions. Why? Why? So it was very useful for me to be here today, and I think that has been one of my greatest benefits, to listen to that. We therefore remain committed in fostering this development and are thankful to the Uganda Society and Kyambogo University for having invited the ED of Uganda Wildlife Authority here to talk to you. Thank you so much. Our motto is conserving for generations. Thank you. But I don't see my table. I could talk about it. Is the table still there?
Dr. Kizito, is the table ready?
You have it? It's actually a whole report.
A whole report. You want
Yes.
the way it is.
Because I couldn't extract it. You can just, it's on page 6. Yes.
ICT, help us with page 6 of that report. Page 6.
No, that is, go down. If you can type in the page section, 6, just type here 6. I don't know. The trends of wildlife populations in the country. If it's taking time, then we just leave it. Okay.
Show us some of the tables, like we're checking and we saw some tables there. Try to scroll, but a bit slowly, so that you can see the tables. ICT. Help us to scroll through that document. There are some tables which we saw earlier. Yes? It's a bit slowly, because when you go very fast, we can't read.
Yeah, that's the one. If you can expand it. Yeah, but that is okay. But it doesn't show the.
Please share the screen.
So I just wanted to show this table. This is not the right one. That is for one national park. Go up. That one. Yeah. So, in a nutshell, that is the trend of wildlife populations in the country. Our iconic gorillas, by 2018, they were just about 495. And you remember, that is over 50% of the world's population of mountain gorillas. And elephants are about 7,000, I think. And then hippos, buffaloes, and antelopes. So this presents a trend. During the time of wars, these populations were decimated. And Uganda Wildlife Authority has put all the efforts to recover those populations to what you see in that table. I just wanted to show you that. But this is the State of Wildlife report. It's written regularly. This is the one for 2018. I think I shared the wrong one. I was supposed to share the one of 2021. But if you go on the web page for Uganda Wildlife Authority and type the State of Wildlife Resources in Uganda, you'll get all the reports. I want to stop here. Thank you so much, Professor, for having been very patient with us. Thank you.
Dr. Margaret, thank you so much. Yes, and thank you so much for representing the director for your. I now invite Professor Twesige. I'm inviting you, Prof. Yes.
Yeah. People sit, we are on the closing, please. I have seen some people walk away when we are closing. She goes the farthest point, I think, from here. So without wasting time, I want to thank the people that have been with us for the 2 days. We invited. Hey, this one is not working. Okay. So of all the 15 editions of this conference, although Margaret finds that he was talking to an empty hall, there were a number online. They were made online, but to me is the most important science and technology conference we have had since 2002. So when I tried to contact ED of Wildlife, I learned that they were having a board meeting, and for them, when they are going for a board meeting, they don't go to Munyonyo, they go to national parks. And the national parks are very close to my heart, because when I was doing my PhD, we traveled to all the national parks in the country, collecting DNA samples for elephants, fish, buffaloes, warthogs, and I did some bit of warthog on the field. And that was the first time we were doing conservation genetics. A professor from Denmark had written a report, and we were the first people to do sponsored for doing a PhD on conservation genetics. Now, when I wrote an invitation to a number of agencies, I included UWA, NEMA, the National Council for Higher Education, because of this debate that is going on, and the National Council for Science and Technology. And it was at that unfortunate time when the ED and the members of the board were too busy. But it was difficult to get in touch to what was happening, but somebody helped me to get in touch with Margaret. And when I got in touch with her, she said, yes, the letter is here, but the ED is busy. I will come and read his speech, but I cannot be the guest of honor. He said, get somebody higher. She's a prophet. And the higher person I got is Ikano. Now, Margaret, I saw her yesterday. She smiled, I smiled, but I didn't know the person was smiling too. And she came today for the first time. It is when she asked her question to my first PhD student, Joseph, the one who was presenting, because that student also did work in wildlife. That's when I discovered, oh, this is the Margaret. And I said, please do not go away before the closing ceremony. So now we are in the closing ceremony, and we have the following people. I'll start from there. We have the head of the Uganda Society Library, which is based in the Uganda Museum. But when I went to deliver, I went there to deliver myself so that this letter is not misplaced. When I found the secretary and told her I was coming from the Uganda Society and we share a boundary, they didn't know anything about the Uganda Society. So if this is a challenge to you, members of Uganda Society, it means you are not spreading the message. She's just our neighbor. If you know the Uganda Museum, our office and library is in the Uganda Museum, and just next is wildlife. So, but I still contacted her. She was in Entebbe, connected me to your office. And your name, Margaret Kemi. When I contacted you, you were so recent, but you told me the challenges were. I'm happy that you have come and read the ED's speech. If you are kind enough, you will send me the soft copy. And that speech, plus the speech of the National Council for Science and Technology, and the speech for the Minister of Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, and Antiquities are going to be published in our proceedings of this conference. And the speech from the Vice Chancellor will also be produced. Why did I choose so many agencies to come in? These are potential partners. And now that you are retiring from Uganda Wildlife, we shall welcome you to Uganda Society. You will be on our board. We make use of that. We have now a bank of research on our resources. We are going to use you. We are also going to use the National Council because you have sent out the invitation and you are the people who have come. So really you are most welcome to join the Uganda Society, and I will make an appointment to visit the ED because I have read about his CV. He's somebody very high land, has done many studies, many degrees. Through you, I will make an appointment to meet him so that we can discuss. Recently, you had a call you sent for research, but it came very late. I wanted to challenge my students to do that. I even made a call to a former colleague, Agre, is the other name, Agre, exactly. When I talked to him, I thought he was still with you. He told me, contact Margaret. Yeah, but because I was so busy with other things, it was too late. I just gave it up. Now, to what Kano has said, as he presented his presentation, and Professor Florence Mugisha, I realized what our master's students, public health, when they were being encouraged by the conference organizers, they did not understand why they should come here and listen. These are public health students. That shows you how our students are ignorant of what they are supposed to learn. I'm saying this because the head of department was here, and she's the one who was going to teach. The student looked uninterested. So I think we have to discuss this, Doctor. Really, when you listen to what you have heard in this conference, this is what our undergraduate and masters and PhD students, they need to know. So when these people are raising issues that at times maybe we are not doing the right thing, these are the things we have to bring on the table. Yeah, so we are going to arrange a meeting with my head and we discuss with these students so that apart from coming and doing tests and exams, that's not adequate. There is when we invited the Vice Chancellor of Uganda Christian University to give a talk as a guest of honor. No, actually, it was a keynote address. And that article is in a journal, which I am going to all of you here. You look for the talk by the Vice Chancellor of UCU. It is, I think, on page 108. And he was addressing the issue of Europe and the United States not providing enough guidance to university students. And I think the same thing applies here. That professor, Vice Chancellor, paid membership for the Uganda Society. He traveled from UCU, went to the Uganda Museum, brought a check as a member of the Uganda Society. But kindly read that article and you see what we teachers of universities we need to do in order to produce useful graduates. Now, I want to say something about all these people. You may not know all of them. Have you crossed with Brian? Yeah, he's enjoying himself. So we are developing a project together on what he planned. And we met at a meeting organized by the National Council for Science and Technology. We found that we had common interest in research. And all these people here, you are going to be members of our editorial board of Uganda Journal, so that we produce the best journal in the country. I already mentioned, the other day, I mentioned that this is the oldest journal in the country. It was first published in January 1924. And it inspired the publication of several journals. Now I'm going to get the best editorial board in Africa, so that our students do not have to publish our research in Indian journals. That's what is happening now. Because the Indians are making a lot of money from our students for journals of low quality. So this is why I'm very proud that I have been able to bring all of you together to see how we can protect our resources, genetic resources. I had the opportunity to go for training in Geneva. This Colonel is based in Geneva. I've also been there a number of times because of the genetic resources. And as you have had, genetic resources are at the heart of war. So I want us to join hands and do that. This is a researcher on cattle diseases. This also is a researcher breeder of cattle. Dr. Santa Maria is the head of the department. So is the chief. So she's in charge of the research in our department. So we are going to work together, form a team, and make our contribution. And we can only do that when we work together. But UWA, if remains there, National Council remains there, and then science and technology remain there, we cannot succeed. And as you can see, we have a lot of resources that we need to protect. So with those remarks, you have already made yours on behalf of ED. I will expect you to give me a soft copy. Now it is a chance to call on Colonel Dr. Bagashe Bajenzi to deliver his closing remarks at the 15th Conference of Science and Technology. There is a student who connected me with you, but I think he has left. But you are most welcome.
The Vice Chancellor of Chambago University, the President of Uganda Society, distinguished guests, representatives from government and private institutions, academia, partners, and members of Uganda Society. Good evening. I'm Colonel Dr. Godwin Bagash to give closing remarks on this 15th edition of the Science, Technology, Innovation Conference. For the last 2 days or thereabouts, we have listened to wonderful presentations from a diverse of disciplines and experts. This gathering brought together experts and stakeholders from across the world, regional countries, and different sectors to engage in dialogue, sharing of experience, and a reflection of science, technology, and innovation in Uganda. Celebrating 102 years of Uganda Society and hosting the 15th edition of Science, Technology, and Innovation Conference in October 2025 with Chambogo University is no mean achievement. The conference theme, which was leveraging science, technology, and innovation for the socio-economic development of Uganda through promotion of literary and scientific knowledge among Ugandan people, was the best theme one can ever land on. Your presence and active participation underscores our collective commitment to promote science, technology, and innovation while building national capacity. The knowledge we have acquired in these 2 days will be useful to us and to the nation during our future undertaking, because it provided a technical deep dive into scientific and technological innovation as evidenced from the presentations that were made. I'm convinced that this knowledge will promote good practices and continue to generate practical recommendations, enhance intersectoral coordination that shall ultimately influence policy implementation and building Uganda that we want. Uganda Society is a practical example that offers an additional opportunity to reflect on the role of professional associations in shaping the culture of science and technology, building a workforce development and contributing to evidence-based research and fostering collaboration among professionals, researchers, and a diverse of experts without forgetting defense and security. I implore you to join the Uganda Society platform to continue sharing lessons, generate ideas, and develop concrete proposals that will feed into Uganda's broader vision of 2040. Join me in giving a round of applause to you, the participants, and to the organizers of this conference, and more special thanks to go to no one other than Professor Charles Twesigye for his able proactive coordination efforts displayed. I want to further thank you all most sincerely for honoring his invitation and active participation, and wish you journey masses to your different destinations. With those remarks, I declare the Uganda Society 15th edition of Science, Technology and Innovation Conference closed. For God and my country.
Thank you, Colonel for accepting to be a guest at this very important event. Now we are going to have a photo moment in which I will have a photo moment in which each of you will get our gift of Uganda journal and then read it. Oh, I don't know who will advise me on how we shall be, so that you are holding the gift and we take a photo. Of course, you have one and you take one for the ED. Yes. So who is going to photograph her? How would you organize us?
You are welcome.